welcome back to Nintendo Minute. So this week Mario Kart 8 Deluxe comes out on Nintendo Switch today, actually. And one of the pretty cool ways you can play this game is actually via LAN mode.
Yes.
And we realized that maybe not everybody knows how to set up a LAN game.
Exactly.
And I certainly did not know until someone taught me to do it, so we thought we'd show you guys how to do that today.
Let's have this LAN party.
Yes.
That's why we're sitting on the ground.
I know. This is like bringing me back to my childhood of having LAN parties. It's actually a cool feature for Nintendo Switch that it has this on here, so it's like a very stable connection.
Yeah, and if you've got all the equipment, it was so easy to do.
Yeah.
And it's just such a stable way to play.
Yeah.
So what do we do?
Let's walk through this. So obviously if you want to set up a LAN, you need to have, however many people you want to play, they need to bring their own Nintendo Switch.
Each person needs that.
Obviously. And if you want to play it on TV, which is probably what you want to do if you're at a LAN party.
You need a TV.
And then
with your Nintendo Switch, you need the LAN adapter. So this is something you need to get separately. This plugs in through USB and allows you to do a hardwire plug-in right there.
And then you need a router.
Yes.
So the good thing about the router is that you actually don't need an internet connection. You just need the router that has enough ports for your cable.
However many number of players you have.
Exactly. Right. We are doing a LAN party with 4 players today, so we have a router that has 4 ports.
Yep. So everybody just takes the cable that's connected to their Nintendo Switch and plugs that directly into the router.
Yep.
And that acts as sort of the central place for all the information processing to happen, sending all the data to all the other systems.
Yep. So once you're in the game, you go down to wireless play. And then there's a secret
But you're not going to do wireless play.
No, there's a secret way to do this. It's very exciting.
Yeah.
To get to LAN play, you press L and R and click the left stick. And wireless play changes to LAN play. And then from there, you can select how many players you would like for LAN play. And you can select 1 or 2 players.
That's nice. You can have, depending on what equipment you have, you can have 2 people on each Nintendo Switch to build out your group.
Right, exactly. So it's very easy. All right, we are back. We have our LAN all set up here, and we've invited Tim.
Hello. Hi,
And
everyone.
Adam to join our little impromptu LAN party here. It's very exciting.
Tim, who was last seen milking a cow in the Great Northeast.
Or being whacked in the face by a cow's tail.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, that happened. I believe that's some sort of great
You are a man of many talents. You can milk cows, you can play Mario Kart.
Celebrity guest.
We're going to go straight into 200
200cc,
right?
yes.
Adam is just like a connoisseur of all games. We did Bomberman.
And we did Smash.
We did Smash. Man, what can you not do? Can you milk a cow?
You won when we played Bomberman. I remember that.
Yeah.
I'm holding a grudge.
Uh-oh. For Tim, as our celebrity guest, we will play a round of Moo Moo Meadows.
This has been predetermined. Now, the important thing to know in 200cc is you got to brake. Even when you're drifting, you can brake. Don't forget that.
I never break.
Oh,
Never break.
And coming in last.
Hey!
Oh. So let's do a little character roll call. Who's everybody? I'm the Inkling Boy.
I am Isabel.
Okay.
My
Villager.
Oh, Villager, just...
Oh, who got me?
That was close.
That was really good. Tim, does this bring back fond memories of Vermont?
It does.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, the cow!
Sight, sound, smells.
Oh, it's funny.
Not the smell yet, but definitely sights and sounds.
We'll get there.
Now, the reminders of your great trip to Vermont, is this hindering or helping your Mario Kart gameplay?
I think it's a little bit of a mental block right now.
You're like traumatized.
They will resurface eventually.
Yeah, I think around the 3rd lap right about now, it'll be like the trauma will come back.
Oh, more cows. Oh, no. Oh, no. No, 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 no. No.
Oh, I'm not doing well at all.
Second.
Wrecking.
The last second. Up to 3rd. Wow.
See, that's what happens. The memories of the cow came in the last second I said it would.
This might have been a detriment to you. I'm sorry. I thought it would be fun and you know, whimsical for us to
You had a mind meld with the cow.
Yeah, I was just like, get off the road, no!
So let's do one more.
Sorry. And we should say we're competing for the great blue spiky shell here.
I always start out okay, and then it always
Not
falls apart.
always turns though. It's great for 200cc.
That's true. You're right. The mud puddles. I'm concerned about the mud puddles. see the muscles? Oh my gosh.
It interrupted my drift.
I like when Isabel drifts. She has like the smiliest, happiest face. It's so cute.
I just jumped in mud puddle.
Did you?
I did. You can do that. You're going so fast.
Oh no, I did not jump in mud puddle. I definitely just ran into it.
Oh, and you're going to take this red shell too.
No, I'm not. I'm not gonna take it. Yeah.
So much concentration.
So quiet.
Shut up. Stop talking. Oh no! Right there. Oh, now I'm gonna take this red shell. Who is that? You're the worst. You're the worst.
Yes.
You are the worst.
Oh boy.
Already on this last lap. That happened fast.
Oh no! Oh, I missed that jump.
Let's go.
I missed that jump.
Land it. Yes. Oh, mud? Oh, don't let the mud get you. No. No.
That was like 10 seconds. I don't know what happened.
That was
there.
amazing.
You like came in from
That
the
was
top.
really
That was amazing. Look at how happy she is. Flowers in my
Can we see
hair.
the replay on that?
I really
would
got
love to see the
first
replay on
place
that.
there.
That was amazing. That was the best thing
you
I've
got
ever.
about
I'm so glad that was that was caught on camera.
4 straight
so,
red shells.
So
How did
excited.
that race go so quickly? That was 3 laps, and it was like 20 seconds.
Well, if you
Well,
want to talk
200
about
cc.
a fast race, I think we need to close it out with a little baby park.
Kit's favorite level, as
I have said that on a video.
you have.
Yeah.
What is the best Mario Kart track of all time?
Baby park. That's not how I feel.
You subconsciously said it,
I'm still
which
wrestling with what I've said.
means like it actually is like the deep-seated truth in
Sometimes
you.
you make statements that you really wonder, does this reflect me as a person? This was one of them.
It surely
Park.
does.
Yeah.
Baby Park is you personified in a Mario Kart course. This one I feel like you do need to break because these turns are.
This is more laps though. This is so
like,
short.
How many laps is it? Like 8 laps or something?
7.
7 laps.
And we just did the first. Oh boy. Bringing up the rear already.
Oh gosh.
Stay in the
You almost need to start your drift like at the halfway
super
point of the lap.
early. Yeah, I always drift too wide. Oh no. Squirrel.
Someone's gotta take Chris out.
Don't you dare.
Do it.
Oh no!
Yes.
Oh my gosh, that was horrible.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, that was horrible. I can't believe you did that. It's so mean.
Oh. And behind this one. Don't blame me.
I just got used my red shell, but I know that.
Yes. I knew I loved Baby Park. Oh. Oh.
I used all 3 mushrooms at
You
once.
did. I saw you.
But it didn't matter.
Adam.
Still wins.
To win?
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, careful,
Don't
that's
do
fragile.
that. Give you a
The
golf
champion.
clap, golf clap, golf clap.
Polite clap. It's the most I can muster.
We really don't mean it, but you're never invited back
Yeah.
ever again. Just kidding. Okay, cool. So this is very fun. This is one of the many
Great
ways
addition.
you can play Mario Kart 8 Deluxe with your friends. LAN mode. It's very cool. Of course, you can play it online. You
So
can
many
play
ways.
handheld, local wireless, lots of ways. Game is actually out today.
Yes.
So we hope you guys are picking it up.
See you
and-
online.
and playing it, and yeah, hopefully we'll see you online. This is the end of this video, and remember,
Nintendo Minute is never a minute.
see you guys next week.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah.
Product not yet rated.
Hey everyone, I'm Ed here with Corey from the Treehouse and our friend Jordan. As many of you know, we are gearing up here for the 2017 Splatoon 2 World Inkling Invitational. And so we thought this would be a good time to take a moment and give a shout out to the global competitive Splatoon community, as well as look at some areas of focus to maybe help the players who really enjoy the game and who are maybe looking to take that next step into the competitive scene.
I think the most important thing is really getting into story mode, because I remember with the original Splatoon, I jumped right into multiplayer. You get used to the territory control, but what story mode does is it teaches you to move while you spread your ink to cover that territory. And I think regardless of what weapon you use, you need to be able to learn how to be mobile and learn how to get around and flank your opponent, or at least just handle the environment that you're going to be in. And so I think going into that story mode and really getting a feel for the controls is going to help you really master any type of weapon you eventually settle in on.
In the recent single-player trailer we just unveiled, we showed that in Splatoon 2, you'll be able to play with different weapon types in the single-player campaign. So not only will you be playing with like a shooter-type weapon like a splatter shot, but you'll get access to like a roller, a slosher, a charger, the new dualies, and you'll be able to take those base mechanics over into the multiplayer modes as well.
And that's huge, because I think, again, as someone that started off as a novice in Splatoon and nowhere near the competitive level of players we're going to see at the championship here, going into that one-player story mode, that's when I saw the biggest increase in sort of my skill and comfort level with the game. And now that you can use different weapons with that, I mean, what a wonderful opportunity to learn how to develop your skills with the weapon that you're maybe most comfortable with. And then as you get into these ranked matches, you also learn that certain weapons do better in certain ranked modes. For example, we saw the blasters really do very well in that tower control, where most of the teams are typically concentrated by the tower. So if you can get some splash damage from a blaster, it makes it a good choice for it.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting you talk about using that campaign mode to explore mobility and maneuverability and getting comfortable, because another aspect of that is of sort of getting grounded and really like understand the fundamentals is the recon mode. Is it officially called recon mode?
So you could just call it recon.
We'll call it recon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you go into the lobby, whatever levels are in the current rotation, you can press a button and just kind of recon that stage. So you can, there's no enemies, and yeah, you can just kind of swim around in ink and find all the nooks and crannies. I think what's really great about that mode is maps change from mode to mode, right? So the Turf War version of the Reef is different from the Rainmaker version of the Reef. There might be different obstacles in the way, or like little sponges or something that let you get to another area for a shortcut. So knowing all of those minor differences is paramount into success.
I do want to touch on one last thing, and that's knowing your maps and how important that is. That's something that became clear watching these competitive teams play to get to the World Inkling Invitational. And one of the things that I thought was really interesting was the development we saw play out in the US Inkling Open on Moray Towers. That's traditionally a stage where you always include a charger in your team comp. And so you always have a sniper gaining position somewhere. One of the teams ended up foregoing the charger and going with a hyper-aggressive team comp, and they ended up sort of taking out all of the available sniper positions for the other team, because they ended up steamrolling to the other side, and they really had the charger on the run then.
You mentioned the opposing team having a charger. It's his job to really distance the opposing team, cover some area, and provide some cover for his teammates. When they can't do that, when they can't help out their teammates, you have now taken out an important cog of the opposing team. And while you're taking out that important cog, what are you doing? You're getting territory control while you're doing that. Because if you've got, say, a splatter shot and you're taking out the charger, you're covering a bunch of territory with ink while you're chasing down that charger player.
I actually love the fact that you're bringing up Moray Towers specifically, because as we've shown, it's coming back to Splatoon 2 with some changes. Most noteworthy, the ink rails, which are going to now be a part of Moray Towers. So I'm really curious to see how that's going to change strategy as well. If we'll see as many chargers, will we see more rollers? Yeah.
Jordan, Corey, I want to thank you for your time. We actually got to wrap it up because we got a tournament to get ready for. But in the meantime, we got some friends coming in. We're going to play a quick game. And Jordan, we'll see you at E3. Corey, you'll be there. We'll all be there. And so I hope you'll be there too. So please tune in, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.
See ya.
Hi everyone, I'm Ed here with Corey from the Treehouse and our friend Jordan. As many of you know, we're gearing up for the 2017 Splatoon 2 World Inkling Invitational. We've got teams from Japan, Europe, Australia, and the United States all coming to Los Angeles to battle it out at E3. And so we thought this would be a good opportunity to take a moment and give a shout out to the global competitive Splatoon community, as well as highlight some areas for the players who probably enjoy the game but maybe are still looking to make that next step into the competitive scene. And we're going to look at some new wrinkles that'll be on display in Splatoon 2 for the first time at the World Inkling Invitational. So Jordan, you are going to be our host and part of the commentary team for the tourney. And you know, we've run you through some a boot camp of sorts with Splatoon 2, and you've had some time with the ROM. And you know, I'm wondering sort of your thoughts on seeing how the same mechanics are sort of playing out from a caster's view.
Yeah, you really put me through the gauntlet here. And being hands-on with Splatoon 2, you find out that the foundation comes down to territory control. And you really get introduced to that during Turf War. And obviously, it's who can ink the most turf and you're victorious. But taking that core principle of territory control and then applying it to ranked matches is very important, because it's not just about filling up your special meter or trying to cover some ground, but you're really increasing your team's mobility while limiting what the other team can do as far as where they can move. And once you can check off that box of territory control, then you can move on to, say, filling up the splat zone, getting on the tower, grabbing the Rainmaker. And when you do that, you then force the other team to have to, number one, regain control of the territory, number two, gain control, and then finally, number three, get back to the objective for the ranked match. So really, that foundation of territory control is where everything starts in Splatoon 2.
I saw it really brought to the surface during the US Inkling Open. And you know, I saw some players really skillfully just inking areas before they would even get into position, you know, and they would also like find themselves those outs. They would worry about like that before they're considering where do I post up or how do I secure the objective. It's what's my positioning that'll be safe so I don't end up getting splatted and turn into this further liability to my team because I'm at the spawn point and not in the mix. But also, if things go wrong, how can I get out quickly?
Yeah, it's really interesting when you watch these elite players and you get some feedback. Before any of them go into a specific area, they already know how to get in and get out. And if there isn't anything that exists at that point, they make sure that they cover up enough territory where, okay, if I get underneath some fire, I can get out. Because as you said, if you get splatted, you become a huge liability for your team, because once you see a 4 versus 3 advantage or a 3 versus 1, that's when the other team makes that push to really change the game, especially in those ranked modes. And so making sure that you can stay alive and be able to help your team comes down to, again, territory control.
Yeah, it's huge. It's huge. And it's really one of those things, I think, Corey, we've talked about it quite a bit, but like, I don't know of a whole lot of other games where like painting the area around you, that territory control mechanic really facilitates how you can travel and, you know, and hindering your opponent's ability to travel as well. It's really sort of unique to the game.
Yeah, I think it's made the game, certainly in the community, a little more accessible as well, because you don't, you know, it's not a game that you just have to be shooting, you know, for headshots and killing your opponents, right? You can be contributing just as much to your team just by creating that the territory.
So one of the new differences is in Splat Zone. And Splat Zone is about controlling a territory for more time than your opponent. Corey, if you want to talk a little bit about one of the small tweaks that's being done to Splat Zone.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, the rules have not changed since the first Splatoon, but now when a team controls the Splat Zone and you start getting control of it, there's actually a minor UI change where you can see you getting back control of it. You're going to be able to see that you're making progress towards taking back the Splat Zone.
One of the other changes is in tower control. A little more in your face, this change with the checkpoints, but tell us a little bit about that as well.
Yeah, so as people remember from the first game, the goal of tower control is to ride this tower into your enemy base. Key change in Splatoon 2 is while riding that tower into the base, there are multiple checkpoints where the tower will actually stop for a countdown until it continues on. So we'll probably see a little bit more intensity of action towards that tower, you know, as it's getting through the checkpoint.
Well, also defensively too, you know, if you have a lead and you're trying to protect it at the end, you can camp essentially at one of those checkpoints because you know the opposing team is going to stop there for anywhere from 8 to 10 seconds, and that's when you can make your big defensive push.
Moving on to Rainmaker, my favorite mode. I think a lot of people love Rainmaker. It's so engaging, so interesting, and can get so intense at times. But there's also a small tweak to that as well.
Yeah, so of course the goal of Rainmaker is you're going to grab this Rainmaker, as they call it, in the middle of the map, and you have to carry it towards the enemy base. I think what makes it dynamic is that it's unpredictable. You don't have to go in any one direction to take it to the enemy base. Folks remember from the first Splatoon that the Rainmaker, when you're holding it, can kind of emit this tornado-like ink blast. And now in Splatoon 2, it's a little bit different where you'll be firing this burst instead of a tornado. It might change strategy just a little bit.
Arms, more than mere limbs, capital ARMS, can extend like springs, an unusual ability shrouded in mystery. Is it hereditary, a mutation, or the result of extraterrestrial experimentation? We may never know. Historians have attempted to pinpoint the origin, but each attempt has ended in failure, as if held back by an invisible hand. Despite the mysterious nature of this ability, it's well known around the world that certain extraordinary individuals share this gift. Many of them are actually quite famous for using their extendable arms as professional fighters in the combat sport also known as ARMS. For some reason, none of these superstar fighters can remember the moment they first realized they had the ARMS ability. They just woke up one morning and bam, extendable arms. In fact, one of the ARMS fighters, Springman, had this to say. I was shocked at first, but having arms like this is actually pretty rad. Oh yeah, I'm Biff, your trusty ARMS commentator. Today we're bringing you another non-stop volley of ARMS action. So expect a healthy dose of stretchy limbs and, of course, fisticuffs. But first, it's time for ARMS 101. School's in session, and this advice always comes in handy. When selecting arms, pay attention to two things: weight and attributes. It may seem like a no-brainer, but weight affects momentum. Arms generally follow these trends. Stronger arms are more powerful, but also slower. For multi-hit arms, the power of individual hits is low. Sometimes punches may even run into each other. If your arm is of the same weight or heavier, you can block punches. So you have to choose whether to dodge a punch or block it with your own. If you know the weight of the arms you're using, victory is always within reach, and your chance of winning greatly increases. But what about arms attributes? There are 7 different attributes total, and each one kicks in after charging up. Knock down your opponent with fire. Wear them out and create an opening with electricity. Blow away your rivals with a tornado of wind. Freeze a fighter to slow their movements with ice. Stop a competitor from moving with stun. Blow up any challenger with a huge explosion. And take their eyes off the prize with fly. You see, different arms have different attributes, so it's usually a good idea to equip a different one on the left than on the right, so you have 2 powers at your disposal. Keep your arms' weights and attributes in mind, and you'll have nothing to fear. But enough with the technical stuff. Here are some fighters competing in the ultimate arms competition, the Grand Prix. The bouncer, Springman. This passionate fighter's trademark is his bouncing hairstyle. While his hair may look like it's fake, his passion for arms is definitely real. His dash, the shockwave that he can unleash once charged, and the indomitable spirit he shows under pressure make him extremely popular with kids. Here are his signature arms. The toaster can be charged to unleash a flaming punch. The boomerang flies in a curve through the air and blows enemies away after charging. And the tri-bolt shoots 3 bolts horizontally. Try attacking from the front with a tri-bolt, then from the side with a boomerang. How's that strike you? The Scrapyard Scrapper, Mechanica. A fighter in the Arms League without stretchy arms? She must be a genius, and she's out to prove it by joining the ranks of the arms fighters she admires so much. Her handmade fighting suit is equipped with a hovering function, a perfect fit for a girl who dreamed her way to the top. Just look at her. Who wouldn't want to cheer for this girl? Here are her signature arms. The revolver shoots electrified bullets. The whammer may look cute, but it hits hard. And the homie is a dangerous arm that chases after opponents. Stop your rival with a stunning revolver and a whammer with the shock attribute for non-stop attacks. It's scary effective. The student of stealth, Ninjara. This ninja in training, currently attending Ninja College, is competing as his senior project. Wait, aren't ninjas supposed to be hidden? You'd think competing in a worldwide tournament would kind of go against that, but doesn't seem to faze him. His opponents, on the other hand, well, he totally overwhelms them with his nimble movements and ancient ninjutsu. He can disappear, even in midair or when guarding. Here are his signature arms. The shock ram can go around opponents and attack them from the side. The buff pops up after a charge and curves pretty well. And the Tri-Blast requires a delicate touch. Once charged, it blows stuff up. While blocking attacks from the side with a shock ram, try blowing up your opponent with the Tri-Blast. The Grim Creeper Master Mummy. This poor fella woke up at the mausoleum with a goal worth fighting for, locating his long-lost family. His rock-hard bod won't move a muscle when hit by an average attack, and his sneaky bandages restore health while guarding. Bet on this guy wrapping up a win. Here are his signature arms. The Megaton is big, heavy, and slow. And it's even bigger when charged. The Retorture is a fire cannon that shoots 3 bullets at a time. And the Phoenix is a reliable firebird with a high arcing trajectory. Lure him into a counterattack with the Retorture, then hit him hard with a Megaton. Now that's a sweet strategy. A new challenger just signed up for the Grand Prix. The Speed Demon, Kid Cobra. This charismatic snakeboarder is joining the battle. His goal? Increasing viewership of his radical live streams. And what better way is there to increase views than to enter the Grand Prix of arms? And I mean big ol' arms like a boa constrictor. His strong body has been trained for snakeboarding, letting him slither like a snake on the ground as he pounces on opponents with charged up consecutive dashes. Here are his signature arms. The Slamamander is a whip-like punch infused with wind power. The Hydra shoots 3 vertically aligned bullets, perfect for cornering fighters. And the Coolerang is one ice-cold attack with a wide arc. Swing sideways with a Slamamander, watch as the opponent jumps, then take him down with the vertical slice of a Hydra. The hottest trend in the ARMS League is, of course, multiplayer battles. And so, on behalf of the league, I'd like to introduce you to a variety of playstyles in Versus mode. First, here's the most basic mode, Fight. During the fight, bombs and healing items drop in, sending all fighters on an emotional roller coaster. In 2-on-2 team fights, team members are chained together by strings, so allies will be more closely knit than ever. Punches can accidentally hit your ally, and teammates can even get blown up together too, so be careful. B-ball is a sport that's all about knocking an explosive ball onto the opponent's court. Because your arms are very stretchy, it's okay to have your arms sticking out to the other side of the court. Winning is everything in this game. Hoops is one hardcore game of basketball. Grab your opponent and send him flying through the net. Throwing makes for a splendid swish. Go for a three-pointer. Break as many targets as possible in Skill Shot. The more targets you break simultaneously, the more bonuses you'll receive. Quick reflexes are important, but mastery of arms is paramount. Enemies appear in one after another in 1-on-100. Defeat all who stand in your way, challenge your limits, and most of all, keep punching. The ARMS test lets you try out randomized arms combinations, and training mode lets you practice a number of varied drills. It's a crash course in brute force. As you fight on, you'll rack up a lot of in-game prize money. I hear most ARMS fighters consider it unstylish to hold on to your winnings. Let's just blow it all at the Arm Getter. Every now and then you may get an arm you already have. But don't give me that sad face. I don't understand how it works, but somehow duplicate arms you receive have a higher attack power. Too sweet! Earn your keep as a prize fighter and use it at the Arm Getter. I've got some more fighters to introduce, so let's get to it. The Heiress, Ribbon Girl. The singing arms fighter is joining the Grand Prix with her brand new song. She's walking on air with her next level jumping skills. even the laws of physics bow down to her unbeatable girl power. But below that bubbly exterior is a confident fighter who can unleash a flurry of lightning-fast punches. You think she'd sign my autograph book? Here are her signature arms. Charge up a Sparky to deliver a punch that stuns opponents. The popper is all speed all the time. And the Slap-O-Mander doles out punishment with a red-hot whip crack. Stun the opponent with a Sparky's charge, then quickly follow up with a Slap-O-Mander. Just watch for the openings and fight, fight, fight. The Ramen Bomber, Min Min. The poster girl for her family's famous ramen shop is joining the Grand Prix. A certified martial arts master, she can knock down opponents' punches with her spin kick. After charging up and performing a throw, her dragon arm would overwhelm anyone. With her tough looks and fancy footwork, she's got me dying for some noodle arms of my own. Oh, ramen gods, why must you forsake me? Here are her signature arms. The dragon roasts opponents with a blazing hot laser. The megawatt is big, heavy, and tingly? Why not? And the Ram Ram makes a big, fiery arch. The dragon shoots kinda slowly, so it's a good idea to cover each gap with a huge smack of a Ram Ram on your dragon arm. The Man of Mystery, Helix. ARMS Laboratories accidentally engineered this strange life form while researching ARMS day and night. Unlike the other fighters, this guy's whole body is stretching. His unstable genetic makeup lets him move in many unpredictable ways. But watch out, get distracted by his gelatinousness and you'll get served. Here are his signature arms. The mysteriously bouncy Florb splashes goo to block the opponent's view. The Ice Dragon is pretty self-explanatory and even more effective. And the shield-shaped Guardian proves that defense may really be the best offense. Shield with a Guardian, then toss a Blorb over the top. It's the best way to land an unexpected hit. Now I have the utter joy of introducing a 2-in-1 tag team, the Clockwork Cops, Bite and Bark. Patrol Robot Bite and his robotic canine partner Bark fight together as a pair. Why robots, you ask? Are pairs even allowed? Why am I asking questions I can't answer? All I know is that Bark does what he wants, distracting opponents. And even filling in as Bite's footstool if need be. He's one devoted Robodog. When their rush attack is activated, they combine forces for a combo attack.
And my Bark.
Here are their signature arms. The Seekie fires shocking heat-seeking missiles. The Cracker surrounds enemies in fire. And the Bub pops off after a charge, heading straight for the opponent. Try jumping way up high with Bark, then cornering the opponent with a Cracker and Seekie from a distance. The Silver Screen Queen, Twin Tail. An A-list movie star is joining the Arms League. Her signature curls are long enough to be weaponized. After charging, she can utilize her celebrity status to render fighters utterly starstruck, slowing down their punches in midair. She truly believes she's a haircut above the rest, and she's ready to walk the red carpet straight to victory. Here are her signature arms. The Chilla will freeze your rivals to the bone. The Parasol blocks incoming attacks in style. And the Thunderbird may look cute, but it's frighteningly effective. Feint with the Thunderbird, then block incoming counterattacks with a Parasol. It's an elegant combo that really suits her. All 10 of these fighters are gearing up to win the Grand Prix. With these 10 fighters and dozens of arms to mix and match, there are literally thousands of unique arm and fighter combinations. Each one offers different strengths and weaknesses, so the variety of play styles and strategies is off the charts. Now let's cover what you can find outside of Versus Mode. To be crowned champion, you must win 10 straight matches in Grand Prix. Battle against a variety of fighters with a variety of rules until you come face to face with your last opponent in the final match. The Grand Prix is all the rage in single player or with a friend. Connect your Nintendo Switch to the internet to challenge fellow players in Party Match. You'll play with others in the same lobby. One lobby can support up to 10 systems and up to 2 players per system. So, up to 20 players can get together in a lobby for 2-player, 3-player, or 4-player matches. The Arms League will divide you into groups automatically, so even if you're shy, there's no need to worry. You can enjoy the fight together. Feeling cocky? Well, have I got the online multiplayer mode for you, Ranked Match. In this time-honored Coliseum, only one-on-one battles are allowed. If you win a match, your rank will go up, and if you lose, it will sink along with your pride. Your rep is at stake, so fight like you mean it. Just enter a ranked match and wait until your opponent is selected while playing another mode. Once your rival is selected, the ranked match will begin immediately. Of course, you and your friends can also get together with your Nintendo Switch systems to play in local wireless mode. It's not just a 2-player mode either. You can create a lobby for up to 8 players with 8 systems and play Party Match style. Well, fighting fans, it's almost goodbye. Almost. This just in from Arms League headquarters. Apparently, ARMS will continue to offer free updates with new fighters, stages, and arms, even after the game launches. On behalf of my many bosses, I hope you'll keep playing for a long time. What's that? Something too far in the future to care? Well, for someone like you, I have one more announcement. On these dates, we'll be holding an online demo event called the ARMS Global Test Punch! If you're thinking of joining the fight, please check out Nintendo eShop after this video, which is now. That's it for today. Thanks for watching. See you soon. Hi there, I'm Biff, your trusty Arms League commentator. I hope everyone is as pumped up as I am about the 2017 ARMS Open Invitational coming up at E3. Hey, sweet logo. Nice work, design team. We've got 4 open spots for players to earn their chance to go up against 4 pro gamers. Whoa, easy now. I know you're all excited, but a little heads up next time. We've got Alex Cali Power Valle, Supergirl Kells, Kayane, and Daniel Topikins Lee, all coming to battle it out against you? How's that for a dramatic pause? And speaking of dramatic, the winner will be taking home, words fail me, the 2017 ARMS Open Invitational Championship belt. If anyone needs me, I'll just be in my office here, soaking it all in.
Hello everyone, I'm Ishihara from the Pokemon Company. Today, I'll be delivering the latest news about Pokemon from our offices. As many of you know, Nintendo launched its new system, Nintendo Switch, on March 3rd. You may even be playing some games on your own Nintendo Switch already. And now, finally, we are excited to announce a Pokemon game for the system. Our first title on Nintendo Switch will be the Pokemon fighting game, Pokken Tournament Deluxe. We've prepared a special trailer to showcase the game. Please take a look.
海外で働く兄を訪ねて僕はこの地にやってきた。バックパックには甥っ子たちへのプレゼント。兄に会ったら昔みたいにポケモンバトルだ。
じゃん。おお。でか？でかくなってんだ。
The game is fun. The game is a battle. If it's not fun, why bother? If it's not a battle, where's the fun? It's a test that you pass or a quest that you fail. A race against time. Fun and battle always locked together. But the game is also something else. It's a journey, a passport to new worlds, maybe even an odyssey. A look, a feel, an exploration. Close your focus and open your mind. Yes, the journey requires the right ticket. And that ticket is Nintendo Switch. But in the end, it's not just where you can take your game. It's where your game can take you. So let's go.
Story goes that when the world was young, everyone in Alrest lived on the World Tree, together with our Divine Father, the Architect. They called that paradise Elysium. You're a blade.
As the driver of the Aegis, can you take me to Elysium?
I'm in. Let's go to Elysium. I'll take you there myself. We'll show you. We'll show you what me and Pyra are made of. Take this! Now that you have come this far, there can be no turning back. You and that sword can't be! I'm guessing your goal is Elysium.
He calls Pyra. Her flames hide something deeper.
What's the matter? Are you the Aegis, or aren't you?
I won't use that power, and I won't let you use it either!
If you know what you desire, you will have to show it. Not with words, but with your own strength. Everyone, let's go!
Sometimes you need a hero. A sword swinging, fire wielding, stone cold hero with an insatiable appetite?
Hi everyone, I'm Shinya Takahashi from Nintendo. I hope you've been enjoying the journey with Nintendo Switch so far. When I found out that Nintendo Switch is being accepted by video game fans from all over the world as a home console that could be taken with you anywhere, I felt so relieved. Take Switch outside, come together, and share the experience. This idea was how we hoped people would play with Nintendo Switch. But people are coming up with many creative ways to play, in all kinds of places, in many more ways than we expected. This summer, Nintendo and its third-party partners will release many multiplayer games that can be played anytime, anywhere, and with anyone. We hope there will be many heated competitions that will be ignited by Nintendo Switch. Now, we'll continue our look at even more new game worlds for Nintendo Switch. But before we do, there is one announcement we'd like to share from our very special friend. Please take a look.
Hi everyone. I'm Tsunekazu Ishihara from the Pokemon Company. Just the other day, we announced that Pokken Tournament Deluxe is coming to Nintendo Switch. This is the latest version of the premier Pokemon fighting game. Two people can dive right into battle using two Joy-Con controllers, so you can experience heated Pokemon battles with just one Nintendo Switch console. There are some fresh additions, including new Pokemon, and this deluxe version of the game will be on display at E3 for attendees to play. I have one more announcement. Game Freak has begun developing a core RPG Pokemon title on Nintendo Switch. It may not release for more than a year, but we hope you'll look forward to it all the same. In the meantime, let's enjoy this year's E3.
Ishihara-san, thank you very much. We heard that the Pokemon series is being developed for Nintendo Switch. What kind of Pokemon game will we be able to play on Nintendo Switch? I'm looking forward to it myself. At this year's E3, we're mostly showing games that will be released in 2017. But please know that here at Nintendo, we're working on many forms of entertainment that can only be made possible on Nintendo Switch. We hope you look forward to them as well. Now let's continue on with the journey with Nintendo Switch.
in danger! If she's up there, then...
You two must keep going.
No, I'm coming with you!
I am Marth, the Prince of Altea. We've come here to save you.
Remember that you can rely on your friends. We're with you.
Get it together, you two. If you can't do this, who can?
You fought your way this far. There's nothing you two can't do.
No matter the danger, we can overcome it if we're working together.
All right, let's move out!
Working together, we can finish this!
Hi there, I'm the Legend of Zelda series producer, Eiji Aonuma. You may have already heard about it during Bethesda's showcase that was held a few days ago. It was announced that select Zelda items will appear in the Nintendo Switch version of Skyrim. I'm really looking forward to exploring Skyrim with the Master Sword in hand. Oh, when did this Master Sword get in my hand? Next up, we'll take a look at the DLC packs for The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Let us take you on a new Hyrule adventure. What did you think? I actually have one more announcement that I'd like to share. The 4 champions that appeared in The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild will be available as amiibo. The Zora champion, Mipha. The Goron champion, Daruk. The Rito champion, Rivali. And the Gerudo champion, Urbosa. You'll be able to use these 4 amiibo in The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Of course, you'll be able to use these in the DLC packs that you just saw, so please look forward to them.
This changes the game. Travel the world. Bring people together. Play anywhere with anyone. If video gaming is a journey, then anywhere has to include a stop right here in LA during E3. This is Magic Week, where booths buzz and channels glow, where the game worlds you've heard about suddenly spring into life. And this summer, a new kind of heated competition ignites right on Nintendo Switch. It kicks off later today with the Splatoon 2 World Inkling Invitational, which brings teams from the Americas, Europe, Australia, New Zealand, and Japan to see whose colorful skills are the best. Tomorrow, the Pokken Invitational will be held. You might recognize some of our 8 competitors who'll be duking it out in heated battles. Later on Wednesday, we'll see 8 players throw punches in the fun and competitive game ARMS, which launches later this week. 4 of our players will be pros, and the other 4 will be E3 attendees who rise to the top by battling on the show floor. If you're going to E3, we hope you'll accept the challenge. And no matter where you are, be sure to catch up with Nintendo Treehouse Live at E3 for all the details and news about Nintendo Switch and Nintendo 3DS. But now, there are a few more worlds left to visit on our journey before we land in the booth. Let's go.
Ubisoft is proud to announce its new Rabbids game, Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle, and it will be developed exclusively for the Nintendo Switch. The Rabbids' crazy personalities and unpredictable behavior will shine as they arrive in a reimagined and twisted Mushroom Kingdom. They will surprise you in this tactical adventure filled with combat and exploration. Mario and his friends will join them in an epic quest to put the kingdom back in order. We can't wait for you to play the game on August 29th.
On behalf of everyone here at Psyonix, we're extremely excited to announce that Rocket League is indeed coming to Nintendo Switch. We know that both the Rocket League and Switch communities have wanted it, and now we're going to release it, complete with cross-network support that lets you play against opponents on other platforms.
The Switch version will have all the features and modes we've released thus far, plus exclusives like local wireless multiplayer, Mario and Luigi hats for customizing your car, and new exclusive cars we'll talk about later this year.
Look for Rocket League on Nintendo Switch this holiday.
go off the rails. But you know it's time to raise our sails. It's freedom like you never knew. 20 bags or a pass. Say the word, I'll be there in a flash. You could say my hat is off to you. Oh, we can zoom all the way to the moon. Oh, this great wide wacky world. Jump with me, grab coins with me. Oh yeah. It's time to jump up in the air. Jump up, don't be scared. Jump up and your cares will soar away. And if the dark clouds start to swirl, don't fear a shed a tear, 'cause I'll be your one-up girl. So let's all jump up super high, high up in the sky. There's no power up like dancing. You know that you're my superstar. No one else can take me this far. I'm flipping the switch. Get ready for this song. Let's do the Odyssey. Odyssey, yes, see. 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 Odyssey, Odyssey.
Hey everybody, welcome to Hey everybody, and welcome to Nintendo Treehouse Live at E3 2017. We're back for another year. We've got a lot of great game content to show you, and a lot of special guests swinging by as well. But to get things kicked off, we're going to take another look at Super Mario Odyssey. Just saw the video in the spotlight. It's going to be coming out on October 27th, really soon, and we're going to take a look at some gameplay. I'm Sam from the Treehouse, joined by my colleagues from the Treehouse, Rob, and Scott on the end, and we have some very special guests with us for this segment. We've got the game's producer, Koizumi-san, and the game's director, Motakura-san. Thank you both so much for joining us today.
はい。
今日来ていただきありがとうございました。
はい、楽しみにしてました。
Really looking forward to it.
So I know folks are probably really excited to get into gameplay, but before we jump in, there were a lot of really cool reveals in that video, and I think folks are going to be really interested in all the different directions that you're taking this game. But at the core, there's really kind of a driving philosophy that you've got going. I was wondering if you could tell our viewers a little bit more about that.
このゲームの基本的なコンセプトを説明していただけますか。
まず今ビデオを見ていただいてどうでしたか。何か面白かったところはありますか。
First, could I just ask you, was there anything you saw in there that particularly surprised you or interested you?
I gotta say, the first time I saw that T-Rex, my heart stopped.
The dinosaur was a
It was
big
so
deal.
exciting.
よかったです。今回のマリオはテーマが旅になっていて、別の国に行った時の驚きをすごく強調しています。
So we have a theme of going on a journey in this game, but we're also trying to give the player a lot of surprises, and I think the dinosaur is a really big surprise for most.
マリオシリーズってマリオが持っているその分かりやすさであるとか、可愛らしさであるとか、誰でも分かるような共感というもので今まで作ってきて、今もこれも入ってるんですけども、今回は特に旅の驚きっていうことをすごく盛り込みたいので、驚きというテーマを体験もそうだし、ビジュアルもそうだし、たくさん詰め込んでます。
But we also want to balance that feeling of surprise with some emotional resonance, giving people something that's familiar, that's attractive, that's really cute from the Mario series, and bounce people back and forth between the familiar and the surprising.
でそれを体験するための新しいプレイシステムを作りましたので、それは本倉さんに説明してもらいます。
So we've come up with some play systems to get that across as well. So it's not just a look and feel, but a play experience also. And I'd like to turn to Mr. Motakura to explain that.
今作は帽子を投げて敵や物を操ってとある地球を冒険するっていう物語になっています。
So the kind of overall story of this game is, you're going around, you're throwing your hat, you're taking over different enemies and objects, and you're traveling the world while you do that.
そのパワームーンっていうのがイコール驚きになっていますので、それを帽子を投げたりいろんなものを操って箱庭を探索してもらえたらと思っています。
And we talked about surprise before, but basically the unit of surprise in this game is those power moons. Those always equal a surprise, so you go around, you throw your head at different things, you control enemies, and you find things that are surprising, and that gives you a power moon.
Right on, so let's get into some gameplay. Rob, you're going to take us into New Donk City.
I am. First, I'd like to take a quick look at the Odyssey, for which the game is named. It's the ship that Mario uses to travel the world, and it's powered by these power moons, so you keep needing additional thresholds of them to get onto the next kingdom. And just to show off a little bit of the new moves, obviously there's the hat throw. You can make it stay in place, which is sometimes valuable. It can grab things for you. There's two kinds of coins, which we'll talk about a little later on.
And actually, there in that little dialogue box, we saw Cappy.
Oh, yeah. Cappy is both the red hat that he's wearing and also in his native form, he's a white top hat. And so one other move that's pretty cool is this circular throw. Knocks away everything. But let's get down into the city. And as you saw in the trailer, so there's the capture mechanic lets you take over things. It also lets you do fairly exotic things like turn into electricity, travel through wires. So how did the capture mechanic come about?
キャプチャーという仕様を作ったきっかけは何かありましたでしょうか。
そうですね。今作はものすごくいろんな試作っていうものをしてから作っています。
So when we were making this game, what we started out doing was making just a huge amount of different gameplay prototypes.
このキャプチャーというアクションもそのうちの一つです。
And this capture action was just one of those prototypes.
みんなでアイデアを出し合った中に出てきたんですけども、それをそうですね、2、3日ぐらいで作って遊んでみたらものすごく面白かったので、すぐゲームの中心に入れようと決めました。
So, it was just one of the ideas that came up, but we worked on it for 2 or 3 days, and it just instantly turned into something that was really fun, and we decided, well, okay, this should just be the center of this game.
I love how much it encourages that exploration and experimentation that I think the Mario games along these lines are so known for when you think about Super Mario 64, Super Mario Sunshine. Here we've got so much stuff that just looks interesting, and you're wondering, okay, what will happen if I throw my cap at it? You never really know what's going to happen, so you want to try everything just to see.
何でも試してみたくなる仕様ですね。どういう要素があって。
そうですね。いろんなものに帽子を投げたり、試してもらえたらなと思ってます。
Yeah, I definitely hope people, while they're playing this game, they just throw their hat at everything and try all sorts of different things.
Whoops, that was a mistake. Right now, normally, if you were following the story path of the game, you'd be talking to Mayor Pauline, who wants you to recruit musicians. There's one there. But we're going to ignore that right now because there's lots and lots of things to do beyond following the main story of the game. Like possess rockets and turn into rockets with mustaches.
And why wouldn't you do that if you could? Actually, that's an interesting note there. So you mentioned Mayor Pauline, and I think our sharp-eyed viewers will have noticed that some of the street signs are references to some Donkey Kong characters. We've got some interesting red girders going on here. I wonder, Koizumi-san and Monokura-san, if you can tell us a little bit more about this city. It's got some interesting backstory.
やっぱりポリン市長がいて、ニュードンクシティという名前がついてると、なんかもっと何かこの都市について説明していただけますか。
そうですね。名前もそうですし、ポリンってドンキーコングのキャラクターで何かのゲームに関係がありそうですけど、今日はちょっとあまり詳しく言えないんですけど。
So certainly you can tell that Pauline is from Donkey Kong, and the name New Donk City probably leads you to a couple of hints, but we can't get into too much of it today.
And I like the shirt you're wearing, by the way.
That is a snazzy
Good choice
shirt.
Today.
お楽しみに。
Please look forward to hearing more about that.
I got to take the long way.
Oh, good luck. And this is interesting here where we see, I mean, really throughout New Donk City, and I think throughout the world, we've got these really fun playground elements where you're bouncing on things, you're jumping on things, you're swinging. Can you tell our viewers a little bit more about how you came up with that kind of play mechanic in the game?
ぶら下がったりして、飛び跳ねたりして、いろんな、環境のものになんか反応させられるんですけど、どういうふうにそういうなんか遊び場っぽい雰囲気を出せるようになんか考え方ありますか。
はい。まずその施策っていうのでものすごくいっぱい遊びを作っています。それを配置してステージっていうものを作ります。まず。
So, going back to that prototyping process I was talking about before, we obviously create lots and lots of different ones, lots and lots of different game ideas. And then next what we think about is where to place them within the stage.
そこにそのアートであるとか具体的なものを載せて遊んでみます。
So we put it in the stage, we like combine it with different art assets, like kind of like real things to see what it might actually look like or work in game, and then try playing it.
そうするともっとこうしたいとかいろんな意見が出てくるので、それをさらにそこに上乗せして作っています。
And then, obviously out of that, like different things come up like, oh, maybe we could do this a little bit differently. Maybe this could actually work like this instead. And then we kind of add that to it, and the process just continues from there.
なので先ほどちょっと出たタクシーなんかをジャンプさせるのもスーパーマリオサンシャインでもちょっと似たような仕様があったので、そういうところからちょっとヒントを得ています。
And so, you saw before, we were able to jump on top of the taxi, and that's something that was sort of in Super Mario Sunshine at times. So in that way, we're also getting hints from past games.
Can I quickly interject that so as I mentioned, the goal right now is to recruit these musicians. When I was first playing this game for a feedback report for the development team, I could not figure out how to get to this guy on the top of this building. You can just barely see him. He's a speck right now in that triangular building. And the way I eventually found to do it was to take a really long fall.
I did that too.
And that worked.
Oh, I fell back for his knees.
A bit to my surprise. And I wanted to know, when you saw that report from me, was that a problem to be solved? Was that a cool thing? What was that?
このマリオはNCR の報告書を書いていたときに、こういうふうにトランペットのバンドマンに到着できますよと書いてましたが、それを見てちょっと困っていたんでしょうか。
はい、それは読んだんですけれども、今日ここでプレイするとは思わなかったです。
Yeah, I did read that. I didn't know you were going to be playing that right now.
Troublemaker.
Well, I also know the real way. Or another way.
本当のやり方も分かってます。
でも自分でいろんなプレイの仕方を探してもらえたらと思うんですけども、それもスーパーマリオ64やスーパーマリオサンシャインから続くものだと思います。
But you found your own way to play it, and letting users play around with the game and find their own ways of doing things. That's something that goes way back in 3D Mario, in Super Mario 64 and Super Mario Sunshine as well.
So this is actually one of the two kingdoms that's going to be playable on the show floor. The show floor, of course, isn't open yet, so we don't have folks playing the game at this moment, but I'm really looking forward to talking to folks after they've played it, because I think there's so many different ways to problem solve and find the moons in these kingdoms. I'm not even sure if folks will find everything over the course of the show, but it's going to be interesting to find out how different people approached completing some of these objectives.
But the game encourages so much experimentation because you aren't kicked out of the level every time you find a moon. There is no reason not to investigate every little thing you can see that might be interesting. There's no time limit. There's no disincentive. Just lots and lots of cool stuff. Whoa! Okay.
Yeah, that is a very interesting change that adds, I think, to the immersion in the kingdoms. When you think about Super Mario 64, Super Mario Sunshine, whenever you got whatever the collectible objective was, depending on the game you were playing, you'd get bumped out of the area and you'd have to come back in. But here, since you're not going to get booted out of the kingdom when you collect a Power Moon, there's a lot of encouragement to just go check out that weird thing you saw on the horizon, because you can still continue with whatever your primary objective is. Oh no! But then, keep on tracking and finding moons.
Another reason to explore everything is that there's very little punishment for dying. I just lost 10 coins, and there's lots. So, and I get to try again right away.
Oh, good luck.
It's also worth mentioning that the bullet bills here are coming out with visors on, so they cannot be captured until you knock their hats off, because an enemy with a hat is the scariest thing in this game.
Fashion is very important in this game. You got to be conscious of your headwear. Oh, careful.
Ah. Oh no! Well, apparently this is not my day for this challenge.
That's right. Third time's a charm, right?
Yeah. And if at first you don't succeed, give up on the third attempt.
I'm just looking at the space where we saw other sections of New Dog City, and looking here, I'm just so impressed with the texture work that's been done. And I feel like every time I see a new build of this game, more and more of these textures are just jumping out at me. It's really fun to see in person.
It is a gorgeous game, and we have some other segments later on in the stream that are going to highlight some especially pretty areas.
Oh, you got this.
Yeah.
And while I'm keeping my fingers and toes crossed, yes.
Thank you.
one thing that we haven't mentioned yet that we probably should talk a little bit about is the fact that you're playing with Joy-Con with the wrist straps attached.
Yes.
And that's a really fantastic way to play this game. It, of course, supports Pro Controller and other controller options, but you can do so much with the motion controls, and throwing Cappy feels very intuitive.
Yeah. I'm going to switch to a different section of the game where I show the sand world, which is also playable on the show floor. So give me just a moment here.
No worries. But I do love that as you're experimenting, and I think we'll see folks doing that on the show floor here, so many of your gestures will affect how Cappy moves that while you're holding the Joy-Con with the wrist straps attached, you really want to just try moving your arms in different directions. Like, okay, I'm going to try throwing up, I'm going to throw down, throw out. But I was really impressed by how well that implementation was put into play. Here we are.
Yeah.
Oh, this place is so pretty.
So here we're in the Sand Kingdom, in the town of Tostarena. And they have a problem now because it's all frozen. Everything is cold for reasons, of course, that Mario will eventually solve.
Yeah, actually, if you hang still for a second, we can show his little idle animation when he's
oh,
cold.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
really cute.
Oh, he's cold.
I love the locals here, too.
Yeah, I think he's distracted by the local dancing around, but I think if he's by himself, then he really shivers.
Oh, poor Mario.
Yeah. So let's see here. One thing I did want to show off is, so as we mentioned, there's two kinds of coins in this game. And for I believe the first time in the mainline Mario series, you can actually buy things with your coins. And I wanted to ask the developers how that came up, that currency should be worth currency.
なんでコインで買い物できるようにしたいと思ったんでしょうか。
はい。今回はコインを本当にお金として扱おうと思いました。
So we wanted, coins to be used as coins in this game. Actually, use them as money.
外国に行った時にその国のお金ってすごいなんか印象に残ってないですか？
And I think you'll agree. If you go to a foreign land, one of the things that makes the biggest impression on you is the currency.
これ使えるのとか思ったりしないですか？
You kind of look at it and you think, wait, is this real? Can I use this?
今回はマリオもいろんな国を旅しますので、その国その国のコインというものを用意しています。
And since Mario is going around to all these different kingdoms in this game, we wanted to make sure that there was a currency for each one.
要素はコレクトするコインの要素になっていますので、集めたものでコスチュームを変えたり、お土産を買うことができます。
And they're a collectible item, so you can use them to buy different outfits or buy souvenirs.
Speaking of.
お土産買うの楽しいです。
Yeah, and it's always fun to buy souvenirs, right?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Absolutely.
And speaking of shopping, we are now in Crazy Cap.
So there's two kinds of coins, as we mentioned. The purple ones are unique to the local kingdom. The yellow ones can be used in any shop. I'm going to buy, because the guy at the door said maybe I should. I'm not living up to their dress code. Maybe I should buy some clothes to fit in better. I'm going to buy a local sombrero and poncho. And wait till you see how adorable Mario looks.
Being adorable, I just love the shopkeeper.
Yeah, and their huge stack of hats.
He's so cute.
And you can see some of the souvenirs you can buy there that you can use to decorate the inside of the ship.
Nice.
And now I'm rocking this look. And let's go try that door again. So my capabilities are the same. It's still Cappy, even though he's turned into a different kind of hat now. He can turn into any kind of headwear, apparently. Exotic superpower. And, all right. So I go over and talk to this guy.
Let's see if you meet the expectations now. Ooh, snappy and lively.
Snappy and lively. I think the hat is the one and the poncho is the other. All right. And this is, of course, what the goal I was working toward all this time.
I love all these little moments of surprise where you never really know what's going to happen when you
Why did I want
into
to
these
get in this room?
spaces.
I don't know. I wanted to get in this room so I could play a guitar.
You want to get in because it's locked.
Yeah, exactly. So then we're going to move on to some more traditional 3D Mario gameplay over this direction.
Now that you are terribly well dressed, it's time to go do some exploring.
Yeah. And
And
Bowser's
here's a-
footprints, I must be on the right track. So notice that while using the motion controls, I can actually use the little homing function on the hat more easily. It is possible with the button controls only, but it's much more difficult.
All right, the classic Goomba.
Yeah. And let's just do a big one for that. And yeah.
And that's, I guess, something folks are probably noticing here. So you're not capturing those Goomba. It's not every single enemy that's capturable.
That's true.
You've got to find the special ones.
Yeah.
And a lot of it's having a good eye and just experimenting a lot with your cap.
I think they're a shade bigger, the ones you can capture, but I'm not positive about that. So
Nice.
bullet bills, of course, are useful because you can fly with them. And now I've got to very quickly capture my ride back.
And with bullet bills, you can only capture them for a limited amount of time because at some point they're just going to blow up.
Yeah.
So you have to be a little mindful of what you're doing.
Yeah, you
when
only
you've
get
got
so
a
much
bullet
time
bill.
with the explosive guys. All right, and then almost to one of my favorite bits in this level.
Oh yeah, the next bit you're coming up to just
Yeah.
blew my mind the first time I saw it.
So
in a
this
ROM.
place has these murals that look like they're decorated in this cool old school aesthetic, and I'm just gonna go right on in. And I've still got my costume.
So Koizumi-san and Murokura-san, I think we definitely need to hear a little bit more background about why you added this into the game because it's so cool, but it's so unexpected as well, I think.
なんでこのような 2D の8ビットマリオのところも入れたいと思ったんでしょうか。
3D の部分は気持ちよく探索できるように比較的おおらかに作っています。
So we wanted to make something that would be, sort of a contrast with the 3D stages that you're able to explore very freely in.
2D の部分はもう少し細かく緊張感のある構成になっています。
The 2D spaces are kind of more confined. They're more precise. It's more like kind of sort of traditional platforming elements.
同じステージの中でもそういった違った遊びっていうのを入れたかったです。
But also within the 2D stages, as you can see, we wanted to have a lot of different variety.
もちろん昔からのゲームが好きな人にも楽しんでもらえるビジュアルになっていると思います。
And of course, with the visuals, we're hoping it's something the people who enjoyed kind of those classic nostalgic games also get a kick out of as well.
So one thing I'd love to show off when we're getting out to toward the end of this space is just how much the music changes when we're transitioning back and forth. Because I know we've been chatting, maybe it's hard for some folks to hear what's been going on here, but if we just pop in and out of that warp pipe, it's a pretty impressive transition when the music changes.
But there's no warp pipe up here.
Just start jump off. No.
Yeah.
No,
but you
don't
can
jump
now
off.
see that it's more of a naturalistic instrument. So I'm going to skip ahead and show off the last part of this scenario. Okay, so for that, I will need these. Wrist straps, people. Always wrist straps.
Yes. All set to jump in.
Okay.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning too that we're only covering a tiny bit of what is in this kingdom. There's so much more to do and explore.
There's just a ridiculous amount. All right, so here we are. This is much later in the level. I'm still got my snappy outfit though, and watch these bullet bills transition out of the 2D, and then I'm going to use one to break open this wall.
So another thing that's really handy about the bullet bills as a capture target that you'll see here, when you're trying to target for really precision flying, it's got a little bit of a headlamp.
I'm doomed.
That's okay. But it's got a little bit of a headlamp, so you can kind of use
See
that
where
to
you're
line
pointing,
yourself
yeah.
up.
It's super handy.
That's okay, because we get to see this cute little 2D to 3D transitioning
I
in
love
with the
that.
bills.
It's so cool. All right.
All right, you got this.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
And with the bullet bills, you can also give yourself little speed bursts as well. Shaking the Joy-Con will let you go a little bit further. So it's worth experimenting once you get a feel for the timing of how long a bullet bill will last.
It's kind of like driving a car that doesn't have any brake pedal. You can go faster, you can steer, but that's all you can do. And all right, so up here we're about to confront one of the Brutals, and folks may have seen them in our original teaser trailer for this game. They are an evil wedding planning firm, and I'd love to hear more from the developers about how they came to be and what your favorite Brutal is.
ブライダルズという団体がこのペコンを企画しているグループらしいですけど、なんか一番気に入りの ライダルズは誰かいますか？
そうですね、彼らはクッパに、雇われてクッパの結婚式を成功させようとしています。
So they've, as you kind of said, they've been employed by Bowser. They're in charge of making sure his wedding goes off without a hitch.
なので結構仕事をきっちりするタイプですね。
They're very serious about their work.
Respect that.
Their work ethic is admirable.
なので真ん中にいるちょっと背の低い同じような帽子をかぶったようなキャラクターがいるんですけれども、それがリーダーなので僕はそのトッパーというキャラクターがお気に入りです。
And my favorite is Topper, the kind of shorter one who has that green top hat.
Yeah, guy in green.
Yeah, Topper.
How about you, Kozumi-san? Do you have a favorite?
小泉さんもなんかキリンのカラー。あ、そうですね。ちょうど今出てるのがハリエットっていうその可愛いウサギさんの、キャラクターなんですけども、なんか可愛い香りしてるのに結構凶暴なんで、そのコントラストがすごい面白いなと思ってます。
This is really good timing because the character I like the most is the one you're fighting right now, Harriet. She has this great contrast between her cute appearance and like how devilish she is. She's sort of like the tricky little sister of the group here.
Her attacks are really fun to watch as well, especially when she starts flying around.
And it's worth mentioning, you fight each of the Brutals a few times, but their tactics get more and more intense and dangerous.
But I'll be honest, having planned a wedding last year, I would take the help of evil wedding planner.
Yeah, I mean, any evil help is better than no help.
And they're very dedicated to their work.
And they're willing to fight your enemies for you, and that's pretty great.
Oh, nice.
There we go.
Nicely done.
Thank you.
ああ、かわいそう。
Sorry, Harriet.
Now she'll be back. All right, so that's a grand moon worth 3 power moons.
And there we see Cappy in his natural state as well.
There he is, celebrating with Mario.
Nice.
All right, so that's what we have for gameplay for right now. But we
Yeah,
did
we
have
can't
one
show too
more
much
little
else.
feature, I believe.
Yes, we've got some new goodies that have turned up here on stage with us. So these are the amiibo for the game. We've got Princess Peach, Bowser, and Mario in their wedding outfits. And I just need to ask you guys about the development process for these because the detail of the sculpting is incredible. It must have been a very interesting process getting these to the state they're in here.
このアミーバはすごいなんか細かい作り方になっているようですので、それについてちょっと説明していただけますか。
はい、ヒロインであるピーチ姫をより可愛く魅力的に作っています。
So first of all, we've got our heroine Peach, and we wanted to make sure that she just looked, absolutely stunning.
あとクッパとマリオもそのお相手であることに十分なビジュアルとしてデザインしています。
And then from there, we have Mario and Bowser as well, and we had to make sure that, in terms of visuals, they weren't going to lose out.
They got to keep up.
Yeah, they got to keep up. Yeah.
あとこのポージングっていうのも今回のテーマに合わせて物語性を持たせているのが特徴になっています。
And another characteristic of these is that the posing is very kind of directly linked with the story and what's going to be happening in the game.
Yeah, Mario's got kind of a humble bow thing going, and Bowser's kind of looking like, I own the world.
And I think Bowser looks pretty dapper here, though.
Yeah.
But it is really amazing. And I don't know how close we can get the camera here. We got a better look here, but in person, the texture, where some of them have almost like a pearlized kind of texture, and there's a lot of subtlety with the different kinds of fabric. You can really see a lot of nuance for these amiibo. I'm really looking forward to people seeing them in person.
Yeah, they're gorgeous.
And I wonder, at this point, is there anything you'd like to share about the functionality of amiibo for our viewers?
そしてアミーボの機能性について何か説明していただけますか。
ですね。アミーボはコスチュームを手に入れることができたり、あとはゲームの中でのお助け機能として活用することができます。
So you'll be able to use the amiibo to get different costumes within the game, and then they'll also have kind of an assist function.
And we do have existing amiibo that are supported as well. I think we'll be talking more about that at a later point. But I think that's all we're allowed to show for right now, unfortunately.
Right now. We'll be showing more of this game later on
Yes,
in
we'll
the
definitely
stream,
do that.
of course.
But Motokura-san and Koizumi-san, thank you again so much for joining us here and sharing some of the insight about the development process of the game.
今日来ていただきありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much.
And folks who are watching, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to be back in a few seconds here with our next segment, so please don't go anywhere.
Here we go, off the rails. Don't you know it's time to raise our sails? It's freedom like you never knew. Don't need bags or a pass. Say the word, I'll be there in a flash. You could say my hat is off for you. Oh, we can zoom all the way to the moon from this great wide wacky world. Jump with me, grab coins with me, oh yeah. It's time to jump up in the air. Jump up, don't be scared. Jump up and your cares will soar away. And if the dark clouds start to swirl, don't feel enchanted, 'cause I'll be your one-up girl. So let's all jump up super high, high up in the sky. There's no power up like dancing. You know that you're my superstar, so no one else can take me this far. I'm flipping the switch, get ready for this, so let's do the Odyssey. Odyssey, yes, see. 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 Odyssey, Odyssey. Spin the wheel, take a chance. Every journey starts a new romance. A new world's calling out to you. Take a turn off the path. Find a new addition to the cast. You know that any captain needs a crew. Take it in stride as you move side to side. They're just different points of view. Jump with me, grab coins with me, oh yeah. Come on and jump up in the air. Jump without a care. Jump up 'cause you know that I'll be there. And if you find you're short on joy, don't break us, don't forget that you're still a one-up boy. So go on, straighten up your cap. Let your toes begin to tap. This rhythm is a power tune. Don't forget you're the superstar. No one else can
Hey everybody, welcome back to Nintendo Treehouse Live at E3. I'm Sam from the Treehouse, and for this segment I'm joined by my colleagues Reggie and Teresa. So Reggie, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling great. The spotlight was, as I said, direct, to the point. The reaction by the fans has been fantastic. I mean, certainly Super Mario Odyssey and what we showed from that. The little snippet of Metroid Prime 4 had the fans just tremendously excited. And, you know, it continues our overall message of how we approach E3 and what it is that we're trying to do. For us, it's all about showcasing content, typically content that's near in. So obviously we showed a little bit of ARMS, a little bit of Splatoon 2, Xenoblade Chronicles 2 coming later on this year. And then we also showed a couple little snippets of things that are coming a little bit further along. But so far the reaction has been fantastic, and it just continues, right? And that's why we're here on Treehouse Live, a little bit more in-depth view of the games, and so far so good.
Right on. I know we're kind of in the calm before the storm right now. The floor still isn't open, so we can actually still see the carpet. It hasn't been packed with people yet. You've had a chance to do some exploring around the booth. What do you think of New Dog City come to life here at E3?
You know, the booth is fantastic. The team that we have that works on the booth design and the look and the feel, both from an NOA perspective as well as with the headquarter team at NCL, every year they are outdoing themselves. Last year it was the takeover with Breath of the Wild. This year it's all about New Donk City and creating an environment for consumers to really go deep into the game. About half of the booth is all about Super Mario Odyssey. The other half we're showcasing all of our other content, including third-party content. We're showing FIFA 18 out on the floor. So it's a great booth, and as you say, this is the calm before the storm. Just as I was coming in earlier, there are already thousands of people out there just waiting to come in. And typically when the doors open, it's like the running of the bulls and they all come crashing into our booth. So it's going to be fantastic.
Nice. I remember last year we were down on the ground floor and you could actually feel the rumble in the ground when people started coming in.
That's right.
It's going to be fun.
It's going to be exciting. But again, you know, for us, the spotlight was a focus on Nintendo Switch games. What people don't understand is that as we construct our overall presence at E3, we're very thoughtful around what's the best way to show content. And so Nintendo 3DS is going to play a key role here on Treehouse Live. We've got content that we'll be showing today. We've got content that we'll be showing really throughout the 3 days that we're here. And it's important that the fans at home and our consumers understand that Nintendo 3DS is still a vibrant part of our business. Obviously with Pokemon Ultra Sun, Pokemon Ultra Moon that was announced last week, that's going to be a fantastic holiday driver for us. We've got other great games coming, and you know, what people don't realize is that Nintendo 3DS was the only platform that grew last year in 2016 versus 2015. The only one.
That's pretty impressive.
And we've sold 66 million globally of Nintendo 3DS. Again, more than any other platform in this generation. People don't know that. I've got my handy-dandy new 2DS XL, and obviously in continuing to showcase new hardware. You know, for us, it's all about continuing to drive that momentum.
It's nice that the family keeps growing. And now we've got this adorable little member to add to it as well.
It is
Exactly.
really pretty.
It is really pretty, and it really showcases great. I'm playing Miitopia, right? One of the fun things about my job is I get to play the games early. I'm playing Miitopia. I've got Mii's of Mr. Aonuma, Mr. Miyamoto, Mr. Koizumi is in there. And of course, I had to have Bill as the Dark Lord, right? So I'm really enjoying it on my my new 2DS XL, and it's fantastic.
It's pretty sweet when you can play games and you're like, it's work.
Yeah,
I'm doing this because I have to do this.
Well, you know, so a funny story is I'm playing Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild and putting in a lot of hours in that. I've got my family saying, so, you know, you're doing this just for E3, right? You're doing this because you have to be able to show off and tell people you finished the game, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
and it's like, no, I'm doing it because I enjoy it and I want to do it. And so it's fantastic.
I don't know, using the work excuse might be a good way to get out of chores. You're like, sorry, honey, I have to do this. I have to keep playing this
no,
game.
it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. It means I have to play early in the morning or late at night. So,
But
and actually thinking of other things that we've got going on in the booth here and just over the course of E3, we probably should touch a little bit on the tournament activity we've going on, because right below us there's a pretty boss stage that has been constructed.
Well, absolutely. And again, the tournament activity is a key part of what we're doing here at E3. 3 different tournaments, starting off with Splatoon 2 later on today. Then we've got Pokken Tournament DX. We've got ARMS. Hopefully everyone saw how I humiliated Jeff Keighley playing ARMS on his show. But that game is going to really show well, I think, from the tournament scene standpoint. And for us, supporting the tournament community and really driving that part of our engagement with our fans is really important to us. So we're very excited to see how the three tournaments play here at E3.
Yeah, I think it's been really fun watching people play ARMS, and especially watching high-level competitive players get into the real meat on the bones of that game. And there's such a level of nuance to the strategy and the actual technical ability that I've watched a few folks where they're maybe pro Smash players or pro players for another series, so they really are used to getting into the nitty-gritty and into the weeds of the mechanics, and you'll just see their eyes light up as they start playing ARMS. It's, oh, I'm getting this.
Well,
this has got some interesting depth and flexibility to it. And I mean, even within the office, watching who's been picking which character as their mains and how we're gradually sort of growing as players as we're duking it out against one another. But it's been a real fun ride.
It's going to be exciting. I'm really excited to see how the players we have showcase that game, how they showcase Pokken Tournament as well. I saw a little bit of the pre-gaming going on, and that's going to be fantastic. So it's going to be very exciting for us.
So what else are you thinking as far as some must-see titles that we got going on here? Because we've got a lot to cover.
Well, we've got a lot. I mean, again, everything that we have on the floor here is showcasing and showing off fantastically well. I'm pleased to see the third-party support. We've got Rabbids on our show floor. Ubisoft obviously has that game in their area. That is really fun. I've been able to get my hands on that game. That is really fun to play. So it's going to be very exciting. We've got Fire Emblem Warriors here on our booth. That game is showcasing well. Really, everything we have shows so well, and I'm really thrilled to see what we're doing with third party as well.
And if we can jump to this, I think on this subject of cool titles, you've actually got something. A surprise for us, maybe?
I have a nice little surprise, right? And I said when I was with Keighley that literally within the first hour of Treehouse Live, we would be breaking news. And that is what Treehouse Live is going to be doing all through the next 3 days. So we have some news. We have a world premiere of a new game. This is a Nintendo 3DS game that'll be launching later on this year. We're going to play for you the video for this new game, and then Teresa's going to demo it, and we've got the developers who are going to come talk about it as well. World premiere game announcement on Nintendo 3DS just for you.
Well, surprise.
Yes, I am so excited to actually talk about this game.
Yes, so welcome back, everyone, to Nintendo Treehouse Live at E3. I'm Audrey. I'm here with Teresa and Tim, and we have two very special guests with us. We have Sakamoto-san, the legendary creator of the Metroid series, as well as Jose from Mercury Steam. So thank you so much for joining us today. And as we just saw, we're going to take a look at Metroid: Samus Returns.
That's
so
right.
you've waited long enough. Let's jump right into it.
Yeah, let's jump right in to the start. So for the people at home that aren't familiar with the Metroid franchise, this is Nintendo's premier exploration-based sci-fi action game. It features Samus Aran, who's a renowned bounty hunter, and she's been sent by the Galactic Federation to planet SR388 to investigate and annihilate the Metroids.
She's the best at what she does.
Oh yeah, she's super cool. And this is actually a reimagination of the original Game Boy Classic that was released in 1991, Metroid 2: Return of Samus. And this game is it's beautiful. It's
a little bit shinier than the Game Boy version.
Yes, it is. And this game is still about discovery and exploration. You know, there's intense boss battles, and there's so many pathways to discover, and you can take your time through it.
And this is classic 2D Metroid to a T. It's got the isolation, the exploration, and of course Samus just generally being amazing.
Yeah, and the great thing about this being on the 3DS is that there's so much detail in the background, and it's really heightened with the 3D feature on. And you can't see it at home right now, but it does feel really, really good.
Yeah, it sounds cheesy, but it adds a lot of depth to the experience.
Yeah. Oh, and something I want to actually show here on the show floor. So in the past, Samus was able to aim at 45-degree angles, but now she has this whole range of motion, which really allows for precision here.
It's really nice because especially as you get further into the game, there are enemies all over the place, so having the freedom to shoot anywhere you like is incredible.
Yeah. So the free aim... Oh, thank you. So the free aim here is also really cool here, where when I'm actually moving it, and I actually have an enemy on sight and target, the audio cue will change, and also that it will highlight in red. So again, it allows for a little bit more precision here.
Yeah, it's still up to you to aim precisely, but that nice visual indicator is just very helpful.
Yeah, and Samus here has her very basic abilities, and so as I keep exploring and seeing new environments, I'll hopefully gather new abilities to upgrade my suit. So this is another new ability that Samus has in this game, and it's a melee counter. And if I time it appropriately and immediately shoot, I do a critical hit on the enemy. But in the circumstance that I don't immediately shoot, I have some time to actually just shoot from afar and give myself a little bit more leeway to not get hit.
The melee counter is a new ability, as you mentioned, and it's really great because this game gets challenging.
Oh yeah.
It's very, very difficult. And since we have Sakamoto-san here, while we're speaking about challenges, perhaps you could tell us a little bit about some of the challenges you encountered while developing this game.
このタイトルを開発中に出くわしたチャレンジや課題は何だったのでしょうか。
はい。メトロイドに限ったことじゃないんですけれども、ある程度確立されたゲームデザインのゲームに今までやったことのない新しい要素を加えるというのはとても難しいことなんですね。
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know if you qualify it as a big challenge, but something that we face whenever we're working on something like this with an established style of gameplay. It's adding, what sort of new elements can we add to something that again is established and has had some success in the past.
特に今までのシリーズファンの方々が満足していただけて、それでいて刺激的というものを追加するのは非常に難易度が高いって思っていました。
Yes, I mean, I really felt that it would be difficult, or could be difficult, to bring in new elements that would add a lot of excitement and at the same time make the fans of the franchise, happy and satisfied.
でも今回のサムスリターズではうまくいきました。
But I think this time with Samus Returns, I think we've done a really good job.
なぜかというと、私は非常に素晴らしいパートナーに巡り会えたからですね。
And why is that? It's because we found this really amazing partner to work with.
マーキュリー・スティームさんです。
And that's Mercury Steam.
星さんありがとう。
Thank you very much, Jose.
Thanks to you.
Yes, thanks to both of you. And as we were speaking, you actually got Samus's legendary Morph Ball ability.
I did, and this is very, very handy to get, as you can see, through certain tunnels here. Here's a save station, which I don't quite need right now. So I'm going to keep on going and exploring this area. And here, this is a pretty bleak area from where I just was. And you'll see this gate here.
And this is a little different from the original game.
Yeah, it definitely is. And for people that haven't played the Metroid 2 in the past, this purple liquid is actually very painful. And I'll just kind of...
Yeah, don't... Oh,
yep.
She did it.
Yep.
Ow.
Yeah, so I can't really go down there, and I want to, and I can't really interact with this right now, so I'm going to keep on moving forward and see...
And that's the nature of this game, is you'll come across areas that you just can't survive in yet, you just can't get past, and you'll have to acquire new tools and abilities to be able to keep exploring and keep pushing forward.
Exactly. So since I couldn't go through the door, I went up and around it. So I'm going to keep on moving forward, and this is also a brand new feature to the Metroid franchise. These are Aeon abilities. Aeon is a very mystical and powerful energy source, and they actually give abilities to Samus that are very different from the technical upgrades that she gets for her suit. So this one that I just gathered is called the Scan Pulse. And what it does is that... I should remind people that the Aeon abilities are actually not... They're limited. You can't just spam them whenever you want to. And so they'll have their own energy, and you'll have to gather... power-ups for them, and also more energy in order to refill that tank. So
this
just to
first
showcase,
one is Scan Pulse.
Yeah. So to showcase the Scan Pulse, if you see the bottom screen, the map usually kind of explores once you start moving. But if I use the Scan Pulse, it'll actually open up this quadrant of map already for me. And also on the upper screen, it'll show these blocks that I can easily break. So now I know that, there was an actual hidden path there. So.
And normally, you would just have to shoot everywhere to try and find breakable blocks. And you can still do it that way if you want to. But if you have the Aeon to pull it off, the Scan Pulse is also very, very helpful.
Yeah, keep in mind, though, that not everything can be easily broken with your laser. So, that's kind of some ammo that you'd have to waste. And it's nice to actually have the Aeon ability to strategize about, which one am I going to use? Am I going to use my ammo, or am I going to use the Aeon ability in order to keep on discovering and exploring?
Absolutely. And, throughout her long career, Samus has had a lot of unique abilities at her disposal. And as we've seen already, this game adds even more. So, Jose, perhaps you could tell us a little bit about the process you guys went through of adding new abilities like the melee counter or the Aeon abilities.
Yes, well, from the beginning, Sakamoto-san wanted Mercury's team to challenge ourselves to bring new ideas to the series. So we were given freedom to prototype a lot of different ideas and mechanics and see which ones would better fit within the Metroid universe. And once these ideas and mechanics were discovered, it was just a matter of iterating and polishing the design.
Oh, wonderful. They really add a lot to the experience, so good work.
Yes, they do. So here's an energy station, and I'm a little bit low, so I'm just going to take that.
You always want to take advantage of those energy stations. Every little bit of health matters.
Yeah, for sure. You'll notice that a beeping started. That's actually my Metroid detector, and it's telling me that there is a Metroid nearby. Again, for people that don't really know what Metroids are, they're an alien species that they're pretty dangerous. And they suck up the life form of any alien species in order to survive.
Yeah, you don't want to hug a Metroid necessarily.
Yeah, exactly. Another thing I want to showcase here is actually the mapping system that this game has. So now that, in case I'm not able to go through a door because I don't have the ability to unlock it.
Which happens a lot.
Yes. I have these pins now that I can just drop it onto the map, and then that'll kind of be my note for myself that, I want to revisit this later once I grab an ability, and maybe I can try it later.
And as you mentioned, this game is so much about exploration and going back and trying to find every square inch of the map to find all of the many hidden secrets. So this pin system is actually very, very useful.
Yeah. Oh, I'm getting close, but I'm going to go investigate this area.
Your Metroid senses are still tingling, so keep searching.
He's getting closer because the beeping is getting a little bit more insistent.
Oh, nice. Found a hidden missile tank.
Yeah, but see, there was an example where I kind of knew already that this pass was there, but the scan pulse would have been very useful right there to kind of show those blocks. Here's another save station. So, see, there we go. Scan pulse told me that that block is breakable, but I can't shoot it. So I'm gonna try a missile instead. It's open.
And that's a good point. If you ever run into an area you can't progress past, use all of your weapons and abilities. Oh, it's a little friend. Hi, friend.
That was a Metroid, but we're actually not fighting him. We're actually fighting its first evolution. And this is known the Alpha Metroid.
He looks twice as friendly as a regular Metroid.
So if I time it correctly, I can actually melee counter him, and it gives me an advantage to actually hit him for more damage. You'll also see that he'll drop these little sparks. If I actually hit those sparks, I'll get more ammo replenishment. So in case I end up using all of my missiles, I could always go around him and try to shoot those in order to get more missiles.
Nice melee countering. And I'll say, I don't know how well the home audience can hear this, but the sound effects in this game are incredible. The music, the atmospheric sounds are just really great. So Sakamoto-san, perhaps you could tell us a little bit about what went into the development of the soundtrack for this game.
サウンドトレや SC に関しての、その開発、その制作した感じ、および受けた影響などについて話していただけますでしょうか。
はい。今回のサムスリターンズでは、スーパーメトロイドの時のゲームサウンドのコンポーザーが2人参加しています。
Well, we have two of the composers who worked on Super Metroid on the team for Samus Returns.
彼らはもうそれ以降のメトロイドシリーズの音楽をずっと担当してますので、もう僕が何も言わなくてももうこうしてほしいという音楽をどんどん提供してくれるんでも
And you know, and they've worked on pretty much every Metroid title since that time, doing music for us. And so I really don't have to say anything. They just go do what they do, and what they do is create great music.
Excellent. We'll lock them up. Don't ever let them go.
Whoops.
So you made quick work of that Alpha Metroid. Good work.
I did. So I'm actually going to go return to that gate that I couldn't get to before and see what happens now. So I make my way there. So in the original Metroid 2, whenever you defeated a certain prerequisite number of Metroids, the ground would rumble and then you would know that you would be able to proceed to the next area. So now in this game, you have these gates, and if you press on it and you enter the Metroid DNA that you had just gathered from the Metroid you just killed, it will enter into this gate, unlock, reduce this hazardous liquid that was killing me before, and now I'm able to get to the next area.
It's really cool having this really visual cue of your progress in the game as well.
Yeah. So now I'm going to go to a later area in the game.
And we've gotten a glimpse of it a little bit, but the 3DS hardware really goes a long way in bringing this world to life. It helps communicate the isolation of Samus being stuck on this alien planet. So Sakamoto-san, could you speak a little to how you used the 3DS tech to bring this world to life and really reimagine it?
3DS 技術が没入感、雰囲気、それ上にこの未知の惑星サムスの一人の孤独感をより高めていると思いますが、3DS 用にどういうふうにその技術を使って、この世界を、創造し直されたのでしょうか。
はい、確かにおっしゃる通り、今回のというか、サムスのこのゲームですね、ここでは3D の立体視というものが非常に効果的だと思います。例えばじゃあ技術面でホセさん何かありますか？
So yeah, I mean, I do think that with this title, of course, with Samus, the 3D, the glasses-free 3D, the 3D effects are put to great use. It really does help build the world that we're exploring. But I'd like to go ahead and ask Jose to talk a little bit about some of the more technical aspects.
Yes, it was very clear to us from the beginning that if we wanted to convey to the player the greatness of the inner depths of the planet and the past glory of the Joseon civilization, we had to provide a big sense of scale thanks to the depth given by the 3DS capabilities. So we wanted to reflect this from early on in the development process, this scale, through the first initial concept arts.
Thank you so much. Oh, and you've gotten yourself in trouble, Teresa.
I always do. I ran into his room and he didn't like me being here.
Oh, you woke him up from a nap. Don't do that.
But I'm stuck here until he gives me leave.
And now's not the time to play with it necessarily, but I wanted to point out that you also got your spider ball upgrade.
That's right, and
really handy.
I also got bombs here. So these are actually very handy for taking him out. Oh my gosh.
So while you play with your new friend, this is obviously an enemy from the original game, and that brings to mind the fact that all of the enemies have actually been redesigned for this version. So, Jose, perhaps you could tell us a little bit about what the process was for redesigning the enemies from the original game.
Yes, we wanted to respect the visual design of the regular enemies as much as possible, but we had to adapt their attacks, movements, and behaviors so they could fit with our new gameplay, and without making them lose much of their original feel in the process. And as for the Metroids, they were the stars of the show, along with Samus in the original game, and this we wanted also to be the same in our game. And they suffer a massive overhaul from the visuals of the original game and in their gameplay mechanics. And also we wanted to clearly show the transition in their life form from one Metroid to another. And this is something that is very clearly reflected in the movements, behaviors, and attacks.
Thank you. And good work, Teresa.
Oh, thank you. So I could actually take the spider ball, and the spider ball is actually an ability here that's very, very unique to Metroid 2. But I'm actually going to do a very hard technique that I am not doing very good right now. I swear I practiced this.
The bomb jump.
Oh no. All right, last
Metroid
try.
fans have spent hours trying to get to the craziest places using bomb jump.
Oh no.
But as you're trying to work your way around this map, that also brings me to the point that a lot of the maps have been redesigned for the new system. So, Jose, can you speak a little to the process of redesigning the maps as well?
Yes, we wanted to respect as much as possible the original layout of the original game because it has such a distinct structure within the Metroid series. And well, we wanted to add a lot of new series of new things because we wanted it to be felt also new. And we added lots of sections different from the original game because we wanted to accommodate all of our gameplay needs. And also we wanted the game to be more, the exploration to be more dynamic and diverse than in the original game, introducing some classic abilities from other games in the series but that were not present in the original game. And also we added some new, of course, special abilities that are unique to this title. So the combination of both made us realize some very interesting situations regarding level design for players to actively figure out their way forward in new ways.
Thank you.
Actually, before I take this elevator, I want to show this. This is also a new feature to Metroid Samus Returns, and it's a teleport station. This actually helps a lot with the mobility of the game, where instead of backtracking all the way through previous areas, you can actually use the teleport to quickly jump into a new area. And this actually really helps when you're trying to gather some items that you weren't able to in the past or explore new pathways that you weren't able to before. I'm not going to take it right now. I'm actually going to go back and take this elevator to a new area.
But you're right, it's such a huge addition to the game, being able to more quickly get to the areas you've already been to and find all those juicy secrets you weren't able to get at before.
Well, because like gathering all these items, it actually rewards you in the end because it does get more difficult
really
as
hard.
you further get into the planet, and the baddies do get really hard. So you definitely want to get all those upgrades and the items, and it rewards you. But you can also choose not to if you want a challenge. So I've visited previous lava rooms before, so I know that this red door looks a little bit dangerous, but I'm going to go in anyway just to show.
You're a rebel.
Yeah, it hurts. Yeah, I don't want that. Okay. So I'm gonna actually use the scan pulse because I see there's something up there, and I'm pretty sure there's a pathway. But just to make sure, yeah.
While you have the Aeon energy, might as well.
There you go.
Excellent.
So we're gonna go up here.
I love how if you had just shot up above you, it would have looked like there wasn't anything to break. So
Yeah.
it's actually good that you used your scan pulse right there.
Yeah, I have gotten lost more than once. Here's another suit upgrade.
Oh, I love this.
This does feel really good.
This animation
Really
feels
epic.
nice. And I love how vibrant the colors are. It's just, this world is so Metroid, so beautifully
Yeah.
Metroid.
And it's just, again, it's really cool when the 3D feature is on because you get to see all the stuff that's happened in the background. But yeah, so I'm gonna go in here.
You know, Samus has her classic suit.
Yeah, her various suit. So I can't go here, so let's try going back to the way we came from. Whoop.
Oh,
that was close.
That was close.
That was very close. I like to play it dangerously.
And now you can survive the very,
Yes.
very hot
So
lava.
we're gonna explore this room now. And we could always go back and explore other lava rooms to see what we missed.
I have to point out that this is all one planet, this is all SR388, but look how different the environments are. It's a big planet.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
a lot of different areas and,
there's
a lot of variety.
so much variety, yeah. And every area is just so colorful and unique on its own. So here I'm going to show a new Aeon ability called Lightning Armor. And what it does, it gives this green glow to Samus, but also overcharges my melee and lets me go through enemies without taking much damage. But it does take away from my Aeon pool. And so I want to actually save it in case I need it later.
Yeah, every time you get hit, it actually makes your Aeon gauge go down. So you
That's
can't
right.
just run foolishly through a group of enemies unless you want to feel a lot of pain.
Yeah, so here's another door that I'm unfortunately not able to get in through. So I'm going to do another pin here. But I'm also going to show here, there's this information screen that will actually see, it will show different items that are shown in the map. And if you're not quite sure what that icon means, it will actually tell you here. And it will actually unlock too once you've discovered it and you know how to interact with it. So definitely keep an eye on these because these are actually really informative.
It'll help you remember what you already know.
Yeah.
And we've already seen a few new Chozo artifacts, but that brings me to the question, Sakamoto-san, can you tell us a little bit about the decision to integrate more Chozo artifacts into this version of the game?
他のメトロイドゲームに比べて、この作品は、より多く彫像の作り出したものがあると思いますが、その背景について教えていただけますか。
はい、このゲームの舞台になっている SR388 という惑星は彫像文明が栄えて、そして滅んでしまったという、そういう非常に謎を秘めた舞台なんですね。
So, you know, this game is set on SR388, and it's a planet that was home to the Chozo civilization at one point, and so it saw the Chozo flourish, and it also saw them crumble. So this whole area has this historical background of being a place just sort of filled with lots of riddles.
なので彫像文明の遺跡であるとか、そういったものがたくさん、はい、あるわけですね。
So that's why you see all of these, again, Chozo ruins that you mentioned throughout the game.
サムスリターンズを遊んでいただくと、その文明の謎がある程度わかるんじゃないかなと思って。
And I think if you get a chance to play Samus Returns, you might find some of the answers to the riddles that the Chozo civilization left behind.
What a tease he is.
さらに謎が深まるんじゃないかなと。
But it is possible that there may be some new and more intriguing riddles introduced through the game as well.
Oh, fine. I guess everyone's just going to have to wait and see.
ネタバレしないようにね、はい、自分で皆さん頑張ってプレイしてもらいたいですね。
And Teresa, you've gotten yourself into trouble again.
I did. So this is the second evolution of the Metroid species. This is the Gamma. I was able to do a counter melee on him finally as he came up close to me. But I'm also going to use Ice Beam because it seems to be really weak to his nucleus. So I'm just going to keep on attacking him. But yeah, he's got a dynamic set of moves. He's swooping down on me. He's throwing electricity on me.
But that's a good point. If you're ever fighting an enemy or a boss and your weapon of choice doesn't seem to be making a big dent, try one of your other weapons or abilities, because
That's right.
they might be a little more successful.
And since I'm a little bit low on health, I'm gonna feel safer if I put on my lightning armor. So I'm just gonna go here. Oh, come on, buddy.
You've made him mad.
Yeah, he is not happy with me.
I'm just gonna throw this out there. Those spider legs are really creepy.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of spiders, so yeah, this guy creeps me out.
Oh, he's turned red though, so you're doing well.
Yes,
Almost there.
I should be almost there.
And that's another kind of visual indicator to show you that you're getting closer to making mincemeat of this guy.
Yeah, and there's all those audio cues too for when's the right time to oh boy.
Oh.
When's the right time to melee him? So it only happens when he goes down on the ground. But yes, I was able to successfully kill him.
Good work.
All right. Well, with that, I actually want to show another later area in the game because I think it'd be really cool to show the fans. So.
Excellent. Let's do it. So while you switch to your other save file, Sakamoto-san and Jose, we were hoping you could tell us a little bit about how you went about balancing this game, because there's obviously a lot of abilities, and it must have been difficult to balance making them feel useful to players without taking away from the challenge.
やはり新しい要素をゲームに追加するとそのバランス取るのが大変難しいと思います。やはりまあ十分な能力は提供したいけれども簡単になりすぎたら困るし、どうやってそのバランスを取ったのでしょうか。
はい。そうですね。やっぱり強力な武器っていうのは使うと爽快ですし、まあお客さんも使いたいでしょうし、我々もどんどん使っていただけというのはあります。
Well, of course, it feels great. It's exhilarating to use these really powerful and dynamic abilities, and players want to use them, and we want them to use them, of course.
ただそれをやたら使ってしまうとゲームがすごく簡単になりすぎたりとか、あと新鮮味が失われたり、緊張感が失われていったりして、どんどん刺激がなくなっていって価値が下がってしまうという懸念があるわけです。
But one of the things we have to be careful of is if we overuse them, if we make them too powerful, it reduces some of the tension that you feel in the game, and it sort of has the counter effect of actually reducing the excitement and sort of again that thrill that we want players to feel. So again, it's a really delicate balance.
サムスリターンズでいうとビームバーストっていうその連射ができる機能があって、これが一番その例に今打ちましたね。これのバランスと非常に難しくて、やはり消費量であるとかその効果であるとかその供給量、このバランスをうまく整えるのに非常にチューニングを繰り返しまして、マーキュリースティームさんにもいろいろとご迷惑かけたんじゃないかなと思います。
Well, yeah, and I think a good example of some of the difficulty in that fine tuning is what we just saw on screen. It's just this beam burst. And what's difficult again about finding that balance is you have to measure the effect of the weapon, and you also have to take into consideration the amount of energy uses and the supply of energy that's available to you, and trying to come up with again a balance that works throughout the game and keeps all of those factors in mind. It can be quite challenging. I think we put quite a load on Mercury's team and having them do that, but I think they did a remarkably good job.
Yes, I completely agree with Sakamoto-san's words. It was difficult to balance the new abilities, not only because they can be used alone, but only because they can be used in combination between them, and also they can be combined with the classic abilities too. So at the end, it was pretty tough, but we, however, are very confident that we finally found the best possible balance for all players to fully enjoy them.
I think you achieved a great balance, and trust me, it's still difficult.
Alright, so my Metroid detector went off again. And this is the Gamma Husk, so I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be facing him.
Maybe it's something cuddlier. Oh, hey, little guy.
Or maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not.
So this is the next evolution. This is the Zeta, and he's pretty gnarly. I'm not a big fan of him. And as Sakamoto-san was saying that about the beam burst, I actually wanted to showcase this other Aeon ability because it is so it's so cool and it feels really powerful. Oh, and I missed my moment to the melee counter.
He does so much damage too.
He does. But I'm going to use a combination of abilities here, from missile to grapple to beam burst.
You really have to be on your game with this guy because he switches up his patterns a lot.
Oh, he does.
He's hard to predict.
And he's hard to predict, and he totally aims for me too. Like he's got me down.
Nice. That's just a beautiful melee counter too. I love how it slows down time and it has that really cinematic presentation.
Yes, it feels so epic and actiony, and I absolutely love it. And this is my least favorite move. This one gets me every time. Oh god. Oh.
And now you died on purpose so that we could
Yes,
see
I
Zero
did.
Suit Samus.
She looks
Hi.
so elegant there.
Beautiful, yes. So thank you.
You're welcome. I aim to please.
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna try this again.
Yes, you can do this. We all believe in you.
I'm gonna skip the cutscene because I can. I'm gonna get right into that. All right.
Nice melee counter right off the top.
Oh, he was nice enough to give it to me, so I'll take it.
Yes.
Oh no. Get to the other side, so I got a good shot of the nucleus. Ah.
You know, he's not invited to your birthday party anymore.
No.
He ruined it.
I like green, but not in my face. No.
Oh. And as we're showcasing here, the new abilities, your beam burst there, your lightning armor, they add to the experience, but as to the balance they were talking about earlier, they definitely don't make it easier. You have the ion gauge, and you can't spam these abilities at all. I mean, I think you're already out of them, so.
Oh, again.
It's all right. Third time's the charm.
He's pretty strong. Yeah,
He's pretty awful.
I'm hopeful that this third time I can get it.
Yes. You have the power of Samus at your disposal.
I have all her abilities. All right, let's try this again.
Oh, of course.
Oh, I missed him. He missed me at that time. That was lucky.
Oh. He's gonna feel that tomorrow.
Hope so. So mean.
That was your favorite.
Oh god, I absolutely hate this ability.
You know, he's more afraid of you than you are of him.
Is
Remember
that really
That's
the case?
truth.
I don't think he cares much about me. Oof.
Oh boy. Just when you think you have a handle on it, he switches it up.
Oh, yeah, I know. I always need to be on guard with him because it's never the same pattern or consistent at all.
You're getting really close though. I think you can do this.
Oh, I don't know. I got one bar left. Oh. No. No.
Oh, so close.
All right, I can do it. I can do this. I swear.
We believe in you. This is the time. And he's not going to do that move that
Maybe
you hate over and over again.
Maybe Sakamoto-san can give me some tips.
何かヒントありませんでしょうか。
頑張ってください。
Good luck.
That's all I get.
No pressure having the creator of Metroid watching you.
No.
I love how dynamic the beam burst looks.
It is. It feels so good. Ah. And I ran out of Aeon energy. Ah, that was my best one.
Oh no. Gotta do it the old-fashioned way now.
Missiles it is.
Oh.
Oh, that was close. Come at me. Come on.
Just stay down.
Yes.
Oh, finished with the melee counter. That's beautiful.
Yes.
Well worth the wait.
Thank you.
Good work,
Good work, good
Teresa.
Well, that is all we have to show for game footage, but we do have some cool announcements to also show to the folks at home, so
Yes.
I'm really excited.
Shall we?
Oh, we shall. All right, so as you probably might have seen in the very beginning of the game, the surface area, amiibo functionality is active in this game. It does support the two Samus, the Zero Suit Samus and the regular Samus from the Super Smash Bros. Line, but there's also two new amiibo that we're so excited to show you guys. So we actually have them right here. I'm going to ask you to hold. Actually, no, I'm going to give you the honors of holding him because he's so awesome.
My little friend.
So you get the Metroid, and this is the best part. He's actually squishy.
He's actually feels like a Metroid.
It's so cool. And he's like breaking out of this little case and everything.
Yep.
And then you also have Samus. Again here, but she's in her classic Metroid 2 pose, and that is just so cool. Like the amount of detail that's around her, it's so amazing. She feels so cool.
And
So yeah.
these are going to be great additions to my collection, maybe your collection.
Oh yeah, definitely
Yes.
my collection. I'm a super big fan of Metroid.
Yes.
So we can't unfortunately tell you what the functionality is in this segment, but we will announce it at a later time. But we wanted to show you these because they're so cool.
Yes.
Yes, and
before we go,
Yeah.
we wanted to ask if Sakamoto-san and Jose have any final thoughts they'd like to tell our studio.
最後に何か一言か何か発表したいこと何かありますでしょうかね。
どうしたんですか? Yes, I wanted to thank Sakamoto-san and Nintendo for relying on us to develop this new Metroid game. So thank you so much.
Yeah. 私たちもマーキュリー・スティームさんというすごくいいパートナーに巡り会えて2D メトロイドの可能性をすごく広げることができて非常にハッピーです。
Yeah, I think
Thank you.
we are very happy, of course, to have come, been lucky enough to team up with Mercury Steam on this project, and we really feel that the world, the potential for the 2D Metroid franchise has really just opened up for us a lot. So thank you so much.
そしてもう一つあれですよね、お知らせが
And I
あ
got
るん
one
ですよ
other
ね。
thing I'd like to talk about today.
Oh boy.
What is it?
実はまだ映画出ないんですか？実は今回のサムスリターンズではスペシャルエディションですね、特典付きのものも発売されます。
Yeah, so we're going to launch and put on the market a special edition for Metroid Samus Returns.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, awesome.
Oh, that's so pretty. So it also has on the cover the original pose from the Metroid 2 Return of Samus. So that's so cool.
Yeah, and we've got a soundtrack there and reversible covers. So
Yeah,
that's
so
pretty neat.
the soundtrack is actually called Samus Archives. It's a music CD, and it has about, I think, 25 tracks.
25, yeah.
Yeah, and it's just a collection of all the games that have come out so far for the Metroid series featuring our beloved heroine, Samus, including this one. So I hope you guys really... I'm super excited for it, so I hope you guys are too, and it's really a cool treat.
Yes, thank you so much for telling us about that, Sakamoto-san, and
Yes.
thank you, Jose, as well.
Thank you. All right.
All right, so I think later today we're going to have a trailer.
Oh, that's right. So one more treat for you all. So those of you that have a Nintendo 3DS at home, you're actually able to see the trailer that aired earlier today, and it actually, because you have a Nintendo 3DS, if you're able to put on the 3D functionality, you'll be able to see that 3D depth and display, and you'll just be able to see how isolated and cool and all that depth that's in Metroid. So we're really excited to have that available for you today, and you could download it for free on the Nintendo eShop.
Yes, and thank you so much for tuning in. We're so happy to be able to show you
Yes,
Metroid Samus Returns.
finally announced.
Thank you again, Sakamoto-san and Jose, for joining us and speaking with us. And please stay tuned. Next up, we have Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle, so don't go anywhere.
That's right.
Thanks.
go off the rails. Don't you know it's time to raise our sails? It's freedom like you never knew. Don't need bags or a pass. Say the word, I'll be there in a flash. You could say my hat is off to you. Oh, we can zoom all the way to the moon from this great wide wacky world. Jump with me, grab coins with me, oh yeah. It's time to jump up in the air. Jump up, don't be scared. Jump up and your cares will soar away. And if the dark clouds start to swirl, don't feel it, shed a tear, 'cause I'll be your one-up girl. So let's all jump up super high, high up in the sky. There's no power up like dancing. You know that you're my superstar, so no one else can take me this far. I'm flipping the switch, get ready for this song. Let's do the Odyssey.
Hey, hey, welcome back to Nintendo Treehouse Live. I'm Terry, and we have Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle coming up right now. First, let's do some introductions. I have my colleague here, Rich, and we have some friends of ours from Ubisoft, Xavier and Davide. Thank you for coming, guys.
Super glad to be here.
So let's go into the game and let's kind of go talk about a little bit of this game for us.
Sure. So Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle is the game we just announced. We're super happy. We were announcing the game yesterday at the conference, and since then we start to show a bit of the gameplay.
Yep.
So we're super happy to show today more of the basics and combat basics, exploration, and so that's what we're gonna do. And in terms of the game itself, so what happened is the rabbits have just been teleported into the kingdom.
A twisted version of the Mushroom Kingdom.
Yeah,
actually.
and it changed completely the kingdom in itself by twisting it. So you'll have a lot of surprises and elements in the environment, but basically Mario doesn't know anything about the rabbits when the game starts. So we're still at the beginning of the game here, but basically that's when things start to go a bit crazy with twisted elements. We even have this plant here that's a bit special.
So yes, we tried to recreate a very immersive world by using the misproportion. So you feel that you are small and in a huge environment which is enveloping you. And everything around you is animated. Like for example, this plant, it's incredible because it's animated by hand and it's following the music of Grant Kirkhope, which is the composer of the game. So it's one of the things that I love about this game.
It's part of the things that Mr. Miyamoto, Nintendo, and us as well, Ubisoft wanted to see as well, the in terms of details, things that we wanted to play with. So yeah, let's go. And a big part of the game as well is the combat itself.
Yes. And when the players see those enemy flags in front of them, they know that they are about to play in a fight. a
Right,
combat.
before we go in, actually, there is a couple interesting characters that's following Mario. Let's talk about them a little bit.
Yeah, so aside the big Goomba that has been almost played with because of the rabbits and stuff, for the characters and the heroes themselves, so we have Mario, of course. He's a true hero. He's a fighter-like character in combat as well, so he's really strong almost everywhere. But we also have Rabbid Peach. She's a hot-tempered, quite fun of Mario, but hot-tempered rabbit. And a very strong personality as well. And Rabbid Luigi, the third one, he's a wizard-like type of character. He's really clumsy, naive, but at the same time he's quite dangerous in combat and as the game progresses as well. So yeah, it's a nice cast, and this cast is the beginning cast. So as you'll progress into the game, you'll unlock new heroes. So you don't unlock the heroes at the beginning, you unlock them throughout the adventure.
Now, can we say what other characters there will be in the game as well?
Sure.
Absolutely.
So
the player
yeah.
will control 8 heroes. We'll be able to choose between 8 heroes at the end. So that will be the player's roster. And we really wanted to play around this contrast between Mario character and the Rabbids one, like in order to create the humor.
Yep.
So if there is something that the Rabbids learn from Mario throughout the game is how to become heroes. And Mario learns how to crack the joke.
So,
are we ready to look
we
at
go
some
for the
battle?
fight?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's
Yeah,
go.
definitely.
So you switch from exploration mode to battle mode this way. So basically, when you see those two flags, you switch to battle mode, and you don't control anymore directly your characters. You control Beepo, little cursor you see in front, and this little guy, in fact, is telling you. You can tell him where to go, and the characters will follow. So that's a big difference between the two. And for us, it was a good match, between exploration and combat in terms of the feeling we have. So let's
as
go.
soon as you start the combat, a fly cam is showing you the battleground, but you can always use the tactic cam, which is a tool that will let the player observe the surrounding to decide what to do, the best move to take. And as you can see in the top right part of the screen, the mission objective, it's a rich area. So it's not really important to defeat the enemy there, but to really decide the best way, possible way to arrive directly at the objective. So the player will have two choices: directly in front of the enemy, that seems a little bit risky, or moving a little bit on the right to use the cover and being protected by the attack of the rabbits. So what you see right now is Xavier, which is controlling the heroes. In this case, each heroes can perform 3 different type of action. As we are quite early in the game, right now we have only movement and attack. Later on there will be techniques, which is way more, let's say, an indirect way to deal with an enemy, and it's more magical. But the blue line is defining where the characters can move. And in this case, Xavier could, for example, go behind the cover in order to be half protected, or just go in front of the enemy.
So as soon as you press, the character moves. And like David said, we can attack, but it will show first the movement phase itself. You can do whatever you want. You can move first, attack then. It's up to you to decide, in fact.
You can advance towards another cover, such, for example, as Rabbids Luigi is doing, or even better, you can move the cursor behind one of your teammates in order to activate what we call the team jump. And the team jump is expanding your area of movement, allowing you to go much further than your normal area of movement.
Right.
And this is also allowing you to fill the gaps, such as the small river that you can see in front of you. After that, you can choose, but there is no sequence, right?
Exactly. So basically here, we just finished the movement phase, and now we can see in this fight that the enemies are positioned in a way to zerg you. They called Ziggies. Those guys don't have a lot of life points, but they're they dash you all the time. So it's good that I'm on the other side with Mario, thanks to the team jump. So when you're ready, you press A, you attack, and what you may have seen just over the enemy is the hit percentage. So 100% means 100% chance to hit. If they are behind a half cover, full cover, it changes. So we'll see that just later on. So I'll continue with the attack here, and even defeat the enemy in the process. He's zapped out, and in terms of story, basically they're not dying. They're going back to the hub as white rabbits. So we're actually saving the rabbits
That's
here.
great. Then you feel good about defeating these
absolutely.
guys.
That's the whole point, because I don't want to spoil too much about the story, but they have been controlled by a force. And by defeating them, you are removing this force from them. And they are part of the gameplay loop of the players, because they will go back to the Peach Castle, and the more you free them, the more they will build a structure that will help the player throughout their adventure.
So we saw there Mario was attacked, but he's behind a full cover, so the enemy had 0% chance of hitting him. But the cover did take damage, I noticed. So.
Exactly. So it's actually something really important in the combat itself. There are actually, aside one that we have later in the game, no cover that is really infinite. Like they have this amount of damage, and if they get destroyed, you don't have any cover anymore to defend yourself. So for example here, if I go and attack this enemy, I know I'm not going to hit it. It's 0% chance, but just to show you the damage on the cover itself, this is a wood cover, so in 2 hits it's going to be destroyed. And the one you see here next to Rabbid Luigi is a brick cover. So this one is a bit more tough, so 3 hits. So basically, that's really important in the game itself to use this. The enemies will do it, you will do it, so...
And this is cool because you can also use interactive elements in the battleground, such as the Rabbids Pipe. The Rabbids Pipe really helps you to go in other places where you couldn't reach just with your area of movement.
So when you use that tacticam, spot those pipes and use that to plan out your strategy.
Exactly. So that's why the observation part is important, and we gave this tool to the player in order to really study if they want to the battleground.
Yeah, definitely, it does count for you. You do have to explore a bit to really figure out that turn-based strategy and find out what the best advantages you have, especially in this new level and environment that you're encountering.
Exactly. Here, it's even we showed some gameplay yesterday at the conference. It was just the fight after. This one is before, like David was saying, we don't even have the techniques. But one thing here that is really important for us in terms of design and philosophy was you see the water. This is creating a gap. So it teaches you to use team jump a lot. But the enemies do not use team jump. Those guys are dashers. You don't have Globetrotter. Globetrotter is the second archetype we have. They do team jumps. But here, we really want to show the player, like, hey, you can protect yourself. They will dash you eventually because they will take the pipe by the end of the map, trying to rush you. But it depends because according to where you are in the fight, we never know what the enemies can do. But they should do that in this map because, again, we wanted to teach you this is the way you can play as well. You can reach bigger zones and reach new areas, but also you can go over gaps like water. And this is quite cool. And later in the game, you'll even have height. So if you go up there, you have an advantage in terms of damage. So it starts to build up, We start to put the ingredients together. And this map is 30 minutes into the game, so it's really a good map to start to get those things in.
Yeah, the player is still learning here. Right. So it's really up to them where to move. They want to go directly against the enemy and risking to be dashed, but they maybe could arrive at the objective sooner, or they want to take maybe a more safer route like the one we are taking right now, because we are moving, helping each other, using the protection of the cores.
Right, and you had mentioned earlier that the objective for this battle is really to get to this final checkpoint.
Yeah.
There are different battles where you actually have to defeat all the enemies.
So here it's a tricky map. Of course, we're playing, we know pretty much the map, but for the player it's going to be a first tricky map because they could take this as, oh, we like to defeat all the enemies, but the issue is that we have a lot of the respawn, and the more you wait, the more enemies will spawn, and it's going to be very complicated. So here, it's a reach objective. You need to reach. One of your character needs to be in the zone, and this is something key for the players to do. And then we have multiple enemy objectives. We have defeat all, defeat this type of enemy, reach, escort, and those type of objectives throughout the game to really challenge the player again to do the right decisioning when it matters. So Rabbid Luigi is really close now. He's not close enough because we made it
not close enough to arrive at the mission objective.
Definitely, this is something that we've never seen before, really, with Mario, and he's pairing up with this mashup. But also, we have Mario for the first time really using a weapon, a projectile weapon, and yeah.
Yeah, Mario has never been afraid to take whatever power-ups are available to him. So it's cool to see these new types of weapons that he can play with.
He's adapting to his surroundings.
Right.
Yes, plus they are very, very light-hearted and funny. Because the weapons in our game are not just there in order to damage the enemy, but they are also a tool to create fun, because you can plug additional behavior, such as you can glue an enemy on the ground. There is a particular enemy that is very powerful in using the techniques. You can freeze his face, so he cannot speak anymore. Therefore, he cannot use the techniques. there is someone very good at shooting. You can hink his face so he cannot see you and he cannot shoot at you. You can burn enemies so they are running with their bottom on fire. And there is also propagation. So if an enemy on fire is touching another enemy, will propagate. There are some crazy behavior that could happen within the battlefield, and that's what we call the domino effect. So you can chain multiple effects, and the output could be very, very crazy.
Also, when you finish a fight, you can go back, of course, to the zone in free movement and exploration mode. All the coins that you have on your battlefield is because when you destroy covers, you gather coins as well. So even if you hit an enemy behind a cover and the cover is destroyed, it's rewarding as well for the player. So you can go back and buy better weapons thanks to coins. But if we have a few minutes, we just wanted to show something as well here. Just a quick fact, you know, we went that way for the fight itself. But in fact, the most effective way, let's say advanced way, would have been to go that way. Even if it's dangerous, the first round you get, you know, dash and stuff. Second round, you really dash the enemy well. So a good strategy would be to put Mario on the right side. He's a good damage output in terms of his weapon. Rabbid Luigi is not really good with his weapon, but he's good with dashing. So you can put it in the front line, and then you go really quickly to the zone here. So yeah, we just revealed something for people when they will play. Nice. They know how to play the map now. But yeah, it's up to the player to decide. They can go front or go left, right, whatever they have in mind, they can go for it. Depends on the play style itself.
Because a good tactical game should give the player the choice to choose their strategy. So not only in terms of how you want to customize your character, which kind of weapon you want them to be equipped with, but also the plan that you want to take into the battlefield. So we didn't want for the battles to have only one possible solution, but multiple.
So, let's go to the Peach Castle to show the hub itself.
Yeah, let's take a look.
We didn't present it yet, although it's a big part of the game, of course. So, of course, it's a Peach Castle. It was not destroyed by the arrival of the Rabbids, so thank God, this is good. But the issue, or let's say the challenge for Peach as a princess as well, is that the castle will evolve as the game progresses. So as you progress, you'll see more stuff built by the Rabbids a bit randomly, or not randomly like this one, Battle HQ, to change your team, change your weapons, change your skills in the skill tree, access new worlds. So this one is the first one, Ancient Gardens. And you also have many puzzles around that you have to solve. And as you finish a world, you get new contextual actions and exploration as well, so you can progress and see other places that you couldn't go before. So this is key as well for the player to, you know, go back to the hub and see what they could do now that have new abilities. So yeah, this hub will evolve throughout the game, and we won't be able to show today, you know, the other worlds, but as soon as you finish a world, you can access a new one with this new ability, and the cannon takes you and then shoot you in the world itself. And we just saw an example here of a little puzzle that we have with the red coins that we have in the game as well. So we have yellow coins, red coins, blue coins as well in the bug zones. A museum where you get all your collectibles from the game. You can gather in the game. This one is still broken when you're at that moment in the game, but it's the washing time machine. That's what they use to come in the world itself of Mario. And it will be useful in the future. You can go back and revisit and get better scores in all the fights that you've done. And also other elements that here are you know, teasing that the player will discover. New worlds here, etc., etc. So that's really an important part of the game as well, this hub and how it will evolve with the game itself.
And I do remember that the hub was one of the first things that we decided to do within the game, like really a point of contact for the player to really help me throughout the whole game. And I remember when we were told that we were about to work with Nintendo on a game that was featuring both Mario and the Rabbids, and we immediately understood that it was a lifetime opportunity. We worked really night and day in order to find something unique for the Rabbids, but as well for Mario. So as we are huge tactical fan, we said, okay, we should use them to propose something fresh, something new in the turn-based combat games. But at the same time, we wanted to stay true to the Mario universe, and therefore we decided to mix those two different phases, but in a seamless way, like the combat and the adventure. And at the end, when we felt that we had a solid idea, we decided to meet with Nintendo. And I remember that we had only 3 weeks and a half. It was crazy, do you remember? To really prepare something. And when I finally met Mr. Miyamoto, I felt like he's the creator of my favorite game. It's the inspiration of my career as a game designer. And I felt like if I was divided like in two. So the passionate Nintendo player and the Ubisoft creative director, the urgency to ask for an autograph and the responsibility to present the game in the most professional way.
Sure.
But at the end, the effort paid off because he told me that he was impressed, and he kept asking how come that we had Mario and Luigi in our prototype. But the truth is that even if we spent, we had only 3 weeks and a half to work on the prototype, we recreated Mario and Luigi from scratch, the model, the animation, the rig, in order to try to translate their essence in our prototype. And I think that this was the moment where we truly convinced Nintendo about our commitment and passion. So from that moment on, we kept meeting with them in Kyoto. It was an incredible journey, and Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle become really a work of love, a labor of love.
That's such an amazing story.
Yeah, I think you guys have a lot to be proud of, and I know that Mr. Miyamoto, he's hard to impress, and you guys have worked really hard, and I'm super proud of what you guys have come up with. I can't wait to play the full game.
And it's just beautiful looking with all the graphics and the different tactical style, but also the exploration of the game. It's a new style that we never really encountered before. So
we didn't sleep a lot these past month and years, but we're super happy to be here and talk about the game. It feels great. Like we were almost like in the cave, working on this game. And I think for the team, the whole team, dev team, all the studios, to be here today to talk about the game, show the game, finally. It's just super exciting.
Yesterday press conference was
it went very well, and
wall of
all the
emotion.
emotions we had on it was great. And I think now showing the game like that is just incredible. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so
Thanks
much,
a
guys,
lot.
for coming. So this was Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle, and then up next we have Fire Emblem Warriors. Stay tuned for more.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Nintendo Treehouse Live at E3 2017. I'm up here with Matt, Audrey, and Mr. Hayashi from Koei Tecmo, and Owen translating. We're here to give you a look at Fire Emblem Warriors. I want to warn you, it's a very chaotic game, and so Audrey will not be playing while she speaks. That's why we've got Matt up here with us. He won't be saying a whole lot, but I hope you chime in with a little bit of your strategic decision-making.
I'll try.
As we're going. So anyway, take it away.
Matthew has a wonderful personality. You won't be hearing much of it, though. Sorry about that. So we're going to jump right in here. And as Rich said, we're taking a look at Fire Emblem Warriors. Now, this is an action-adventure that has Warrior-style gameplay, but featuring Fire Emblem heroes. And it's a brand new story in a brand new kingdom. And we're actually going to be first playing the stage that we're playing on the show floor, but we have a few new additions we're showing exclusively here on Nintendo Treehouse Live. And one of those is this spunky blonde here, Liana.
She's a new hero, right?
She's a brand new character added just to this game, and she's the twin sister of Rowan, who you can play as on the show floor. Hi, Xander. Hello. We'll get to Xander in a bit.
We'll be spending a lot of time with Xander.
Yes, but while we have Hayashi-san here, perhaps you could tell us a little bit about how the idea came about to create a warrior-style game based around Fire Emblem.
我々ゼルダ無双も開発してたんですけども、ゼルダ無双のハイラルウォリアーズレジェンズの時に3DS で下画面でプレイアブルキャラクターをこうリアルタイムに切り替えるっていう遊びを入れたんですね。でこれを入れた時にやっぱりファイアーエンブレムの伝統的な3すくみの遊びとこのキャラクターを切り替える無双っていうのは多分すごく相性のいい面白いゲームになるんじゃないかなということでゼルダ無双をハイラルウォリアーズのレジェンズ開発中にぜひ次このファイアーエンブレム無双を作りましょうっていうお話をさせていただいて今回こうやって実現したとなります。
So as you may know, we worked on the game Hyrule Warriors, and in Hyrule Warriors Legends we had a game system where on the touchscreen you could switch characters, and we thought that this would be a really good combination with some of the strategic elements from Fire Emblem. For example, like the weapons triangle. So we heard about this project during the time that we were developing Hyrule Warriors Legends, and we thought it would be a great idea to work on a Fire Emblem themed Warriors games.
Hey, thank you. And as we just saw, Prince Marth showed up.
Hey there.
Fans may recognize him from the very first Fire Emblem game or from Fire Emblem Shadow Dragon
on the Nintendo
DS. And he shows up all around.
He's a busy man.
He is. But we're not going to give away anything about story here, but you will see a bunch of different Fire Emblem heroes and villains showing up, and you may just have to battle some of them.
It'll all make sense when you're playing.
It'll make sense when you play.
Don't fret.
But as you just saw, there was a stun gauge over one of those enemies, and Matthew was actually able to whittle it all the way down, which allowed him to unleash a really epic critical hit on them, which did a great amount of damage.
I love all of the nods to the Fire Emblem franchise that we're seeing in here, including the critical hit that you just saw with like the facial animation going across the screen.
Absolutely, and speaking of, we've got these little sprites on a grid-based map. That's a little bit familiar to Fire Emblem fans, and it also brings me to something else that we're showing exclusively here on Nintendo Treehouse Live, which is the ability to give commands. Now, this is extremely useful, but you can actually select any of the units that you're in control of and send them anywhere you want. You can deploy them to an enemy base, you can send them to fight a different enemy, you can do whatever you want to help you maintain control of the map, and this is really key in helping you win because it can, as you said, it can get quite chaotic. And as you saw, Matthew just switched to Chrom, which is always a good decision. But with the touch of a button, you can switch between the characters you're in control of. So if you place them at different points on the map, then you can just switch between them, and then you're suddenly halfway across the map. It's very useful.
Chrom versus Marth seems so weird. They're basically using different iterations of the same sword, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Legendary sword facing off against itself. And I love these special attacks here. They're really dynamic, and they really bring to life the characters that we know and love from the Fire Emblem franchise. And as Matthew is kind of mowing down these enemies here and trying to defeat all of the enemy captains on the map, Hayashi-san, perhaps you could tell us a little bit about the battle system in Fire Emblem Warriors and how it differs from other Warriors games.
はい、今回ファイアーエンブレム無双はですね、無双の気持ちいい意気投合の爽快感っていうのはもちろんなんですけども、そのファイアーエンブレムの持つシミュレーション要素っていうのをこの無双に落とし込んでいて、今マップにあるように3すくみによってこの得意不得意が一目瞭然出ますし、それ以外にも今キャラクターをダブルっていうことで2人をくっつけたりっていうような要素も覚醒の要素からインスパイアを受けて作っているものです。そういう意味で戦略性のある無双ゲームとしてこのファイアーエンブレム無双は形にしています。はい。
So this game has a lot of the game elements that you'd be familiar from other Warriors games, like, you know, really over-the-top action and kind of the thrill of taking on hordes of enemies. But it combines that with the RPG simulation elements from Fire Emblem games. For example, the weapons triangle, and also being able to pair up with characters is something that was inspired by Awakening. So we have really the strategic elements of Fire Emblem combined with the thrill of playing a Warriors game.
Absolutely, and there are just all kinds of little touches that I think Fire Emblem fans will especially really appreciate. You mentioned the weapons triangle, and anyone who's played a Fire Emblem game knows the weapons triangle quite intimately, and it's in full effect in this game. And things like pairing up. If you pair up 2 of your units, then you can do things like dual attacks or dual guards, and you can even have them jump in and help each other during their special attacks, which isn't only helpful, it looks really cool.
I think the animations for this game are part of what I love so much about it. Watching all the characters pulling off their critical attacks, like right now with Corrin.
Corrin's going nuts
here.
here.
That is insane. And it's not done yet.
No, she's just getting started. Yes. She did give it her all. Thank you, Corrin. Oh no, you made her mad. This one's really cool.
We both are momentarily struck numb by the
I know.
beauty of that attack.
And really, the characters is one of the biggest parts that fans love about the Fire Emblem series. And not only do we get to see a great variety of them and a brand new kingdom and a brand new story, we get to play in a different type of gameplay than we usually do for Fire Emblem heroes. So that's really neat. And also just seeing them rendered in beautiful HD in these brand new scenarios is just really something else.
And having all of these characters brought together in one game provides us with some unique opportunities as well. You get to see characters who'd never interact in any other game, like fighting side by side or against one another.
Cross paths, yeah. When you might not normally have seen Chrom go falchion to falchion with Marth, here we are. Speaking of, Hayashi-san, perhaps you could tell us a little bit about how you achieved the task of making the more action-oriented Warriors gameplay capture the feel of the Fire Emblem series, which is more strategy-oriented.
そこのバランスは本当に非常に大事にしてまして、今のシミュレーションゲームの遊び方、キャラクターをどっちに向かわせるっていうのはもちろん戦略的に遊びたい方はそう遊んでいただいてもいいですし、アクションゲームとしてそこら辺あんまりこうテンポよく遊びたいっていう方はそこにはお任せっていう要素もありますので、プレイヤーの皆さんの好みに合わせて遊べるようにっていうことも意識して作ってます。
So when we were working on this game, we really thought that balance between those two kind of game styles was really important. So in simulation RPG games, you would have strategic elements where you could send characters to different parts of the maps, and those kind of players who are into those games really want to take their time with that. But people who like action games really want to maintain the tempo, and so we have the option of setting that part of the system to be automated so that certain characters will defend and attack on their own. So
thank you. And thank you also for including Prince Xander, who's the Crown Prince of Nor and of my heart.
Well, don't thank him yet.
Well, he showed up to be friends, right? That's my understanding. No?
ちょっと1個だけ例をお伝えすると、このレベルアップ演出、これもやっぱりファイアーエンブレムシリーズから取り入れた演出なんですけども、こういう演出が好きな方はこの演出見てもらえればいいし、アクションゲームとして毎回この演出入るのはちょっとテンポかなっていう方はオプションでこれの表示をなくすこともできるんですね。そういう形でファイアーエンブレムファンの皆さんに楽しんでいただきつつ、アクションゲームとしても楽しみたい方、よりシミュレーション的に遊びたい方っていう方に遊んでいただけるようにバリエーションオプションなんかも用意してます。
Okay, just to comment on something that we just saw on the screen there was the level up sort of sequence. And that's definitely something that we've included for Fire Emblem fans to enjoy, where they'll see that right in the middle of the gameplay. But players who are more used to action games, where they might think that might stop the tempo of the game, they can turn that off in the options. So we definitely wanted to include elements that would make Fire Emblem players happy, but also not kind of disrupt the play for action players who really like action games.
Yes, thank you. And they did a fantastic job of it, because there are all these little things. I mean, not just the grid-based map, the level up screen, little sound effects that if you're a huge Fire Emblem nerd, like nobody here today at all. No.
Or in this show floor
No,
anywhere.
absolutely not. If you love Fire Emblem, you're just going to go nuts over all of the little details and Easter eggs that they put in here for you.
We've got Ryoma now hacking his way through a bunch of minions. They were a lot of axe users, but now we're up against some swordsmen. Hoping to get some like weapons triangle action going on, but he slaughtered them rather quickly.
Yeah, you really do need to pay attention to what weapon you have equipped and what weapon your enemies have equipped. And in the full game, of course, you'll be able to choose which weapons and items you equip your characters with. So.
Oh, Ryoma.
There's
and Corrin
Ryoma
together.
beating up on innocent civilians like he does.
They just showed up to get a paycheck, and
That's true.
they have no stake here. These poor guys.
今みたいにこうキャラクターをダブルでアクションするとハートマークは出ますけど、あれもキャラクター同士の親密度が上がったっていう証拠なんで、ああいう風にやってもらうとゲームの中でもその2人の仲が良くなることでよりいい効果が出たりっていうこともあります。
You might have seen there when two characters pair up and they attack, there'll be a heart icon that shows over them, and that basically means that the bond between them has gotten closer. So you have that kind of element where characters will build this closeness between them as you play through the game.
Yes, that's true, and we're not going to give away about it, but as Hayashi-san just said, there is a support system of some sort. So again, another thing that's very familiar to Fire Emblem fans that has been brought to life in this Warriors gameplay.
Charging on deeper into battle now. Who's coming up here?
Yeah.
Oh, look at this.
Oh no.
It's your buddy.
Okay, we all know who to cheer for here. And it's not Matthew. I'm sorry, Matthew. Hitting an innocent horse. How could you?
Like a little bit of support from my treehouse member, though.
It's okay. Little on will get some revenge. Trust me. But see, this is really cool. We have Corrin, we have Ryoma, and we have Xander all just dueling it out here in this action gameplay. That's just a scenario we never would have gotten to experience otherwise.
Corrin must feel so conflicted right now.
Yeah, Corrin always feels conflicted.
That's true.
Poor Corrin.
Nicely done.
Good work, Matthew.
Thank you very much.
Made short work of Xander.
Well, no. Xander chose to retreat, for the good of his people. Just don't worry about it.
He had a conflicting appointment.
He did.
I'll show up later.
He had places to be. Showboat. I'm sorry. Ryoma's a good character and stuff.
You sound
I'm
very sincere.
In case you haven't noticed, I might be Team Nor, just a little bit.
Just a touch.
Maybe a little.
It's not revealing at all.
Nope.
No.
So thank you for making quick work of those enemy captains, Matthew. And now we're actually going to jump into a new mode that we're showing exclusively here on Nintendo Treehouse Live, and this is called Coliseum mode. So as Matthew boots it up, Hayashi-san, could you tell us a little bit about what the inspiration was for Coliseum mode and what it adds to the experience?
ファイアーエンブレムで闘技場ってすごく歴史のあって伝統的なモードなんですけど、それをせっかくだから今回ファイアーエンブレム層にも入れたいということで、ゲームのメインのストーリーモードとは別でちょっとこれから今後お伝えするやり込み要素の方にそういった遊びが一つ入っています。でそれはいろんなヒーローたちがどんどん襲ってきて、それをとにかく倒していくっていうような遊びが入ってます。
So as you know, arenas are really kind of a traditional game element from past Fire Emblem games, so we thought that we want to include that in one way or another. So what we did was include it as a mode that's separate from the main story mode, and it's kind of extra game content that you can play in there. And what you'll do is you'll go through and fight lots of heroes one-on-one
Yes,
until you get to the end. Yeah.
Thank you. And as you can see, we jumped right into Coliseum mode, and finally, we're playing as Prince Xander, and he's actually storming Hoshido Castle.
This is his prior appointment. He had a separate engagement.
This is where he ran off to. So, as Hayashi-san mentioned, what separates this mode from regular Warriors gameplay is that while you still have waves of enemies to take out, it's much more one versus one focused. So first, Matthew's going to take down these captains here, but then after that, he's actually going to go one-on-one with a series of 6 Fire Emblem heroes, and he's going to have to take them down to win. But he's Xander, so he totally will.
I love watching Xander on his horse charging through hordes of soldiers.
Yeah, we need to take a moment to appreciate the horse here. The horse might be the hero of the whole game. He's fantastic. He flies, he jumps around, he gets right in the thick of it. This horse is really a champion for everyone.
Are you saying Xander's overrated?
No, I would
Okay.
never say that. I'm just saying that the horse is right up to his level.
Equals,
Yes.
partners.
Just below him.
今回 E3 ではこの辺の英雄たちを紹介してますけど、もっともっと実はプレイアブルキャラクターいっぱいいますんで、もっともっとお気に入りの男性が登場すると思います。
Okay. So, as you can see, we've seen tons of great Fire Emblem characters in this version of the game, but there will be lots and lots of other characters that will be revealing. So I'm sure there'll be some other handsome guys in there that you might be interested in, Audrey, as well. Yeah. Possibly.
Thank you.
More husbands for Audrey.
Yay! Just what I need.
でしかも
Don't tell Xander.
しかも今回皆さんやっぱフルボイスっていうことを非常に今回大事に作ってまして、見ていただく通りもうとにかくいろんなプレイヤーがずっといろいろおしゃべりするようなそんな賑やかなゲームになってます。
And as you can see from the gameplay here, it's fully voiced, so you'll be able to play through the battles while enjoying hearing all your favorite characters speak, and that really makes it a really feel-good experience while you're playing the game.
And that's a really good point. Hearing all of these lines voiced by our favorite Fire Emblem heroes is just really an incredible thing for fans. So maybe you could tell us just a little bit more about the decision to make all of the lines fully voiced.
ファイアーエンブレムであんまり全部ボイスしゃべるってエコーズではありましたけど今までなくて今回この皆さんがムービーで見るようなリアルなグラフィックのファイアーエンブレムのヒーローたちを実際にプレイできるようにっていうことで今回やったのでボイスも自然とやっぱこのモデルだったらやっぱみんなちゃんと喋ってほしいよねということで今回フルボイス化を最初から決めて作ってました。
So, well, it's not like every single element of the game is voiced, like it might be in Echoes, but this is definitely a game that takes, the characters that you've seen in movies from past Fire Emblem games, but then makes them playable within the game. So that's really kind of a special thing that we're doing here with the game. So we thought that it would really make sense. The only way to kind of to bring justice to that would be to add voice to their actions during the game. Yeah.
Absolutely, it really does add a lot. And as we saw, Xander made quick work of Marth there.
That's true. Plowed right through them.
Yes.
And the voice isn't just like flavor, it also provides you with a lot of in-game instruction and direction about where your weak areas are on the map and where soldiers need, or where your characters need to be deployed. So it works across the board to bring people into the Fire Emblem experience.
It really does. And now something terrible and wonderful is happening. Crom has showed up, and it's husband versus husband. I don't know who to cheer for.
It's okay. Let the battle decide.
Yes.
Whoever is more worthy of your affections wins.
Oh, God. Matthew, you fiend. What are you doing?
I didn't set this up.
This is all you're doing. All right, fight wisely.
Yeah, there's no winning for you. There's no winning for me, actually. You could pull it off. Yeah, give him some space, Matthew. For God's sake.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, poor Crom.
Crom stands alone as his soldiers are run down. He's taking the patient approach, luring him out. And there it is.
It's hard to watch. Maybe they're sparring, and they're going to be best friends.
Afterwards.
And star in a buddy comedy.
Together they fight crime.
Yes, it could happen. That's going to hurt tomorrow.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, and there's Xander's special attack.
This won't do him in, but it's going to sting.
Yeah. It's not as special when it's against Chrom. And now we have Rowan showing up, and this is the twin brother of Liana, who we saw earlier on in the segment.
Right. There it is. That means that Chrom is no longer fighting alone.
Xander's pretty powerful, though, so
Yeah.
we'll see if even the two of them can manage.
We'll see what Matt's strategy is here, too.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just to start murdering them. His
Yeah,
strategy is
that's-
to murder.
That's a sound strategy, actually.
There it is.
And I also want to point out that in Coliseum mode, you can actually play as different Fire Emblem characters and go to different stages, but I think I'm pretty set on storming Hoshido Castle as Xander. That works for me.
Yeah. So we're just seeing a little slice of the content, but it goes much deeper than
A
this.
slice?
A couple of
'Cause
slices.
swords? I'm sorry.
Oh, good lord. I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry.
My brain thinks up puns before I realize what it's doing.
Oh, don't put baby in a corner. Yeah, the horse knows
There it
better. The
is.
horse is trying to get away from Chrom.
Xander, no.
Oh, look at that flip. That horse is amazing.
See if we can get a couple of pirouette kicks in. Oh, little slide. It's got both of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not going to go well for
He
either
actually
of them.
got their stun gauges down and then did his special attack, which was a really sound strategy.
That you wish he wasn't using.
I wish he wasn't doing it.
Okay, so he doesn't have much left to him, and that took care of him.
Yeah. Did he level up on Chrom?
No, that was I
Okay.
think that was Rowan who
Yeah, that's
leveled up.
Because that would have been rude.
Yeah.
Chrom is still here. But
Chrom will die a dignified death.
Chrom's tired. Chrom's going to go nap now. Don't worry about him.
And there it is. I mean, the
There-
decision is
there's
made.
There's the no.
You have to live with it.
I don't have to live with anything.
So we're just waiting for the gates to crack open now.
Yep, and then we're going to have more Fire Emblem heroes to rip our hearts out. I mean, to battle. But really, that's one of the joys of this game, is that we see all of these characters that we love from previous Fire Emblem games, and we get to see them interact in new, wonderfully painful ways.
Now we've got Corrin here defending Hoshido Castle.
Yeah, Corrin showed up. For anybody who played Fire Emblem Fates, Corrin is Xander's... Let's go with sister.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's say sister.
Just to summarize.
Yes. They're really pretty upbeat, considering they're fighting to the death.
Fighting to the nap. Fighting.
Yeah, fighting to the nap.
Yeah.
And I love how even as Xander is basically trying to wreck house on Corrin, he's still giving pointers and trying to be the tutor here.
Very, very big brotherly.
Absolutely.
I noticed that Xander is shielding or blocking from time to time. The horse is just shaking it all off. The horse doesn't care.
I told you, this horse is a beast. This horse is going to save everyone.
You've already got Corrin down to less than half.
Yeah.
You're making short work of her.
That's what you get for choosing Hoshido.
But she's got a little support.
And now we have Liana showing up. Don't tell her what happened to Rowan. She might not be happy about it.
I love these character introduction scenes as well.
Yeah, all of the character introductions, their animations, their special attacks, they're just so much effort and detail was put into them.
Oh, they are. Wow. Oh, wait, okay. I thought they were pushing Xander back for a bit, but he's rallied.
It's really rough to be a red shirt here in Hoshido
Yeah.
Castle.
They're complaining to Wardrobe right now.
Yeah, I told you I wanted the blue shirt. Oh, look at this beautiful leaf. Don't you love nature, Rich?
Ryoma hates leaves.
Ryoma, why would you do that? That's just awful.
He just hates raking.
He really does. So now, the Crown Prince of Hoshido, who hates leaves and nature, has just showed up, and Xander's gonna make him cry. Go make him cry, Matthew.
All right, I'll try my hardest.
I'm not Matthew's boss, but I'm acting like it. Go kill things.
Kill in my name.
Yes.
Just happens to coincide with what I'm doing already. So.
Good. Yeah. Make sure he feels it. No quick death.
he feels
No
it.
honor for him.
I'm sure. And level up.
Yeah, this game makes me feel like a bad person, but in the best of ways.
It's power up.
Now we have the legendary Blade Siegfried.
So many legends.
So many legendary
So many
blades.
blades.
Yes. Oh, sorry, Liana. That's gonna hurt.
It's going to hurt worse in a few minutes.
Yeah. So we only have a
Nice.
few minutes, and we must make Ryoma suffer. So make him suffer, please.
Yeah, the question is, can we cause enough suffering to Ryoma, by we I mean Matt,
Yes.
before we have to move on?
I think it's a team effort. I feel like we're channeling our positive vibes his way.
We're all doing it.
Yes.
We're all winning today.
I'm ready. I'm prepared. I love
we
how
go.
the enemies drop money too. Like they don't need that anymore. Take that off your hands.
That'll do it.
Yes.
Nice.
Excellent work.
Perfectly timed.
We didn't get to see him fall, but I'm sure it was glorious.
There's nothing more shameful than an off-screen death.
Perfect.
And scene.
Now we've got, the hero of everything.
Husband victorious.
Yay. Score 1 for Husbando. All right, now that's all of the gameplay that we have to show off today, but we have a little something special that I can't quite reach.
All right. Let
Maybe
me give
Rich
you a
can
hand
reach
here.
them.
Just cover it up. So,
Gotta
secrets.
reveal these.
Secrets are happening.
All right, behind this hand here, we have a couple of secrets happening, and that is 2 new Fire Emblem amiibo, which are right here.
Ta-da.
We have Crom, who I'm just gonna hold a little, and Tiki. Now, these are brand new Fire Emblem amiibo, and just like all Fire Emblem amiibo, they will actually be compatible with Fire Emblem Warriors. We're not gonna talk about what they can do, but all you need to know is that look how cool they are, and they're
Love the
compatible.
cape.
Yes, that cape is pretty special, actually.
Yeah.
And so, thank you so much for joining us today, Hayashi-san. And do you have any final words that you'd like to say to our audience?
はい、ファイアーエンブレムウォリアーズは、ここに出てるようなプレイブルキャラクター今回紹介させていただきましたけども、まだまだプレイブルまだ剣のキャラクターばっかりじゃないかっていうご意見もあると思うんで、そういったキャラクターをこれからどんどん公開していきますんで、これからも続報を楽しみにしててください。はい、よろしくお願いします。
So in Fire Emblem Warriors, you've seen just a small selection of some of the characters that are going to be available in the full game. So we'll definitely be announcing more characters that are going to be in the game coming up. And some people said, oh, they're only sword users that we've revealed so far, but there are all kinds of other characters that are coming. So we really hope that you're going to enjoy the game.
Great. Thank you so much for your time. And thank you, Matthew, for destroying Ryoma.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you, Rich and Owen.
Yeah,
thank you,
thanks,
Crom and
everyone.
Xander. And thank you, everyone, for watching. This has been Nintendo Treehouse Live at E3, and we've got some more great content coming up soon. So please stay tuned.
Take a turn off the path, find a new addition to the cast. You know that any captain needs a crew. Take it in stride as you move side to side. They're just different points of view. Jump with me, grab coins with me, oh yeah. Come on and jump up in the air. Jump without a care. Jump up 'cause you know that I'll be there. And if you find you're short on joy, don't fret, just don't forget that you're still a one-up boy. So go on, straighten up your calf, let your toes begin to tap. This rhythm is a power
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Treehouse Live here at E3 2017. I'm Matthew, joined here again by Rich from Treehouse, and we have two special guests today, Mr. Takahashi from Monolith Soft and Mr. Yokota from Nintendo in Japan. Today, Raymond's going to be interpreting for us, and we're here to play Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Sorry about that. Set us up here, Rich. What are we looking at?
Cool. So if you've watched the trailer, you already got a bit of a taste of what the world and the story looks like. So we're going to kind of go a little bit deeper into the combat system and talk about what makes Xenoblade Chronicles 2 special. Right now, we're looking at, I'm going to do a little bit of story stuff, I have to admit. And I'm going to have Mr. Takahashi do some explanations of the world as we're playing. But before we do this, I want to get into a bit of the combat so that you can get a sense of what's happening. Just, as I'm playing and as we're talking. Right now, we're looking at the two sort of protagonists. We're looking at Rex on the right and Pyra on the left. It might look like I've got two people in my party right now, but when I get into combat in just a moment, you will see, let's take a look at them real quick. There's Rex, there's Pyra. Hi, guys. So once we get into combat, you'll see it's really only Rex who's doing the fighting. Rex is what's called a driver, and then Pyra is his blade. The blade imbues a character with a weapon, with an ability to fight functionally. So you can see that he pulls out the Aegis blade, and there, I'm going to try to get a better camera angle on them. You can see Pyra is sort of powering him or charging him up. What this allows me to do is on the right-hand side, you'll see the new arts palette. People who've played the Xenoblade Chronicles series will remember the arts palette from previous games. It's been streamlined significantly now, so it's just using the 4 buttons on the right-hand side of the Joy-Con controller. As with the previous Xenoblade Chronicles games, attacks are automatic, and with every attack, you'll see I'm building up my arts. You can see around the little diamond, I'm kind of building up my attack power. I now have all of them fully charged, and I can trigger an attack. I'm going to launch my anchor shot to pull some HP out. Because honestly, this first battle that I'm doing right here is a little bit on the tough side with just one person here. So I need to pull as much HP as I can. You'll notice my double spinning edge has a side attack bonus. I'm going to try to get around and demonstrate it. There, you see that little halo indicates that I was able to get around and pull off the side attack. It's going to be hard to get a back attack on him. Oh, he didn't turn. No, that didn't pull off. But every time I'm doing these attacks, as I'm doing my arts, or as I'm doing my basic attacks, I'm charging my arts. And then as I'm doing my arts, I'm charging up my blade's ability to attack using her power. That's the right-hand icon on my arts palette right there. You just saw it went to level 1, and I've got this flame ability. Pull back, and you can see Pyra is charging me up, and I just blasted him, and now he's on fire. He'll be dead in just a moment, so we'll do some more combat stuff after that. Now, right now, I'm just showing you what the absolute basics are about, so that I can start layering some additional complexity on. And it's a very deep RPG, and I want you guys to be able to understand what I'm talking about here. As I'm going into this next battle, though, I wanted to ask Takahashi-san a question. The first time I heard the name of this game, Xenoblade Chronicles 2, my first question was, why is this Xenoblade Chronicles 2 and not a follow-up to Xenoblade Chronicles X or some other suffix?
今回のタイトルを最初に聞いたとき、ゼノブレイド2というタイトルなんですが、思ったのが、なぜ今回は2なんでしょうか。ゼノブレイド X の次のタイトルではなかったんでしょうか。
そうですね、今回は、ゼノブレイドクロニクス X の場合はかなりオープンワールドをベースにした探索メインのゲームだったんですけれども、今回どちらかというとゼノブレイド1に近い、リニアなストーリードリブンなゲーム性を目指して作ってますので、あえて今回は2とさせていただきました。
So when we were developing Xenoblade Chronicles X, it's really a game driven through exploration and in an open world. And with Xenoblade Chronicles, it was really story-driven, and this time we want to create a story-driven narrative and game, and so we opted to go with Xenoblade Chronicles 2.
Thanks. That answers a lot of questions, because we do have a very strong character focus in this game, and we'll be showcasing a few more of the characters who make up your party in a minute. I do want to point out, by the way, that where we are in development right now, there's still a lot of polish that's going on. So the graphics look really great already. You can see off in the distance. We'll talk a bit about the world. but you can see how much I have to explore before this demo is over right now. But in the months that we have left in development, we're going to see a lot of polish going on. So bear that in mind as we're playing. Right now I'm looking out across this field, and up here you see the head of the Titan on whose back we're riding. Over here you can see the Cloud Sea. I want to point out that one thing that makes this game very different from other games is all of the land masses are really Titans. You're walking on the backs of these gigantic monsters. This is the only place you live. You fly around on airships or you ride on the backs of Titans, but there's no land mass other than perhaps you might be able to see a hint of the world tree that was mentioned in the trailer there.
Oh, yeah.
But we'll be getting into that a little bit later on. Now, Matt, you had a question about this, an observation that you'd made when we were talking.
Yeah, right. So, of course, you see the verticality there, and you just mentioned that these are Titans that we're exploring right now. And in the original Xenoblade Chronicles game, we had two bodies of land, Bionis and Mechonis, and that kind of set up how you explored that game, and it really kind of drew out the story as well. I was wondering for Xenoblade Chronicles 2, how did you go about building this world, and how do the Titans play into it?
ゼノブレイド1では鬼神と巨神っていうところでストーリーが繰り広げられたと思うんですが、今回はどういった形でこの巨神獣っていうのはストーリーに関わってくるんでしょうか。
そうですね。今回は、かなり今までよりもかなりストーリーの根幹に関わってくる存在として、このアルスという、生物がいます。で、今ここにいる生物は、キリンのような四つ足で歩いているやつなんですけれども、それ以外にも人型であったり、クジラみたいなやつであったり、いろんな形の、アルスが存在しています。で、それぞれがここは今大自然の景観が多いところなんですけども、雪原であったりとか、海洋的なものである、海みたいなものであったりとか、そういったようなさまざまな景観を今回はいろんなアルスに散りばめて、それぞれ探索して遊んでもらえるような作りになっています。
And so I think you will notice as you play this game that these Titans really play an even more of a core role in the game and the story itself. And as you see here, the Titan you see here is kind of like this giraffe-like Titan walking on all fours in a long neck. But there are Titans that are in humanoid form. There are Titans that look like whales. So there's all different kinds of Titans. And each of those Titans have a specific type of landscape that they have on their back. So like you see here, there's, this one has a lot of lush greenery, and you'll see other Titans may have a snowfield, other ones are just water-based. So they all play a different role, and they all have a very distinct existence within this world. And I think that you'll find it fun exploring, and that's really a big part of the story.
Awesome, thank you very much.
Now, I've been holding off on getting into more combat because I want to show off another element of the game. I mentioned that Pyra is Rex's blade, but I actually have another blade with me here, Fudor, and I'm going to conjure forth a new blade. Earlier in the battle, my very first battle, I picked up this core crystal right here. I used this core crystal to pull out new blades. When I summon a new blade or conjure a new blade into existence from these core crystals, they bring with them a new weapon type. And then I get access to new arts. And I'll talk a little bit more about that too, but I wanted to ask Mr. Takahashi to explain a little bit about the relationship between blades and drivers and where that came from.
まず今コアクリスタルで新しいブレードが出てきたんですが、このドライバーとブレードの間の関係性っていうのに関してお話しいただけますでしょうか。
はい、まずブレードと呼ばれている今コアクリスタルから誕生したんですけれども、これはプレイヤーに対してドライバーに対して力を与えてバトルを組み立てていく存在になります。で、今、3人ついてますけれども、アタッカー、タンク、ヒーラー、大きく分けてこの3つの、力を持ったブレードをプレイヤーが自由に組み立てていって自分のプレイスタイルを作っていくというようなゲーム性にしてます。で、今、ゲームにいるキャラクターは、今3人なんですけども、これ以外にもさまざまな姿を持った特殊な能力と姿を持ったブレイドが、たくさん存在します。なのでこれをゲーム中に集めていって自分のプレイスタイル、好きなプレイスタイルで遊んでいくっていうような組み立て方ができるようになっています。
So as you saw in the menu option there, you had 3 different blades, you know, the beams that came out of the core crystal. And as you explained earlier, Rich, these blades provide power and strength to the driver that they're connected with. And as you see here, there's only 3 in this, but there are actually many different types of blades, and they all take many different forms, and they all have different attributes and skills that they bestow on the driver. And but they all kind of separate into 3 kind of main categories, which is attacker, healer, and tank. And so based on the type of gameplay and playstyle that you have, you can mix and rearrange these blades to really fit your playstyle, and it gives you a lot of freedom into controlling how you play the game. And it's really, and there's a lot of fun to be had in collecting and finding these blades as well.
Now, I've just been slaughtering some herbivores while we were talking there. But now that I've added a few extra people into my party, you'll see I've got Nia and Tora here, each of them with their own supporting characters, let's say. Right now, I have 3 blades at my disposal just for Rex, and I can swap between them once they've charged up adequately. I added these people to my party in part because Tora is a tank. That's what he's best at. So I've got him drawing aggro from, I got the Field Armu's kid is now angry at me too. I probably shouldn't have attacked Dad.
We can see that he's getting the Argo because of that red circle around him, right?
Yeah, so he's got all of, oh, that didn't look great. He's got all of the aggression of the enemy centered on him, freeing me up to move around into different positions and pull off some of my side and back attacks. Now, the arts palette in the past has been a fairly complicated menu system to navigate. What seems to be the case in this game now is we've got the arts palette of just a handful of buttons on the right-hand side, but we've also got the blades on the left-hand side. When I swap between blades, I can bring out a new set of arts. So instead of having to navigate any menus, I have all of them at my fingertips. I can just tap the blade that I want to bring into battle, which they're charging up right now. I may kill this guy before I get any blades in here. Let's see. Yeah, I'm going to swap over to Fudor. I just brought him in. He's got his axe. He comes out with all of his arts ready to go. And you'll see that I have some special abilities that I can use for different conditions. As with the previous Xenoblade games, we've had like break and topple conditions. Those conditions exist here as well as a few new ones that can chain together. Rex right now doesn't have any, I'll just go ahead and attack him here. Rex doesn't have any ability to break or topple, so I'm relying on my other characters to do that for me. And they're not really into it right now, but we'll probably knock this guy out and move on to a new battle. But I can chain off of my allies' attacks in order to trigger not just break and topple combos, but also blade combos. I'm sorry, I can't resist grabbing all of the money, all of the loot.
And these combos that you're talking about, it's great that you have everything at your fingertips. It's literally 2 button presses to get to any art. So those combos are kind of hard to set up, and they have to be timed specifically. So it's great to have it so close at your fingertips to get those off.
Wait, more gentle herbivores. Come back here. Let's fight. Oh no, you're so fast. You're like a gazelle.
武器を抜いてるとちょっと歩きが遅くなってしまうので。
Yeah, I can just target someone else.
Yeah, so if you have your weapon drawn out, you actually travel a little bit slower than you would normally.
I was not going to catch that guy. We'll just fight someone else. Evolution's been very good to them. So now I've got, let's see, Tora's drawing aggro. Nia is a healer, and so she's doing her healing attacks. She's actually pulling HP for me. Oh, there's a break. I'm not going to charge up Fudor in time to take advantage of that break, although if there's a topple, I may have a chance. I don't think we're going to get topple off of that. Now, one thing I didn't get a chance to talk about before that he's been launched. Someone else launched him. The launch was, I think it's passed.
Yeah.
I was going to show off another of the abilities, but we'll get another opportunity in a second, because I wanted to talk about the blade art, or the blade abilities right now. Nia's using one of her blade abilities, Poison, and you can, or actually it was Toxin, and now she's poisoned this Buffalo. You do it. You do it. Thank you.
Who I think is new to this, but many people may have seen that there's a lot of classic enemies from the original game too, like Bunnets.
Balufo.
Balufo? I don't know.
Balufo. I'm going to go with that for now. But we'll keep attacking these gentle creatures of the night. and see what attacks we can trigger. One thing I'm kind of holding off on for now is I don't necessarily want to go into the main field because there are going to be some things that will kill me, and I'll show you getting killed inevitably. It's just going to happen.
Right.
Another thing I want to talk about is my basic attacks will trigger automatically, of course, but unlike in previous games, if I'm moving, they're not going to trigger. So I have to stop and think about where I want to be in order to do my basic attacks.
And something else about that is you don't want to move around all the time either, because each automatic attack is a little bit different. You have 3 steps to that, right?
1, 2, 3. So you can see that the basic attack is a combo. And as I'm building up my arts, I can also trigger. You see that little blue ring was me triggering an art off of my basic attack that helps me charge up a little bit faster and may do a little bit more damage.
Right.
I got it again right there.
Yep.
So even though some of the battle may feel very automatic, there are a lot of real-time actions that you're taking in order to build up your arts and to build up your blade abilities as well. I have my flame ability ready right now, and I might as well finish him off with it. Oh, he's already down. I'm sorry, Pyra, that was wasted.
Looks like you got
no,
someone else.
I got somebody else. Sorry, you're just collateral damage, pal. And now you're gone. I'm going to move into some more challenging enemies. The oasis where all of the gentle creatures come for a nice sip of water is maybe not the nicest place I could be. So I'm going to run past a little bit more. There was something else you had.
Yeah, sure. While you're running around here, let me ask Takashi-san. In a lot of your games, you prefix the titles with Xeno. I was wondering, just in general, what does the word Xeno mean to you?
高橋さんが作成されているゲームの中でゼノっていう言葉がよく使われるんですが、そのゼノっていう言葉は高橋さんにとってどういう意味を持っているんでしょうか。
はい、ゼノという言葉自体が異質とか異なるとか、そういった意味があったと思うんですけれども、僕ら普段他の人と一緒に暮らしている時にみんなそれぞれ違うわけで、性格が違かったりとか生まれが違かったりで、それっていうのはなんていうかな、生きていく上でドラマになります。で、そういったドラマの部分をゲームの部分にもうまく落とし込めたらいいなと思って常にゼノというタイトルをつけるようにしています。
So the word Xeno really means like something different or something kind of not familiar. And I think in life when we're living, you meet different people and they have different personalities, different backgrounds. And it's the drama between the interaction between those people that create the drama of life. And I thought that it would be great if I can drop that drama into video games. And that's why I add Xeno to a lot of my games.
All right. Awesome. Thank you very much.
Now, I went over and attacked this much more ferocious series of Ferrises. And they're pack animals, so they started calling in their buddies. And so this battle's going on a lot longer now. Do a little area of effect, attack, see if I can... Is anyone going to be able to topple him, though? That's the real question I have. Because I want to hang out here and see if I can pull a topple combo out of this. Oops, I did that a little bit early, but it was still all right. Now I've triggered the chill effect. You can see the chill bars slowly trickling down. If I were to pull off another, down he goes. If I had time to pull off another blade art, you would get a chance to see one of those blade combos. We will have an opportunity to demonstrate that as we get deeper into this level. But for right now, you look big.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and you're angry. Oh, good. I don't feel so bad attacking aggressive animals. One thing I want to point out that's really interesting about this take on the Xenoblade, the familiar elements of Xenoblade, in the previous game, for example, you had the ability to identify how aggressive an enemy was and how they would spot you. You could see the little eye to indicate that they had a visual range, or you would see whether they were detecting you by sound. And as I mentioned, more importantly, you could tell if they were aggressive enough to attack you on sight. You don't have that in this game, and it's because you're intended now to learn more about the enemies. Oh, topple, topple, topple. Punch, punch. Oh, too slow. But there's... All right, buddy. There we go. We'll see if we can do it. I didn't get a chance to switch over to Fudor in time to take advantage of that topple. But this time around, you're meant to study the animals. You're meant to study their behaviors and learn through your experiences. You might die along the way. I certainly will. But I'll just use this ability. Just keep firing off abilities to charge up my specials. But you'll learn their behaviors, and you'll learn how to fight them through experience and through repeated death over and over again. I'm going to trigger Tora's Shard ability now. You can see it charging through his support and doing serious knockback. Shard is still in play. If I were to trigger with a complementary ability, again, I would be able to chain off of that. Now, in order to demonstrate some of that, I am going to start. I'll grab some HP. I already healed up, but in order to demonstrate that, I'm going to have to head in the direction of town so I can show you it's not just fighting. There's a fairly sizable town on the back of this Titan. Now, one thing that we talked about earlier is the way in which the setting shapes the lives of the people in this world. In this town, I wanted to ask Takahashi-san about the people. That's big.
That's a tough enemy.
Yeah, let's just show you what that looks like. Because there's a one hit. I didn't even get my sword out in time. All right, see, can we even? That's another one hit. He is very territorial.
And he's
I've got
a unique monster.
I've got my party bar charged up a little bit, so I can bring Tora back. Oh, just in time to die. Now, as I mentioned before, when you die, did I mention this? Who knows? We'll review it on playback. When you die, you are set back to your latest checkpoint. You don't really lose anything in the process, though. So it's like it's educational. I just had a very educational death right there. But I had a question for Takahashi-san about the lives of the people who live on the backs of these Titans in all of these different environments that form up or that form the world of Xenoblade Chronicles 2.
ゼノブレイドの世界を作るいろいろなタイタン、巨人竜に住んでいる人たちについて少しお話しいただけますでしょうか。
はい、今ここにあるアルスはグーラと呼ばれているキリン型のやつなんですけども、ここものすごく、自然景観の豊富な場所で木材の産業が非常に発達している場所なんですね。でここでは割とこうなんていうんですかね、町の人たちもちょっと獣人っぽい人たちが住んでいて、で木工細工であったり何だったりっていうのをなりわいにしている人たちがたくさん暮らしています。でちょっと場所を転ずるともうちょっと軍事大国的なアルスがあったり、そこで暮らしている人たちは軍人が多かったりとか、
住むなんか種族がまあ違うんですよね。
種族もかなりたくさん種族いますので、それぞれのアルスにそれぞれの異なった種族が住んでいて、それぞれがこの広大な世界の中で、生きているというか、生存競争を繰り広げているような、そんな感じの世界観になっています。
So as you see here, this Titan is called Galmat, and it's the
Congratulations, Windows user.
Lush greenery and nature. So lumber is a very booming industry in this world. And so once you go into town, you'll see that there's a lot of humanoid characters, people that live there, and they make a living out of doing woodcraft. And but if you go to, say, a different Titan, there are other ones that are more militaristic in nature, and each Titan has a different set of species that live there and have a different lifestyle that they live based off. And this world is created with a lot of diversity in terms of Titans and the species and the lifestyles that everybody has.
You can see there's a bit of a lumber storage yard here. There's a lumber company. Massive toppled trees here. One other thing I want to point out, you've probably already noticed, there's a day-night cycle in the game. We're just fighting our way through a really rough evening. So there is a day-night cycle, there are weather cycles, but because we're in this sea of clouds, basically, this sea also has a tide, and the clouds will rise and fall and ebb and flow with the passage of time. And that rising and falling will obscure or give you access to different areas within the world. So there are places that you'll be able to get to when the tides are low that you can't access when the tides are high. It's another way in which the world itself is informing the design of the game and the look and feel of this world.
Another thing I really liked about the very first game is when it went through those day and night cycles, it kind of had the same theme music, but it changed a little bit depending on when it was, and that's back for this game, and I'm really glad because I love the music in these games.
So we're going to take a quick walk through this town, just so that you can get a sense of the scope of the world and the number of activities there are in each place. And also, I wanted to show you something over here. Again, this is very much a story of Rex and Pyra and his allies, very specifically. And at this point, we are... there we are. We're wanted men. We've got mugshots. I don't know where they got those mugshots. And we've got another driver right here who's studying them. He hasn't noticed us yet.
No, not yet.
But why give him a chance?
We noticed him.
Oh, it's you. Hey, wait, you're the guys from the pictures. And you'll notice he has his own blade there as well. And Tora's drawn his aggro, so he doesn't even notice me. Tora didn't even have his own mugshot up there yet, so he may not even understand what this battle's about. Don't turn around.
いっぱいこういうキャラクター出てきまして、牢屋に囚われているものすごく強いユニークなドライバーとブレードなんかもいますので、もちろんそういうの戦うと美味しいアイテムとか手に入りますので、ぜひいろんなところにいるやつら見つけてチャレンジしてほしいなと。
And you'll find that there's a lot of unique and interesting characters in this world. And for example, there's a really powerful driver and a blade that's locked up. And if you decide to challenge him, obviously, if you're able to defeat the character, then you get great items back. But it's a lot of the fun can come from discovering and getting to know these characters and battling with them as well.
Now, one thing before I get too far into the city, I wanted to show off. You don't have direct control over your other party members in a regular combat, but you can swap between them. So I just wanted to swap over to Nia, who's riding on the back of her blade. She's a very cat-themed character. You can see her ears. So you do have opportunities to swap between the different characters. And I'm going to get into a battle over here. I mentioned that she's a healer. I just want to show you what that looks like with her blade arts.
ニアだけ特別にね、このトラの白虎っていうキャラに乗れるんですけど。
So Nia's got a special blade where she's actually able to ride him.
And it looks great on the field as you're riding on blade back through the battlefield. So fight a few more rabbits, I think, just to thin the population. They grow like rabbits. So you can see her arts are a little bit different. She's got a full heal art that's super useful. She also has an HP potion art. I'll kill some more rabbits. Why not? It's just.
And then that potion art works really similar to Rex's art that we saw earlier, while the other healing art is more like a standard, what you would expect, like a healing.
One other thing that she has, and I'll try to charge it up during this battle with this slightly tougher rabbit, is she can initiate the break status. So if I can trigger that break, maybe by building up my arts a little bit more. This rabbit might die before I get the break. But here, I'll trigger the ability. You'll at least see the break happen. And then you see, once I've triggered break, another character might trigger topple. And then another character might trigger the launch status or other types of status.
Right.
So there's a lot of depth in choosing how you're going to attack and even choosing who your party lead is going to be. I do want to switch back to Rex, which means I'm going to be dependent on my allies to trigger those abilities for me. Let's swap blades on the battlefield, back to Pyra. So I'm going to run back through that town, show you a little of the architecture, show you a little of the lives of the people. But then before I run out of time, I do want to take on the big bad at the end so I can show off some of these more challenging moments. And I really, really want to demonstrate some of these combos I've been talking about because, I mean, it'd be a serious letdown if I tease it the whole way through and then don't actually show it.
And there's a lot going on in this town. That's what I love about the towns in these games. It feels alive and there's a lot to do. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, just the ambient chatter of people. You can stop and talk to some of the villagers. And build an understanding of the world that you're in. I'm going to run out here and just show off. I'm going to take a quick look at this warship over
and
here.
So obviously, as we work more on the development, we'll obviously be fleshing out and expanding the town and all the activities you can do in these towns and cities.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm looking forward to that.
Here's another Titan here. I was actually worried that they constructed a warship into the body of this Titan.
You're so morbid.
Well, it's just, it just seemed like he's got a lot of stuff on him. But Takahashi-san did reassure me that he is still alive and still functioning. Everybody
戦艦はまだ生きて
feel
るって
better.
ことは先ほどご確認いただいたのですごい安心しました。
I was legitimately worried about this. I'm sorry. So I'm gonna. Oh, that is an enormous windmill. Let's take a look at it. Where is that enormous? Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Way off in the distance. So we're gonna run off. Before I get into this boss battle, though, there's a quick fight with some soldiers. Again, this is tied in very closely to the storyline, the existence of this fort and the existence of these soldiers here. Takahashi-san, would you mind speaking about the soldiers that we're about to run across and their function here?
これから軍人みたいなキャラクターと戦闘が始まるんですが、そこについてストーリーに少しお話しいただけますでしょうか。
そうですね。今ここにいる人たち、兵士たちはスペルビアと呼ばれている国の兵士たちなんですけれども、
帝国兵ですね。
はい。スペルビアのアルスはもちろん別の場所にあるんですけど、今ここのグーラというところを占領している軍隊なんですね。なのであんまりそんなに町の人たちと仲はよろしくない。特にレックスたちとはちょっと敵対関係にある、勢力になります。
So these soldiers here are actually Imperial soldiers from a different Titan, and they've actually come and invaded Golmod. And so the locals aren't really happy about that, and they're kind of in a position where they're kind of enemies of Rex and his party as well. And that's the kind of setup that we have going on here.
We're making short work of them, though, with our party all together.
Yeah.
Their attack rod is all that's left. Rot. Made short work of that crew, which is good because with the time that we have left, that might be enough time to beat or be beaten by this upcoming enemy inside of the warship.
Well,
I do want to stop him.
Off,
I do need
no
to.
problem. Oh yeah, sorry. That's right.
もちろん戦艦にもシームレスに入っていけるというのがこのゲームの特徴かなと思い
And
ます。
I also think one of the great features about this game is that even going into the airship is very seamless. There's no loading and transition. You just go right into it.
Yeah, and the airship itself is vast. I mean, this cargo room that we're fighting in is
今回ちょっと
tremendous.
ここだけでお見せするってことになるんですけ
You
ど。
know, all we can show is this section, but it really is massive.
今回のライブ用に用意したちょっと専用のボスっていうところで楽しんで見ていただければ
And I
な。
hope you enjoy the boss that we've selected to show here on Treehouse Live.
Get some nice camera angles on him. He's going to stomp us. Okay. I want to switch back to Pyra. I'm going to talk through my strategy a little bit. I'm going to switch back to Pyra so that I can charge up my arts, pull some HP, and do some of the things that I'm more used to doing. You know, this is sort of my standard starter strategy for building up my arts, building up my blades abilities especially. What I want to do here is get all of my characters' blades to have their abilities charge up to appropriate levels so that I can trigger the combos that I want.
Right.
So I'm not going to use Flame or Toxin or Shard right now. I will attack once I get to level 3, I think. I think that's the safest.
Right. Now,
Nice
can you
tapo.
switch over?
Do I have time? I didn't have time. You got
間
to...
に合わなかった。
All right, I
wow.
want Rich to get this combo off, so I'll talk a little bit more about what we're trying to accomplish here. We have 2 combos that we're trying to get done, maybe. One is the driver combo, which is what we are about to attempt.
Topple him.
Yeah.
Topple him.
Topple.
Somebody topple him.
リキャストが
It
ま
may
だ
not
終わって
happen
ない
now,
か
but
も
it
しれ
will
ない。
happen.
And the other one is the one that we previously touched on, the blade combo, which really makes these boss battles a lot of fun, and you have to think about your strategy a lot if you want to get them done either fast or even like efficiently.
今回
どうぞ
実はドライバーが放つ物理系の格闘コンボっていうやつとブレード側が放つ属性コンボっていう2種類ありますので、これ両方合わさったりするとかなりダメージが出ますので、そういった遊びの楽しみもあります。
And like you were saying, Matt, as you were saying, there's the blade combo and the arts combo. And arts combo usually is really physical in damage, whereas blade combo has a little bit of a more elemental attribute to it that makes the gameplay a lot more, as you were saying, strategic and interesting.
Yeah, you'll notice that Pyra is fire-themed, while Fudor here is water-themed. And Kirim, my newest... Oh, okay, topple him.
Yes,
there
yes,
it is,
yes,
and
do it,
launch.
do it.
Do the launch, do the launch.
Yes.
Oh, yes. I love the visuals on that one. It's just hilarious to send him flying, and it does a ton of damage. But for my blade combo, it isn't Fudor that I want. Although if I can get him toppled again, I'm gonna go for the strong smash.
I'm not sure.
I'm at level 2. If you look in the right-hand corner, he's not toppled this time. I'm at level 2 on my arts. Oh, but he's broken again. I'm trying to get up to level 3, and to do that, I am gonna need to keep using my arts, even if they're not necessarily the most appropriate art for that moment. We've got Toxin. We've got Shard. We're going to want Kirim for this combo, if I remember correctly.
Blade combo.
A little bit more of a charge.
So let's switch over to Pyra, who's ready, because I can pull off some more HP, get my arts going. I'm not going to worry too much about trying to do the breaks and topples right now, because I really want to race my way to the level 3 art, or the level 3 blade ability.
And something that people can look forward to is the launch is not even the end of the combo. There's more after that. So
yeah, it's just that's the end of what we have at our disposal right now.
Oh,
and
ready to go.
We got toppled. Okay, I'm ready to go. Going to switch over to Kirim so that all my blades are in place. Thank you for the heads up on that. I'm so caught up in the battle. So we're going to fire off with Toxin first. You'll see that Toxin hits. Did it hit? Are you hitting? You hit.
There he is.
And now you look on the right-hand side, the bar is going down. I've got 2 basically tree options I can follow. I'm going to hit Virus next, which takes us to the next level on that tree option. And then I need to pay attention here because there's a little bit of action on my part. When Plague is ready, that virus is ticking down. I trigger Blade. I've got 3. Boom.
Okay. All right.
I think I might have done it. Did I do it? Am I okay? Are we here?
Oh, wow.
Are we comboing? I think we're comboing.
That looks like a lot of damage.
So you can see the amount of strategy that you have to put into building up those combos, but when you do it, it's really satisfying.
Oh, man, it feels so good.
And having pulled off that combo, I might actually have a little bit more time than I had expected on this.
Yeah.
Which is nice. I can kind of chill out and relax and unwind, get a cup of tea, switch back to Pyra, pull some HP because we are actually starting to suffer just a little bit. He's got Tora cornered. He's got him boxed in. Like, buddy, no. And there he goes.
Tora's not even on
All
the floor anymore.
There it is. So that's it. With the effective use of both my topple effects and my blade arts, we were able to hew our way through him. It'll just take a few moments to walk back out, let the murk clear, and to walk into the cool night air. As we're taking one last walk through the town, I wanted to know if there's anything else that Takahashi-san wanted gamers to know about in anticipation of this title.
ではボスを倒してもう終わりの方に近づいてるんですが、ゲーマーの皆さんに対して高橋さんからメッセージお伝えしたいものっていうのはありますでしょうか。
はい、今回はゼノブレイド2というタイトルで作ってるわけなんですけれども、結構前作クロニクル X からは短期間でできているとは思うんですが、それもクロニクル X の時の環境があって、そのシステムの上にこれを作っているんですね。ですのでクロニクル X で楽しかった探索要素であるとか戦闘の要素であるとかといったものと、ゼノブレード1にあったストーリーを追っていくリニアな楽しさっていうこの2つが融合されているのが今回のゲームですので、ゼノブレード1が好きだったお客さんも、X が好きな方々も楽しんでもらえるようになってますので、ぜひ、遊んでみてください。
So, like we just saw Xenoblade Chronicles 2, and so the past title, Xenoblade Chronicles X, was, compared to that, I think the development time we've been able to develop it quickly, but also it was because we had the environment set up after developing Chronicles X that we're able to do this, and we're building this game on top of the engine system that from Xenoblade Chronicles X. And it has all of the fun and joy of exploration and a battle from Chronicles X, but it also has the joy and fun of the story-driven narrative that's in Xenoblade Chronicles 1. So I really hope that fans of both series will be able to really enjoy it and have fun with this game.
That's great. Thanks very much. There's one last note I wanted to make, just in case anybody had any curiosity or questions about this. If you've seen the trailer, you know that the game is voiced fully in English. We are playing an in development build. All of the English has not been dropped into this build yet, so you're hearing a lot of Japanese. Obviously, that's not final, but I felt like I should, just kind of mention
definitely,
it.
yeah.
あと2週間時間があれば全部英語にトランスレート
If we had 2 weeks, we could have had all the English voice in.
So close. E3 just needs to push out a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit more.
Yeah.
But all right, well, I think that'll about wrap it up for us. Thank you everyone for joining us to take a look at Xenoblade Chronicles 2, and we'd like to thank our special guests Takahashi-san and Yokota-san. Up next, we have Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga plus Bowser's Minions. So stay tuned.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Nintendo Treehouse Live at E3 2017. We've got Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga plus Bowser's Minions, which I believe we're just announcing now.
Yes, surprise.
Neat. And I think we have a trailer to show, is that right?
That's right. So we're going to take a look at the trailer, and then we're going to take a look at the game. So please enjoy.
Let's go!
Well, that's fantastical.
That is fantastical.
So as you just saw, we're here today to take a look at Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga plus Bowser's Minions. Now,
Plus.
we'll get to that plus in just a bit.
We're going to start with the classics, work our way to the new.
Yes, so for anybody who's not aware, Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga is the classic Game Boy Advance game, and it's been remade with a few new additions, most notably some updated graphics and a brand new mode. Which
This was the
as I
first
said-
in the Mario and Luigi series, right?
Yes, absolutely. And so first, we're going to jump right in here and talk to Huhuros. Now, he's kind of an odd fellow. He requests that I prove myself by doing a spin jump minigame. Really, who am I to disagree? So here we go. But as I jump in here, I just want to explain a little bit of the story without giving away spoilers for anybody who hasn't played the game. Basically, Princess Peach, his voice has been stolen, and Mario and Luigi, gentlemen that they are going to travel to the Bean Bean Kingdom to try and get it back for her.
Nice.
Expertly handled, by the way, on the spin jumps here.
Thank you.
It was actually kind of a tricky challenge the first time through.
It is a tricky challenge, but you know what? I'm not going to let this guy intimidate me. That's what he's trying to do.
So if you didn't play the original Mario and Luigi games, this might be new to you, that there's the Mario and Luigi have these various cooperative moves they do by hitting each other with hammers and standing on each other's shoulders and all sorts of cool stuff like that.
Yes, and you actually control Mario and Luigi with different buttons, so they can actually move around and jump around separately. And that plays into the battle. Let us begin.
I'm really excited that people get to experience this game again. It's been a long time since it originally came out.
Yeah.
It really has, and I want to point out the graphics here. It's the same pixel artwork from the original game, but it's been updated. And
Talking and fighting.
Talking and fighting is never a good idea. But 3D lighting has been added to the pixel art to really bring it alive, and just the little animations that they do are so beautiful in this version.
And those animations are crucial to the gameplay itself. They give you little hints about who's about to be attacked first and that sort of thing. So it's really nice to be able to see them in great detail.
Absolutely. It's really important to keep an eye on the enemies. And for anybody who is not familiar, this is a turn-based RPG battle system, but what's really interesting about it is that you're actively engaged the whole time, whether you're doing a move, trying to nail an action command, doing a bro attack, which I'll do in just a bit, keeping an eye out for the enemy cues. There's constantly something to do. You're never kind of just sitting back and waiting.
So these jump attacks that you're doing, you're increasing the damage by hitting the appropriate button A for Mario, B for Luigi, right when you land that attack, and you can build sort of extensive combos off of those.
Absolutely, and as you can also see, I've been doing an okay job of dodging this guy's attacks, but you can tell where he's going to attack by his cues, and all enemies have different cues that you have to kind of learn and keep an eye out for, because if you don't, you will have much pain.
Much pain.
Oh,
no,
like
11
that.
points of pain.
See, perfectly timed pain.
Excellently demonstrated. Perfectly timed demonstration of that very point.
Yes, so what I'm trying to do with Huhuros here is that I'm actually taking out the pillars that he likes to hide under, because if I just take one pillar, if I leave one pillar, he's going to hide under it and I won't be able to attack him. And now what I'm also going to show off here is the emergency guard. I still took damage here, but I took way less damage than I otherwise would have. And if you actually get really good at it, you can do a whole battle without taking any damage at all.
Nice.
So actually, what I'm going to go back here and do, should I heal? No, I'm going to live on the edge.
Gonna go home.
What I'm going to do is do a bro attack here, and this is where our brothers actually team up to do an attack, and I have to keep an eye on the action commands here. Yes, nailed
so
it.
Cute.
I love Luigi so much.
Luigi was very brave.
Their little dancing, and I love when they feed each other items. It looks so cute.
Yes.
Luigi just tries harder, too.
Yes, and we got him.
Yeah.
Hoo-hoo roast down.
Nicely
Nice.
done.
Well done.
Left you a present.
He left you a present.
Yeah, that's really sweet of him.
That's classy.
Hoo-hoo roast slacks.
Left you his
Everyone
pants.
needs a pair in their closet.
I'm wearing the mine right now.
Yes. But so now we're gonna jump out of here real quick. We beat Hoo-hoo roast, so we're gonna jump out of here and jump to a
big
different
on
save
test.
file.
He's constantly testing you.
Yeah.
Yep. We're just gonna switch to a different save file here. In just a second.
It's happening. We can see it happening. It's transpiring.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, happenings are occurring.
Yeah.
But, I also wanted to point out while we're switching that, in case you didn't notice, humor is a huge part of the game.
Yeah.
Even the location names, Hoo-Hoo Mountain, are all named after different styles of laughter. So if you want to chuckle, you should
This is
head
the
on
place
over
to
to this
go.
game. It's the place to go.
Yeah, it was really well regarded, not just for the comedy of the scenarios and the situations, but the writing as well, the animations, the characters, all of it really came together in a really beautiful package, and I think that's why this is so highly regarded still after all this time.
Well, and the trailer reminds us of the immortal line, "I have fury," which I think we all fondly remember.
Fawful still has fury, for the
Fawful
record.
still has fury
He
after
does.
14 years? 14
yes.
years.
And we didn't get to see much of it, but there's actually been an updated user interface and map system, too. You can actually place pins on the map, which is really helpful because there are all kinds of abilities that you get that help you unlock different areas.
Yeah, there's a bit of retraversal involved once you develop all of your different bro moves.
Yeah, but we're about to jump into Minion Quest here, and this is the brand new mode added to this game. And as you mentioned, there are all kinds of memorable characters and locations in this game, and Minion Quest really expands on all of them because we get a whole additional story that takes place alongside the story of Superstar Saga. So if you loved that story, there's way more of it now, which is really nice.
And this is like a parallel story just happening alongside the events of Mario and Luigi doing their thing.
Yes, this tells the story of what happened after the Koopa Cruiser crashes and what happened to all of the minions that scattered across the Bean Bean Kingdom.
But this has entirely different mechanics. This is an entirely different game,
It has
basically.
a completely different battle system, so this is definitely not a throwaway mode, and it's by no means small. It's huge. There's a whole story, and we're going to jump right in. I'll explain a bit of the mechanics later, but I just want to kind of give you an idea of what one of these battles looks like and introduce you to Captain Goomba.
Captain Goomba.
The brave Captain Goomba,
Our
the
new
hero
hero.
of our story. Yes. He's the guy with the flag on his head on the left, and as you can see, it's a brand new battle system, so it looks like chaos, but it's
does.
Captain. It's your job to make sense of the chaos. So a lot's going on right now, but before you even go into battle, how you choose your units, how you place them, how you deploy them in battle, and then how you use each of their special skills is paramount to winning. Now, I'm going to say this is special save data created for Treehouse Live. I'm pretty buffed up here.
Yeah.
I'm pretty powerful, so I'm making mincemeat of these guys.
And it looks like it's just a storm of activity on the screen right now, but when you're actually playing it, you know what everybody's doing, and you've set it up so that this chaos actually does make sense to you, as you were saying.
Absolutely, and the more you play, the more units you acquire, and the more you realize how to use them and everything that's going on, you realize how deep the strategy of this game actually is. And when you can see, oh, he just used his captain commands. So captain commands are a huge part of the experience. and I just used one myself. But basically, you only get so many captain points, which allow you to use captain commands, and you have to be really smart about how you use them. But they give you a variety of abilities. You can actually stop the other team from using their special skills, or you can increase the stats of your team, or do any number of things that'll help you on your way to victory. So we crushed those guys.
Kind of handily, yeah.
Yeah.
And I love that this is taking place apparently in a movie theater. There's like a Koopas watching from seats.
This is Yoshi Theater, and the Yoshis are watching the carnage.
Or not Koopas, Yoshis.
Just, it's what they like to do. We're not going to judge.
It feels like a nice homage to some of the other like Mario franchise titles.
Yeah.
Where you've had like audiences watching things like unfolding in front of them.
Yeah, Paper Mario.
Paper Mario did that, yeah.
Absolutely. And before we jump back into another battle, I want to point out a few things on the screen. On the top screen, on the left there, you can see the power triangle. And that's another layer to the strategy, is that different types of units have different strengths and weaknesses. Melee units are stronger against ranged are stronger against flying, and so on. And if we jump into the formation menu here, we can see some of our units that we can employ, and all of these have different strengths and weaknesses as well. Like Shy Guys are strong against Lakitus, so there are all kinds of things that you really have to keep in mind if you're going to be a good captain. And you want to be a good captain, I think. And you can actually look at the bottom screen here and see what kind of enemies you're going to face at different levels, and that'll give you an idea of what the makeup of your troops should be. So, for instance, I've been fighting with Captain Goomba. He's kind of my go-to. I'm a fan of his, big fan. But we also have other captains that you can unlock as you play the game. We have
other lesser captains.
Yes, lesser captains.
Captain Shy Guy is lesser to no Shy Guy.
That's fair. That's fair. So we have Captain Shy Guy here and Captain Boo, and you can do whatever you want with your troops, but I think it's nice to have a good, well-rounded melee squad, a ranged squad, and a flying squad. And then for your fourth one, you can just go nuts.
So you've built all of your squads to specific functions in this demo.
Absolutely. And then even as you encounter different enemies and different troops, you're still going to have to change it up a bit. So it's not like you build these 4 troops and then you're set. You still have to change it up based on who you're going to encounter. But let's go with Captain Shy Guy. And he's going to take down his own.
Oh, no.
Which is only fitting, I think.
Shy no longer.
And so I'm going to actually speed through this cutscene, not because the dialogue isn't delightful, because it is, but we don't really want to spoil anything. But I do want to note that you can actually, once you've played through a level, I'm sorry.
So distractible.
So distracting. But once you've played through a level, you can actually turn off cutscenes so that when you return to it, you don't have to play through them again. So if you want to go back to, grind to get more units or get more experience points, get more beans to fortify with, which I'll touch on in a second, then you totally can, and you don't have to relive those scenes if you don't want to. Or you're absolutely free to.
So you mentioned the captain points, and those are on the touch screen, on the lower screen of the 3DS. You can see those basically like coins almost.
Yes, and how you choose to use them is really important, because if you use them all up in the first couple of battles, some scenarios have like up to 5 battles before you get to the boss, and if you use them all up, you can be in big trouble. They regenerate slowly after a battle, but you really want to save them until you really need them. So we're doing okay here, so I'm actually going to use Rally.
Ooh, nice.
And this is Shy Guy. He's going to kind of be the cheerleader for the team. He's going to increase... Yes. Go for it. He's going to increase their minion spirits so that they're actually able to pull off their special skills faster.
And that's a really expensive skill. It used up 4 of your 6 points.
It really is. And it's only because I know that I'm a bit overpowered here that I can kind of afford to do this. But see, as... my minions do their special skills, I'm going to have to help them pull it off if I want to get the good ratings.
I love the giant veggies.
Yeah.
Yes.
That Mega Turnip was
Turnip
amazing.
power.
Oh, that poor Goomba's all bandaged up.
Yeah, they get beat up throughout the fight, but they'll be okay. It's all in the name of Lord Bowser. And speaking of, that's actually what our brave Captain Goomba is after. If you've played Superstar Saga, you know that Bowser has... He's going through some stuff, okay?
Yeah.
He's been separated from the minions, and Captain Goomba is actually trying to reunite all of the minions and get them back together so that they can rescue Lord Bowser. And it's no small feat. They're going to have to go up against all kinds of familiar enemies, including the Koopalings and even Boffle. So he's got a lot in his way, but I believe in him. He's got Goomba gumption. Yes.
Oh my.
Gumption?
Yes, gumption.
I love the idea that Bowser's just going through some stuff. It's a bit of a rough spell, you know.
It's a rough time in his life.
We all have these times, Bowser.
Yep.
He'll bounce back. He will bounce back.
Absolutely. Special skill, go.
Nice.
Oh,
You've got
now
all
he's
your.
calling for backup.
Aw.
That's not nice.
That is, it's a sign of weakness.
It really is. That's why they're shy, because they're
Look
weak.
at that.
Oh, more backup. See, he
backup.
saved all. If I press pause, I can see how many battles I have left. I'm on the last battle here,
Right.
so I'm going to go all out with my captain
Cool.
commands.
Totally.
He clearly is doing the same, so I'm not going to hold back here.
Yeah, blow it
I'm going to
up.
rally the troops again. I'm not going to call for backup because I just said that's cowardly. So
You don't have that
It's
option
cowardly
anymore,
when the
I'm
other guy
afraid.
does it. It's cool when you do it.
But see, I just used deny, and this is a really useful skill because it only takes 1 CP, but you can actually stop anyone, even the captain, from doing one of their special skills. So that comes in handy. And as
Walk
you can see,
right over him.
it just secured my victory.
Nice. With no losses.
No losses.
No losses at all.
Yes.
Couple bandages.
That's okay.
A few bruises.
Yeah, battle scars.
Yeah.
Every Goomba's life is precious.
Yes.
Except the enemy Goombas.
Except those jerks.
Got to draw a distinction here. Very important distinction.
Right, again, super delightful humor and dialogue and everything, but I'm going to speed past it so that you can enjoy it during the course of the game.
The point I'm kind of obsessing on is, would those flags stop Mario from stomping on them?
Ooh.
Yeah, one of those in the
that's
boot.
interesting.
Huh.
You know,
well, you
I-
never see him go up against Captain Goomba.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll ever know the answer to this.
I believe that Captain Goomba could overcome even Mario. That's my current theory, and I'm sticking to it.
All right.
All right, so before we go into another battle, we're actually going to turn off cutscenes because it's really handy, and we're going to jump into the Fortify menu. As you can see, got a whole lot of beans here, a whole hill of beans even. And you earn these throughout battle, and you can actually use them to increase your units' of stats and abilities. So here I have a medium melee experience spell. So I'm going to give that to this brave Goomba here. He's fought nobly in my name, so I'm going to give him a bean and up his experience. But you earn these throughout battle, so you don't have to be cheap with them, but at the same time, you don't want to give them to a unit that you're not going to use. So
Yeah, reward the strong, punish the weak.
reward the strong. Absolutely. That is the moral of the story.
Like you do.
Yes. So we're going to keep on keeping on here. Ooh, and we're going up against a Boo here, so I'm going to pull out Captain Boo, give him a chance to shine.
Boovy Boo.
Yes. But one of the things I love about Minion Quest is that not only is it an additional layer to the Superstar Saga story, but you really get to see from the Minions' perspective, which is not something you normally get to.
No.
And I gotta admit, by the end of it, I was not too happy with Mario, let's say. I'm not really a big fan of his anymore.
Oh, no.
Taking a little bit of the glow off him.
I'm just kidding, Mario. You're great.
Start to see the way he affects the people around him.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, and in Super Mario Odyssey, he's going to be walking a mile in their shoes as well.
That's true. He'll learn a thing or two, I think. He'll grow.
It's going to be a humbling experience for all involved.
Yes, and again, I want to reiterate that we have special save data here, so our troops are powered up, but when you're going through here, you're going to really have to keep an eye on what level the enemies are at, because if you're outpowered, it's going to be a massacre.
That dirty Boo just snuck around and punched you in the back.
He did. He's a jerk like that. So I'm going to... How many battles do I have left? Okay, I'm going to use Chance here. And I don't know what this is going to do. Yes, it dropped enemy accuracy,
Good,
so
good.
that was good. But this really is a chance because sometimes if you use that at the beginning of battle, it will refill your HP when you were already full.
Right,
and
yeah.
that's
Right.
not very helpful. So you really have to be smart about when you use all of these captain commands. Come on, Captain. Let's do this.
Couple points back.
Yeah.
He's ready to go.
Now we're in the final battle. We can do this. No, he's doing it again.
Oh, no.
What a jerk to a fellow Boo.
And how is that Boo surprised? Like, he looks around confused, like he didn't know. He's a Boo. He knows what they do.
Yeah. And it happened like 20 seconds ago.
Yeah.
Please don't be mean.
Oh, gosh.
He's so mean.
Wow, he's done a lot of damage with that filthy behavior.
He's done that like 3 times and used to deny, so somebody was hoarding their captain points.
And yeah, and here we
I would
were.
never do that.
Oh,
I just did it. But
okay, good.
I would normally never do that.
You were talking about being overpowered, but even this is proving to be a bit on the tight side.
Yeah.
There we go.
Uh-huh. There we go. Sergeant Guy, thank you for your service. But as we just saw there are actually a whole variety of characters, not just from Superstar Saga, but from other of the Mario RPGs that'll make an appearance in this game. So keep an eye out for them.
Yoshis
and the Yoshis are super excited, yeah.
Yes.
This is their favorite movie.
They really love watching this gladiatorial fight take place.
You described it like they're all like hanging out watching an old war movie or something.
That's what it feels like to me.
We didn't know they were so bloodthirsty, but there it is. So let's go. We'll do a couple more battles here. Oh, I meant to switch back to Captain Goomba. That's my mistake. I'm
fine.
sorry to everybody.
I think Captain Boo has his fans.
It's true.
Yeah.
Or he will after this stream.
He will. We will see to it.
Yeah.
You're all forced to be his fans.
Yes. So as you can see in the bottom screen, Captain Boo only has a few captain commands unlocked because he was actually recruited pretty recently. But the more you play, the more captain commands you unlock for all of them. So he's running on fumes here, but I still think that he can pull it off. No, deny. Denied.
Nice.
See that? Not happening. Oh, this is why I wanted Captain Goomba, because this is actually pretty close.
Nice.
And I didn't use deny in time. I'm
no.
sorry.
I do like that he only has these two. They feel like very Boo abilities right now, you know?
Oh, yeah, deny and chance. Totally.
Yeah. You got this.
We can do.
You don't. You've got some of this. You'll have a bit of this. Now, this is a nice chance to go back to that thing you were talking about with the sort of weapon interactions and the character interactions about melee, ranged, and flying. Am I right in assuming perhaps that ranged
yes,
is
I'm at a
strong
different.
against?
As you can see, ranged is just a little bit strong. Oh, I'm at the bottom of my captain points too.
You're
so,
fine.
But as you can see, the power triangle and the advantages play huge. Have a huge impact on gameplay here. I was actually more powerful than these guys. My troop was at a higher level than theirs, but since they had the advantage, they almost handed it to me.
Yeah. Another excellent decision on your part to demonstrate some more of the complexity and nuance of this game system.
Yeah.
Absolutely intentional.
Like everything on Treehouse Live.
Yes. No, I'm going to be a better captain now.
Okay.
I'm sorry, guys.
This one's going to be fine.
Yes.
And everything's
a lot of
fine.
range they've got.
A lot of flying, a lot
no
of
one
range.
is afraid. Come on, Hammer
You got it. You got it.
Come on. Yeah, I'm going to use chance. Come on, give us something good.
What's it going to be? What's it going to
What
be?
do we got? My CP was restored. That's actually really
That's
helpful.
super. So yeah, you get more chances at chance.
So I'm going to deny, and I'm
Good.
going to do another chance.
Nice.
Just keep rolling the
Post
dice.
experience. No,
that doesn't help with the immediate
me
problem.
Oh man, I should have saved it for deny, but I have to live with my decisions, as we all do.
You can deny one more time.
You've got one last.
Deny. I maybe should have saved that for the captain,
Maybe.
actually.
Oh.
But
We've seen how this battle turns
against two
out.
of them now.
Oh
That seems
gosh.
bad.
It'll be okay, right? Oh, it won't be okay.
It's not going to be okay.
It's going to be okay for someone.
Oh, not even by the captain.
Which gives us a wonderful opportunity to demonstrate what this battle looks like when you've planned the strategy according to,
Yes.
the actual enemies you're facing.
But I mean, this just goes to show you how important it is your role as captain, because as I said, I was actually pretty well outpowering these guys. I was 2 levels above them, but since I didn't take in the corrupt troop, I lost. So I'm sorry, guys. That's my bad. Captain Goomba's coming in to save
Captain
everything.
Goomba, he'll
Don't
clean
worry
up.
about it.
Yeah.
Captain Goomba's going to close the deal.
They call him the cleaner.
Yes. So now we're actually going to jump into the last battle that we're going to show here. And at the end, we're going to fight Iggy, because he's kind of a jerk in this game, and we really want to fight him.
So we'll be able to get through this. You're much better prepared for these enemies now.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, deny. Aw. I don't have to say deny every time I use it,
You
but
do.
I'm going to. Yes.
If we could convince everybody that there was voice recognition
there's a
for
microphone
that
on that
and
thing.
that alone.
Not true. Not any of it.
Nope. Nope. It's just a button. It's a touchscreen touch away.
Yes, but you can say deny, and it does feel good. So
Mhm.
please do so. So I'm doing pretty well here, so I'm going to save my captain points.
We've
'cause
seen the other side of this battle just a few minutes
we
ago.
have. It doesn't feel good to be on the other side. Victory, yay! My tattered confidence is growing.
You restored 2 confidence points.
Yay! All right, we've got this. Oh, he used deny on me. That's just
That's
low.
not appropriate, yeah.
And now you get some of your own medicine. Oh, and now this voiceless captain here is powering up his guys. Not very nice of him.
Does he say deny, do you think, out loud?
I bet he does, in his head and his heart.
Elliptically, yeah.
Oh, deny. Again,
down.
eventually I will stop saying it every time I use it.
There's no reason to.
Do whatever comes naturally.
It's true. But see, here's another thing, as we can see, is that I'm actually able to get at the captain even though he still has units left, and that's because he chose his units wrong. I'm just
Yeah.
going to go ahead and go there and say it.
Oh, shade.
Because it's not only the units you choose, but it's the way you place them that decides how they're going to interact in battle. And
Mm.
since he didn't do it so well, that
Smack
allowed
though.
me to get straight to him before his units were even done, and that's kind of the nail in the coffin there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was already pretty chewed away.
Yeah, he's pretty beat up about it. All
2
right,
battles left.
I think we can get through this.
You
I
can
think
do
we
it.
have time. Let's do this. I
Blow 'em
really
up.
want to be mean to Iggy.
We'll get there. Do it, Babam.
Go,
Go.
Kuba power.
I want a Captain Babam.
Denied.
That's what I want.
Yeah.
Oh no, your Babam is gone.
There was an
Oh,
Admiral
denied.
Babam. in,
There was an Admiral Babam.
one of those papers.
That is hard to say, by the
Admiral
way.
Yeah, Admiral
Ba-bum.
Babam.
No, not gonna.
There we go.
Not gonna. Okay. Look, you're outnumbered, guy. It's not happening.
It's not, yeah.
Guy.
Guy. He's gonna very shyly charge forward with his
Yep.
spear over and over again.
Oh, with his last little captain point, he tried to get something together for himself, but it didn't work.
From hell's heart I stab at thee. Bonk.
All right, now we're finally facing off against Iggy, and
Oh, there he is.
Oh yeah,
already trying to take the attention. What a showboat! Oh, and great, he increased his attack power right from the start.
Oh,
so
yeah.
That is
that's-
going to make things rough.
That's gonna hurt. So
That looks bad.
I could use rally, but that's gonna eat up a whole lot of my CP. But
Yeah.
you know what? I think I better actually, because this could turn into a slaughter.
And you'll have a couple of denies left after that.
Yeah.
But that's all you're going to have points for.
I am gonna hold on to those denies in case it does come down to captain versus captain, because I don't really want what Iggy's serving up.
No.
No!
I'm hitting a
Oh,
block
gosh.
now. Watch.
He really is a
Damage to
showboat.
all
really is.
allies. That's
Oh, gosh.
dear.
That's not nice, and I don't like it.
Oh,
Please
this
stop,
is-
sir.
This is bad.
No, it's fine. Everything's fine.
It's okay.
It's not fine.
3 on 3 now.
It feels okay.
We've
No,
evened out.
But you know, we
3 on
chose
2.
we chose our units well, and Captain Goomba is a good captain.
Okay.
So he's gonna do this.
I'm gonna trust
There
you.
it
on
is.
this.
3
I
on 1.
believe in him.
2 on
Denied.
1.
Told you, it was a good thing I saved that.
And he's at less than half. You're fine.
It's okay.
Your hammer bro might be.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, now he used to die on me, which
That's
is
not
just
cool,
uncalled
buddy.
for. Okay, I think. Yes, we finished it with a special attack.
Nice.
That feels pretty good.
There's the drama.
All right, so that is all you're going to get to see of Captain Goomba for now, but we have something pretty special to show. Are
Is
you
it time?
ready?
Is
Let's
it
do
time?
it. It's
Okay.
time.
I'm gonna wait.
We
The reveal
have-
happens over here.
We have brand new amiibo that are releasing. We have Goomba, who you can call Captain Goomba if you like. It's allowed, as well as Koopa Troopa. You can call him Captain Koopa Troopa too if you want.
I will be customizing
It's
with
allowed.
little.
We put little
toothpick
flags on them.
yeah.
But yes, so we're not going to give any details, but these amiibo, as well as the Boo amiibo, will be compatible with Mario and Luigi's Superstar Saga plus Bowser's Minions. So enjoy them and all of their Goomba and Koopa Troopa goodness.
Yeah, fantastic. Thanks for taking us through that, Audrey. Next up, we're going to have ARMS in just a few minutes. Thanks for watching, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hello and welcome back to Nintendo Treehouse Live at E3. My name is Kendra and I am up here with my buddies Terry and Matt, and we are just about to check out ARMS. But first, Terry is going to introduce some special guests we have up here today.
You got it, yeah. So we have Yabuki-san, and we have Ishikawa-san, and we have Rob for translations. We have some special guests here to help talk about ARMS today and dive deeper into the game of ARMS. As you may notice that there are some wiring on these Joy-Con. This is just for development production, but let's get right into it. So, we have Yabuki-san here, we have Ishikawa-san here. Let's talk about the game. Let's talk about the world of ARMS.
そうですね、せっかく石川さんも矢吹さんもいますので、ちょっとARMSの世界観について、そのコンセプトについて語っていただけますでしょうか。
そうですね。何より今日は戦いに来たので、戦いながら語ろうと思います。
Well, I really just came here to fight, so I think I'd like to talk about it while fighting.
Nice.
All right, so I guess I should probably hand the controllers off to Yabuki-san.
Yes.
そうですね、私したいんですけど。
This might not work really well. How about
持て
Ishikawa-san?
ないかな。
これじゃできないですね。
He can't fight in the gloves. So Ishikawa-san will have to hold them for a bit.
There you go. All right.
ここから本番。
All right, now we're gonna get into it.
So let's get this started.
So can we hear a little bit of the world of ARMS, a little bit of the background of the game?
そうですね、石川さんに答えていただきましょう。ARMS の世界はどのような世界ですかね、一般的に。
はい。ちょっと我々が住む世界よりはちょっと近未来の世界です。
So it's kind of the near future as compared to the world we're living in.
で、腕が伸びる人たちがいる、そんなファイターたちがいる世界ですね。
And it's a world where obviously there are people who have this kind of stretchy arms ability.
いくよ。
Here we go.
Yabuki-san's really ready for this battle here. So we're looking at all these different characters. We got Kid Cobra, and we also have Bite and Bark. Ishikawa-san, let's talk about Kid Cobra for a second.
そうですね、石川さん、ちょっとキッドコブラについてちょっと話しましょう。
はい。キッドコブラは腕がヘビのモチーフになっている、ヘビ人間みたいなそういう感じのキャラクターですね。
So Kid Cobra, he's kind of a snake man. His arms are snakes, and he himself is sort of a snake as well.
顔をフルフェイスで覆ってるのでちょっと謎めいた感じのキャラクターになってます。
And his entire face is covered by that helmet he's wearing, so he's kind of a mysterious guy.
Very mysterious.
Yeah, mysterious indeed. And I noticed too that he has two different colored eyes, and I'm curious about the design decision behind that.
なんか目色が2つも違うということにちょっと気になったんですけど。
はい。オッドアイなんですけど、それが結構謎めいている特徴の一つです。
So that's maybe I won't go into it now, but that's just another kind of mysterious thing about Snake Man.
Interesting.
興味深いですね。
The fans will have to wait.
So let's 勝ったよ。
Oh yeah,
Yabuki won.
I'm still in shock.
So as we're moving around too, let's talk about Bite and Bark and his special unique ability.
そうですね、ちょっとバイト&バークについて話しましょう。
はい。バイト&バークは他のキャラクターがARMS能力を持っている人間に対してロボットで参戦してきたちょっと珍しいコンビのキャラクターたちですね。
So Bite and Bark, they're kind of a, obviously kind of a unique combination. Obviously they are a combo for one thing, but also, he's a robot that was kind of created to fight against, humans who have this stretchy arm ability.
犬型のロボットをお供にして戦ってます。ちょっと反則なんじゃないかなと思うんですけど、それは目をつぶってください。
So, he fights with this robot dog partner, which seems like it should be against the rules, but it gets overlooked for some reason.
And if you notice too, you can actually the dog had just matched up, or they meshed up together with the rush attack.
そうですね。必殺技になるとなんか一体になりますね。
はい。合体します。頭に犬がつき
ます。He gets right on the head there, yeah.
勝ちました。
A fusion. Mr. Yabuki won again.
Yeah, obviously you don't want to jump on people's dogs' heads all the time.
ファイターの入り替えをしますか? Okay, yeah, so we'll switch fighters.
So, all right, we're going to show more. You guys are switching it up? Okay.
Yeah.
Plus, now we're going to Cobra Kid's level, which is a really fun level. Can we talk a little bit about that level?
そうですね、ちょっとスネークパークについて何か。
はい。ここはコマボードと呼ばれる 乗り物に乗って戦うステージになってます。
So this is a stage where you get on these kind of mysterious looking objects called snake boards and fight while you're riding on those.
でキッドコブラは、ストリートのちょっとこうストリートファッションに進んで、ボードに乗って、日夜このアームズファイトをしている。なので世界観もちょっと、ストリートっぽいそういう風なエリアになってます。
So this is kind of a street style area of this game. Obviously, Kid Cobra, he's kind of a street style guy, kind of like the version of a skater for this world. So that represents that element of this place.
Oh, that's awesome.
Street Cobra.
Very much looks like an urban rooftop skate park with super cool skateboards.
Right under a freeway as well.
I know. I hope somebody makes those skateboards
そう
someday.
ですね。我々スタッフも非常に気に入ってます。
Yeah, everyone on staff is really into this level.
I definitely noticed the level itself too. It's very unique compared to other levels. You actually are right on these tops, and it makes the game a little bit quicker. It makes it harder to dodge, or easier to dodge. And there's just so much that you can do that's different when compared to other levels.
この物に乗ることもあるし、このゲームの中でも結構ユニークなステージですね。
はい。遊びがちょっと他のステージとは変わってるので、ちょっと他のステージとはまた刺激的な部分があると思います。
Yeah, I think it's pretty impactful just because even the gameplay is kind of different on this stage compared to the others.
Let's look at the arms that they're using right now. So it looks like round one goes to.
Matt's got a tall order here because he is playing against the developers and they obviously know what they're doing. You're holding your own, Matt.
Doing great. So let's go into Bite and Bark's arms here.
ちょっとバイト&バークのアームについて話してみましょうか。
はい。右手につけているのは相手を追尾する追っかけるアームになってます。
So on that right there, he's got a homing type arm that can it'll track your opponent's movements and home in on him.
でそして左手の方はクラッカー状にまるでパーティーのようにですね、ボーンとクラッカーが出るんですけど、パーティーっぽいように見えて炎をまとってるちょっと危ない一面もあります。
And so on the left there, he's got what kind of looks like a party favor. It's called the Cracker, but it also has this fire attribute, so it might look like a party thing, but it's pretty dangerous.
I noticed that Kid Kuroba's got his special just waiting in the wings.
キッドコブラの必殺ゲージが
いいですね、溜まってますね。決めましょうか。決めましょう。
Oh, is it time for Ibuki to bring the pain?
I
I'm so glad I got out of that.
Matt felt the heat.
So let's talk about Kid Cobra's arms while we're at it.
そうですね。終わった。
終わりました。左手が縦に弾が出る武器をつけてますね。
So on that left, just to talk about Kid Cobra's arms a little bit, he's got that left hand kind of vertical, the vertical three-pronged attack. Nice.
Awesome.
というわけで矢吹が2連勝でした。
Yep, so that was Mr. Ibuki winning twice in a row.
Good job, sir. You did.
プレイヤーをチェンジしましょうか。
All right, we're going to change players. I think Mr. Ishikawa is going to play a bit. And we're going to change characters.
So we got some characters going on here. We got
Helix.
Twin Tail and
Yeah.
Helix.
Helix is so amazing.
Right. Okay. Helix is
All right. And the gloves have passed into
To Yabuki.
new hands once
Mr.
again.
Ibuki has the gloves back on.
Musical gloves.
Mm-hmm.
So let's get into the technical side of Twin Tail and Helix's fighting style.
そうですね。ちょっとトゥインテールまたは DNA のテクニックについてちょっと話しましょうか。
ツインテール特徴的なのは相手の攻撃をスローにすることができますね。
So what's unique about Twin Tail is that she has this ability to actually slow down incoming attacks.
And that's like a really good offensive defensive move because you're able to counter your opponent by having them attack you, but dodging it, slowing their punch down, and then you counter right away.
やはり攻撃にも防衛にも適しているテクニックですね。
そうですね。相手の攻撃をうまくスローにさせてカウンターを決めるというのが得意なキャラクターですね。
Yeah, she's really good for you slow down an enemy attack and then bring that counter right in.
I think we also noticed too that Twintel is the only character that's not using her arms. She's actually using her hair as her weapon.
トゥインテルが唯一の腕を使わないキャラですね。髪を使ってます。
そうなんです。アームズ能力っていうのは腕だけじゃなくて髪の毛にも出ることがある。
So, you know, it's just the fact that the arms ability doesn't always show up in your arms. Sometimes it shows up in your hair.
Good point.
I wish my hair could do that.
Good game.
With Helix's win, I think we should move on and talk about Helix and about his
Yeah, definitely.
ヘリクスが勝ったということで、ちょっとヘリクスについて話しましょう。
フェリックスはこう体も上下に伸び縮みする特徴的なキャラですね。
So Helix is really unique just because of the fact that this kind of body, like stretch, as you can see there, it stretches and expands up and down.
まあ扱うのが一番難しいかもしれない。
And he's probably the hardest character to use.
Yeah, he seems like he has some very unique skill sets, but it also seems very rewarding if you figure out how to utilize those at the right times.
Oh yeah. まあ確かに扱うのが難しいだろうけど、なんかマスターしたらすごい価値があるキャラですね。
そうですね。ヒリクスを使いこなせたらもう尊敬を集めると思いますね。
Yeah. If you can master Helix, I think you'll be respected by the community.
強いですね。
So for players looking for a challenge, they should focus on their Helix play.
Do I get my first one?
Wow.
Good job, Matt. Practice makes perfect, right? This is it. All right, so
final round.
Final round. This is it.
Final round.
Uh-oh, he seeks revenge now.
Oh no, he's got two.
So let's look at the techniques of the arms here that we're seeing here. So Twintel is using her Purcell and also her Chilla.
ちょっとそのツインテールが今使っているアームズについて話しましょうか。
ツインテールは今左手に氷のパンツですね。右手にパラソルつけてます。
So yeah, she's got that freezing punch on the left and then the parasol on the right there.
凍らせて傘で突き刺すっていう非常に怖い組み合わせですね。
And it's a pretty scary combination. You know, she can freeze you with that left and then stab you with the right.
Oh yeah.
And earlier we had the yellow sphere that they were standing in front of, and that helps to fill up their special gauge. So it's obviously smart to get in there when you can.
Oh, that was close.
There it is.
Bam. Oh, ouch. Nice.
矢吹は勝ったけど石川は負けたっていう。
So, as we see, Mr. Ibuki won and Mr. Ishikawa lost.
All right.
変わりましょう。
変わりましょう。Well,
Switching fighters.
So we're gonna.
We have to do the glove swap again.
So at this point, we had shown the four of the newer characters at Twintel by Mark, Kid Cobra, Helix. So there are characters that we've shown before, but now we're going to show them live here today and have them duke it out as well. So we've got Springman and Minmin.
じゃあちょっとスプリングマンとミンミン今まで見てきたからに移りましょう。
Let's see. How about some ramen bowl?
Ramen bowl.
That sounds tasty.
Okay.
Let's do it. I am pretty hungry.
So
what is the story behind Springman?
じゃあスプリングマンのストーリーは何でしょう。
はい、スプリングマンはですね、アームズを代表するキャラクターですね。腕がバネになっていて、アームズを体現したような、本当にそういうキャラクターです。
So he's kind of the embodiment of arms, you know. He's the representative. He's kind of the mascot character, and his arms are made of springs.
彼はですね、非常に熱血的で、で人懐っこいところがあります。で、ただ負けず嫌いなので、最後のゲージが4分の1になると、腹痛を発生してパワーアップします。
And he's a really passionate fighter. He's kind of a gym rat, and he also hates to lose, which kind of connects to one of the abilities he has, which is when his life gauge gets below a quarter, he gets perma-charge. His arms are just permanently charged.
Yeah, that's a great addition for Springman, especially when you get down to a little bit of your health, you get a little pickup, and then everything is charged. You do more damage than you could before. That's a great ability.
It also feels personally relatable, you know? You feel backed into a corner and then you just get like, rah!
で、そうですね、攻められたら、解凍できるように。
And just a minute ago, we had the green ring, and that refills the health. So a lot going on screen. Matt getting annihilated once again.
By Yabuki-san this time.
It's so tough.
So let's look at that Min-Min's story and what's her background story.
じゃあちょっとミンミンの背景に移りましょう。
はい。ミンミンはですね、ここのラーメンボールというステージのラーメン屋の看板娘です。
So she's kind of the prize daughter of a ramen shop that's actually located here at this ramen bowl where you're fighting.
でお分かりのように腕がラーメン状の、伸びる腕になってます。
And you know, as you can probably guess and see, her arms are made of this kind of stretchy ramen.
髪の毛もですね、ラーメン型の、ショートヘアで、ラーメン鉢のニット帽をかぶってます。
And then you can see, you know, on top of her hair, she's got these kind of like ramen noodle-like strands of hair, and then this knit beanie that looks like an upturned ramen bowl as well.
Love it. And one of my favorite weapons in the game right now is definitely the dragon, which is one of Min-Min's main arms. It definitely has really good range. It has that nice little blast, the delay blast that keeps the opponent moving.
彼の一番気に入りのアームがミンミンが使っているそのドラゴンですけど、すごい広範囲で攻撃できる。
Should we switch roles? Yeah, sure.
または細かく習いますので、気に入ってます。
そうですね。左腕がですね、チャージするとドラゴン型の腕になるので、より一層強くなると思いますね。
And then you know that left arm, since when you charge it up, it turns into actually a dragon. You know, she can get even stronger.
Awesome. I'm stoked that we're going to be using Ninjara. He's my favorite.
Okay. Into the ribbon wearing.
Ninjara versus Ribbon Girl.
Nice.
So I think we're seeing a lot on a lot of online tournaments and whatnot that, especially Ribbon Girl is one of the top fighters. Let's talk a little bit about Ribbon Girl and her story and her abilities.
そうですね。今ネット上とかでリボンガールがトップのファイターとして認められてると思うんですけど、ちょっとリボンガールについて話しますか。
はい、リボンガールはアームズの世界ではポップスターでみんなに人気の有名な、ファイターです。
So Ribbon Girl is a really popular person in this world. She's a popular fighter, but she's also a pop star.
で歌うだけじゃなくて、アームズファイトに参戦してですね、非常に強い一面もあって、とてもかっこいい女性ですね。
So you know she's not just a singer, she's also here participating in the arms tournament, as you can see. So she's a really strong female character and just a really cool character as well.
She's a singing fighter. I like it at the same time.
歌って戦えるポップスター。
Yeah, she's a singing, fighting pop star.
All right, and then we have Ninjara. What is Ninjara's story?
じゃあニンジャラのストーリーは何でしょうか。
はい。ニンジャラはですね、頭が手裏剣型のちょんまげをしているのと腕が鎖のモチーフになっているのが特徴的です。
So what's really unique about Ninjara in terms of his visuals, he's got that top knot that's shaped like a shuriken, like a ninja star, and then he's got those chain arms, which is reminiscent of another ninja weapon as well.
で彼は忍術大学の学生なんですけど、最後の卒業試験としてこのアームズ大会に参加しているっていうそういう設定です。
And kind of his backstory of why he's in the tournament is that he's attending Ninja College and winning the Arms Grand Prix is his final graduation assignment.
I love it. Ninja College for all. Ninja College for all.
Ninja College.
忍者なんですけど。
One of the really cool things about him is his ability to dodge is unique as compared to some of the other characters. So maybe you can showcase that in a minute when we get started. Yeah, do your best, Matt. Do your best. I believe in you. You can do it. Yeah, there you go. There you go. So he kind of flips in and out, which is very advantageous. One of his special skills for sure.
Right. So while he's blocking, when the opponent punches, he'll teleport over to the next side, and then you can counter with that. Very counterable character.
And I feel like you can use it in kind of unpredictable ways as well, as long as you divvy up which way you're jumping and whatnot.
Let's look at the arms a little bit. So I know we got a Ribbon Girl who's got a few items on her arms. Let's talk about weapons.
ちょっとレバンがある今使ってるアームについて話しましょう。
はい、左手今スパーキーですね。雷のパンチ。
So on the left, she's got the Sparky, which is a lightning punch.
右手はこのムチのようにしなる。
And then on the right, she's got the kind of whip-like Slapamander.
Yeah, the Slapamander, I love how it just like it swings around the opponent, and so you don't see it coming until it comes from the left or right.
Until it's right in your face.
Yeah, it's not a direct shot.
大きくカーブするからなんか読めない。
How you doing over there?
It's
How you
like
doing?
fighting God.
神と戦ってるような感じです。
It's the wrath of Yabuki-san and Ishikawa-san. So moving on to the next fighters. Let's see who we got up next. It is. It's the heavy arms, right? We got Master Mummy, and then also Mechanica.
変わりますか。はい。じゃあまたプレイヤーを変えてみます。
We're gonna switch again.
We're gonna switch again. Ishikawa-san's gonna.
What they're doing is they're wearing you down, Matt. That's what they're trying to do.
I'm already pretty tired. But I'm gonna fight hard to the end.
マットが疲れていました。
Yeah, so one of my favorite characters is definitely Mechanica.
Mechanica,
She can definitely take punches, but also all of her movesets are actually very, very aggressive, and it's all on the offense. We'll see it when we get into this match here.
It is hard to choose a favorite because they're all so unique.
やっぱり一番のお気に入りの選択肢の中なんかみんなすごいユニークなキャラだからなんか
そうですね。
難しいです。
10体のキャラクターたちなんですけど、なるべくその違いが出るように意識して作りました。
So you know, there's 10 characters, but we worked really hard to make sure that they're all very, unique and different from each other.
They definitely are. Awesome.
できるだけこういろんなキャラクターを使ってもらうと、このゲームの深みもより分かってくると思います。
And I think if people playing it, if they try out all of the different characters, they'll understand more and more how deep the gameplay is.
And so let's look at Mechanica's play style, her fighting technique. So her arms and her style of she's pretty floaty. It seems like.
メカニカはホバーできますが、なんかどのようなプレイスタイルが一番合ってるんでしょう。
やっぱりメカニックは空中でホバーできるので、空中からどんどん撃ち落とすような、そういった戦い方がいいですね。
So for Mechanica, because as you said, she has that hover ability, you should just use that a lot. Stay hovering and try and attack from the air as much as possible.
Oh my gosh! Wow,
that was close.
That was a really close match.
So now, because of the victory of Master Mummy, let's transition to Master Mummy. Let's find out a little bit more about Master Mummy.
じゃあマスターマミはいかがでしょうか。
マスターマミーはもうとにかくパワフルでどんどん前にパンチパンチパンチパンチでどんどん押していくタイプのキャラクターです。
So Master Mummy is a character that you just want to keep moving forward and just punch and punch and punch and punch, just keep coming with the punches.
And Master Mummy does have a unique ability where when he's guarding, it actually refills its HP.
でガードしながら回復できますよね。
そうですね。
Yeah.
Yeah, it almost looks like little souls are being sucked into him and then providing him with life.
なんか小さな魂が彼を回復させているように見えますが。
The victory for Master Mummy.
Yeah, you got me back.
So we saw
back hard.
Yeah. So we saw a lot of the fighting. Let's show a couple of the different modes that we have in the game as well. Yeah. So for the first mode we're going to show off will be the basketball mode, hoop is what we call it. And let's go into the details or the little specs about this feature, the hoops.
バスケはどのようなモードでしょうか。
バスケはこう投げの練習になるような、ゲームを作ろうと思って、用意しました。
So this basketball hoops, we kind of created it as a way to, have something that people could practice throwing.
ただのプラクティスではなくて、敵をリングに放り込むという、非常にクレイジーなゲームです。
So rather than make it, just simply practice, we made it this kind of crazy game where you try to pick up your opponent and throw them through a basketball.
I love it.
So you're taking your opponent and you're going to dunk them in the basketball hoop. Just like that.
Obviously, don't do this in real life.
Dunk shoot.
So I do notice that in this game there are 2 points and there's 3 points. So if you're inside the arch, it's only 2 points, and then also when you're outside the arch, it's 3 points.
3ポイントラインもちゃんとありますよね。
そうですね。
3ポイント。3ポイント。
ちゃんと最後の足の位置を見て3か2か判定してますんで。
Yep, it looks right at where your feet are actually to determine whether it's a 2 or a 3-pointer, where your feet were at the last moment.
And I really like this mode a lot. It's just the fact that you're playing ARMS. It's the same kind of style of you're fighting against an opponent, but the trick is really you're grabbing them and you're trying to counter them and throw them into the hoop to score and get the best for the first to 10 points.
Yeah, so definitely a good stage to practice grabbing and throwing and kind of perfecting that technique.
As you notice right here too, once you finish and you land a rush attack, you will bounce your opponent off of the turnbuckle into the basketball hoop. Oh,
nice.
It's a close game.
Oh,
there it is.
Yep.
Got dunked. Ishikawa for the win.
Even at our own sport.
アメリカのスポーツなので。
Yeah, so let's go on to the next mode. So we're gonna do volleyball this time and show off the difference of this one. So basketball is a lot about grabbing and countering your opponent, but then in volleyball it's really about setting up your hit and setting up that for the spike. So you can use one hand to hit the ball, but if you use both your hands and you hit the ball at the same time, it'll actually set the ball up, and then the next hit you go for, you can spike it. And there's a lot more jumping involved in this mode.
I feel like if volleyball was like this in real life, I would actually play it too.
バレーボールが本当に困難だったら、バレーボールもっとやるかもしれない。
It's arms volleyball. Oh, nice block. So as you can see here, it's really you're countering your opponent's ball by keeping it on their side. After a certain amount of time, that volleyball will pop, basically. Of course, this doesn't happen in real life, but this is part of the arm segment.
本当はボールが爆発しないんですけど。
When we all have extendable
バレー
arms.
ボールもこうジャンプしたり動いたりっていうその動きの練習になるミニゲームです。
And so, in the case of volleyball as well, this is a game that it kind of helps you practice having to do all that jumping and moving, because that's how you'll be able to win the game.
まあ遊んでるうちにバトルも強くなるんじゃないかなと思います。
So we think, if people play this game a lot, eventually that'll transfer into actually being better in the battle as well.
And that's what it does seem like.
確かに
As
そうです
Matt
ね。
lost the volleyball game and Ishikawa's on for the victory. Yeah, each of these modes really help stabilize your basic battling skills in the actual fights. But again, basketball was grabbing. Volleyball, you have the jump attacks, and setting up for the next move.
はい、
Let's
これのゲームはなんか基本のバトルの基本も鍛えられますよね。確かに。
So we have one final mode to show you guys. It'll be the skill shot mode.
最後は skill shot.
Which character will you guys choose today? Oh,
キャラは
Ninjara.
どうします？
Ooh.
That's a nice
Oh,
color.
a different
Yeah.
color.
Dig it.
So, Yabuki-san, Ishikawa-san, who is your favorite fighter in ARMS?
一番気に入るなキャラクターは。
やっぱりスプリングマンですね。
I like Springman.
Springman?
Yep.
私はスプリングマン取られたから
石川さん already took Springman, so
ミンミンかな。
I'll go with
今は
Min Min.
ミンミンが好きです。
Right now I'm in the Min Min.
So as you see with the skill game, you're really going for the targets, and the more points you get, that's how you win the game when time is over. You can counter your opponents as well.
まあ的当てだけではなく、なんか相手もカウンターできますよね。
やっぱりこれはうまく狙い定めて、命中率高く当てる練習ですね。
And so this is a good, this actually lets you practice, having good aim, being able to hit specific spots.
けど対面向こう側にはライバルもいたりするので邪魔をすることができる。
But since you got your opponent on the other end, they're obviously going to be trying getting in your way and making things difficult, right?
Again, another mini game another mode that will help you actually increase your abilities in the game itself.
Yeah, all of the mini games definitely they kind of span the wide range of the different things that you can do so that you can practice, which is awesome.
All right,
Good
well,
game.
nice job, Matt.
Yeah,
I think you
well,
got one.
game.
It's good.
Yeah, I did get one.
This will make you
Out of
stronger.
how many matches?
I don't want to count.
Okay, we won't count. You've been a really great sport.
Oh, no, it's been a lot of fun. I love playing with these guys.
Cool, awesome. Well, thank you so much for playing and for being a part of this, answering all of our many, many questions. That was it for ARMS. That's about all we have time for. Thank you, Matt, for subjecting yourself to that, playing against the developers. That was awesome. So up next, we have Super Mario Odyssey. So stay tuned for that, and thank you for watching ARMS. Bye.
Bye.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Nintendo Treehouse Live at E3 2017. We're here to look at some more Super Mario Odyssey. I'm Rob here with Teresa and Sam, and we're going to show you a level that is not on the show floor. This is the Wooded Kingdom, home of the Steam Gardeners.
Yes, we are in a beautiful, beautiful wooded kingdom. And before we get into gameplay, I just want to kind of take this all in. This is a really pretty space.
I love the little shafts of light that come through.
And I hope this is coming through on the stream, but the ambient noise here is really nice. I've got the sound of wind going through the trees. I've got bird song. And I'm going to get into a lot of trouble here, but it's a nice place to get started. So I will kick it off and start running around here. So I can't say too much about how this kingdom fits into the rest of the game and the other kingdoms we've shown so far. But yeah, this is Treehouse Live exclusive content. We are not making this playable on the show floor, so this is just for you guys who are checking us out on stream. And I'm going to head down and chat to these fellas.
So yeah, these are the Steam Gardeners. They're the natives. Every kingdom has its own strange native creatures, and they're robot watering cans that take care of the flowers.
And I love their dialogue. Rotating out of control, due to anxiety. It seems like a good way to handle stress.
And it's all because of Bowser.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has taken their flowers. It's very sad. They worked very, very hard on them.
Rotten guy.
And what's good to know, though, is even though Bowser is causing lots of havoc, commerce is still alive and well. I've got a nice little crazy cap spot here.
Yeah.
And I know we did a little bit of shopping in the first segment, but I just want to visit these guys and see what they've got going on.
Yeah. And as we explained in that previous segment, there are two coins. He's explaining again. There's yellow coins, which are good everywhere, and purple coins that are unique to the individual kingdom.
So we got some goodies there. I like how direct they are, too. Spend money. Do it. And they look so cute with their little
Subtlety
hats.
is not their strong suit.
And these caught my eye. I think that since so much of this game is all about travel and exploration, having an explorer's outfit feels like a good way to go as we're getting in here. And I'm going to need 15 of the local currency
Yeah, especially
coins
with
to
all
buy
the
that.
green and stuff, you need an explorer outfit
Yeah.
to trek it.
Before I'm going to mess around with these guys a little bit first. So
Oh, look at Mario Jam.
Yeah.
you'll see I can change the music, and I got to get a look at this dude.
So happy.
He's just so happy. I love his dance. But all right, we'll get up some more trouble here.
Yeah.
Leave that alone. Nope. One more trouble looking now.
I'm sorry.
That guy worked hard to stack those, Sam.
Right?
He really did.
Maybe his stock was there, and you just ruined the shop. Way to go, Sam.
I'm a
Trying to smash and grab your explorer clothes? Is that what's happening here?
I guess I'll earn them properly. I'll get the currency. So I got two there, and you see the regional currency here, these cute little gears. Hi, buddy. All right, I'm gonna leave you be. And this
and
is just
naturally, there's an
intriguing.
Egyptian sphinx in the middle of the woods.
There's a lot of
Why
very
not?
Oh yeah, that
unusual
doesn't
stuff
look
in this forest.
Conspicuous at all. In
It's
the
a
middle
strange
of a
place.
woods place.
Huh.
Yeah.
So, a few more coins over here.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. And now over by this water.
So you'll
if
notice
you
that
listen,
sorry.
there's frog noises.
Frog noises?
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
The ambient noise in this kingdom is just incredible. As you move around, you're going to start hearing different kinds of wildlife.
I love that. It's so relaxing. It's just so fitting in the setting.
I was just going to comment that every time you get one of those regional coins, it comes up with X of 100, and that's because there are exactly 100 in this kingdom, and they're all in specific places. So that this is an additional collectible along with power moons and a few other things that you can find throughout the game to keep you busy almost forever. This game is huge.
And that is a suspicious rock, but I'm going
That
to leave
is
it alone.
super suspicious.
So I love that this game is really taking so much of inspiration and so much of its DNA from Super Mario 64 and Sunshine. And 64 is, I think, straight up my favorite game in the Mario series. And any other folks watching who are also 64 fans, you'll remember the rabbit in the basement and how much that rabbit drove you nuts. So we have a bunny here, and if I can get close enough to take a peek, he is also wearing an adorable little hat.
Are you going to steal
his
his hat?
I'm going to try to catch him. Come here, bud.
The important thing is that if he's
I
wearing a
want to
hat,
be
he can't be
friends.
captured.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
That went a lot better than I was expecting it to, frankly.
Yeah,
That
that's
actually worked well.
Pretty fast, yeah.
It's really a nice way to, I think, practice your targeting as you're dealing with Cappy, because his trajectory as he comes back to you shifts as you're running around. You'll notice here if I throw it out and then head this way, he's going to come back to me that way. So you can be pretty strategic about how you deal with his trajectory to get with some of those targets that are fast moving. And there's another look at my Odyssey ship. It's
Yeah.
beautiful, but I need more coins. I need to get going on this. And rolling is, I think, one of my favorite ways to get
I
around in this
really
game.
enjoy this.
It's just so fun.
It's a quick way to get around places.
It's not something I can do in real life without getting super dizzy, so I might as well take advantage here.
Totally.
Where Mario's got the skills. Ooh. Little tunnel.
Oh, yeah, a little bit of
Peek in
purple
here.
there.
All right,
you're almost there.
8. I'm getting there. But I do love how much these spaces encourage just kind of free exploration. So if I wanted to, there is sort of an overarching mission that I could do here to progress the story and move along. And we'll be getting to that a little bit later. But if you just run A to B and try to focus on completing goals and you don't really dig into these spaces, you're missing so much of what this game has to offer.
There's
Ooh,
so much
coins.
more. I'm sure I can't say the numbers on the number of moons you need to complete the game and the number of moons there are altogether, but it's a very large
There's a
difference.
lot.
I'll leave it at that.
Definitely a significant volume of collectibles, which is great for me because I'm a complete collectible junkie.
Yeah,
I find
same
everyone.
for me.
And let's
Can
see.
we,
Ooh,
Sam, can you show us the sky a little bit there?
I would love to show you the sky. Let me grab these coins. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, I missed.
Oh, no.
I'm
Are you
too
stuck
short.
down there now?
No, I'm not stuck. I'm just short. I can do this.
I know that feeling.
It's true. This is kind of like life.
No.
I'm just accepting the fact that I'm short.
Yeah.
So yeah, the sky here is very interesting. You'll notice.
Yeah, it's a sci-fi, like a holographic dome or something. I've apparently built by the robots. I want to know more.
I think this is something we're going to have to ping the devs about next time they're back on a
Yeah,
segment because
yeah.
it is very curious. And if you look, it's very faint off there in the distance, but we've got these larger seams and also these little triangular panels.
Yeah, it looks like a biosphere. It's Mario
very
in his
pretty.
own
Just
TV show.
Mountains.
It
then I've
could
got
be. This is like the Mario show.
forest. It's a super pretty kingdom, and all of the kingdoms in this game are just so diverse as far as what you're going to see and find there. It's yeah, it really blew my mind the first time I played through different kingdoms and found out what they were doing stylistically. I'm going to take a little slow wander here.
Well, seems a little precarious, Sam.
Just a touch, but you can hear little footsteps in the grass. Oh, I got some coins. Some
All
coins.
right.
Just ah. I regret my decisions and I made a mistake. Or did I?
Oh!
There's a world underground.
So, if you want to find everything that's in this game and really dig into all the interesting little corners, you're going to have to be a bit of a daredevil at certain points and take some leaps of faith and try some stuff that maybe in a Mario game you would not think is terribly wise. But this is the Deep Wood, and it is creepy. I love this space.
Mario's terrified. He does not want to be here at all.
Yeah.
Oh, look at him, buddy. Oh, sorry, buddy. Even Cappy looks startled. But that's okay. We won't leave him down here forever. But I just want to appreciate how this space looks. And here, the ambient noise, we're hearing a lot more insect calls, little crickety kind of noises as well. And there are a lot of goodies to be found down here. I don't want to show off too many of them because we want to hang on to some surprises.
Yeah.
But there are some very cool things here. And I feel bad for these guys. I feel like they got the short end of the stick when it came to job assignments for the Steam Gardeners.
Who did this guy annoy to get stuck with this job?
And you will be in the Deep Wood.
Especially
where it's
down here
dark.
where everybody else is up there.
Yeah, it's dark and cold. And
The
I also
walls are
wanted to
kind of
mention
moist.
this level is not playable on the show floor, but there is another area kind of like this in that you have to do something that seems to be lethal to get to the area in question. And I didn't actually know about it until Sam showed it to me while we were preparing for Treehouse Live.
Yeah,
Because Sam is more of a daredevil than I am.
I do a lot of very foolish things when I'm playing games, just to see what'll happen, you know. Works out well in this game, though. It definitely encourages experimentation. And this is actually kind of a neat spot here. So we've got super creepy, dark forest. Everything's terrifying. And then we have
a weirdly
happy little
cartoony tree.
This is a very happy little tree.
That tree definitely seems out of place from the rest of the trees.
If there's one thing this game has taught me is as soon as something's out of place,
You throw your hat at it.
mightiest capture.
Mario the
Target.
tree.
I am the most mighty of trees. And I can't do much, but I can do this.
The little
Scoop my
hopping
tree
motion
butt.
gets me every time.
So I'm the noise too. Just doing my little tree dance.
Basically what a tree would sound like if it was hopping, I'm pretty sure.
But what's nice is now I was able to uncover another moon. So definitely when you're playing the game, and if you happen to be here at E3 and you're playing our levels on the show floor, just try throwing Cappy at everything. It's so worthwhile. You never know what you're going to find. There's a lot of just fun capture targets, fun secrets. And they've really built the challenge here where I think whatever kind of player you are, you're going to find some stuff that really feels like it's, in your wheelhouse. It's the kind of stuff that you're comfortable doing. And then a lot of stuff that's going to take you out of your comfort zone. So maybe you're a precision jumper, or you're the kind of person who likes more of the scavenger hunt style, or just finding these weird little spots in the world. It's very cool. And actually, before we head back up to the surface, there's one little friend I would like to introduce people to. I'll go nice and quietly so I don't startle him.
Yeah. Is it a little friend or a big friend?
He's a pretty big friend. He's pretty fantastic.
I see a tail.
Hi, buddy.
Oh,
so
boy.
if you watched the video during the spotlight, you certainly saw the T-Rex, and here he is wearing a fantastic hat. He's super dapper. He's just taking a little nap.
That's a cowboy hat.
You didn't know you wanted to see a T-Rex sleeping in a cowboy hat until today, did you?
I feel bad for Mario. I'm doing this to him. Like, get a little closer. See the T-Rex.
Is that too close? Maybe a little too close.
You could fit like 3 of Mario in his mouth.
Oh, no. And the T-Rex is actually snoring. He's got the cutest little snore as he's sleeping, so I'm not going to bug him and wake him up. I'm actually going to leave him in peace, but I did want to give folks a chance to actually see him in person because he's pretty fantastic.
I also love, though, I don't know if the people at home noticed, but there was like a little regular lizard, not a dinosaur, just a
Oh,
small,
yeah, let's see if I can find that guy.
maybe the size of Mario's hand, just running around. It has no game function. It's just there because it adds this wonderful atmosphere to this place.
He's a little companion to the T-Rex that's just
scampered off.
Sidekick.
Yeah, he might
And there's
have
like
scampered
rats
off the
in New
bush.
Donk City and all these little atmospheric animals.
The pigeons in New Donk City are amazing too.
Yeah.
They have a lot of personality, as pigeons do. They're kind of fun to hang out with in the game. All right, so I've definitely got enough of these coins. I'm just gonna grab some more because who doesn't want to grab coins?
Yeah.
And we've
It's
got a
pretty
nice little
irresistible.
river to splash through down here. And the work that's been done on the water effects, I think, is just fantastic.
It's
in this game. It
gorgeous.
looks and sounds very pretty as well, actually. Particularly here, playing with my headphones on, getting
Oh, there's the lizard.
Come here.
Oh, another one too.
Lizard.
There's a couple lizards.
I'm in the lizard kingdom. Come here. Why won't you let me play with you? Oh, well.
You're not wearing hats? How are you immune to this?
Ah, that's okay. They're really fast. I probably have to sneak up on them and take my time.
Too agile for Mario.
I gotta blend
Too
in,
bad.
be more like a lizard, earn their trust. But that's all right. Let me find one of our little buddies who had a seed. Here
Oh,
we go.
yeah, there's the poor, unfortunate robot.
Hi. That's okay.
That's a big seed to go inside that robot.
Seriously. Where was he storing that?
Robot places.
I think it was actually in his head. So now he doesn't have the little piece on his head there. I think it just kind of popped out of his skull.
Are you saying you took his brain?
He's not talking anymore.
Oh, boy.
No judgments. I needed the seed to get home. So I'm going to tootle my way back over here. This is a... There we go. So this is one of the spots. And we passed by a few of these, but I'm going to try this one out and see what happens. Oh, no, not quite close enough. Here we go.
There we go.
And
Up
up
we
it
go.
goes. So that's my pathway back up to the sunlit surface. And there's a lot of stuff here that I'm not going to show, but there's stuff down here. So when folks have a chance to get their hands on the final game, I highly recommend visiting the Deep Wood. It's a really cool spot.
Poke around in every nook and cranny, folks. You'll find something more often than not.
For sure. And so here we actually popped up on the other side of that ridge. So that is where I was coming down. And one of my favorite capture targets is over here. So I would like to introduce our viewers to this wonderful little critter.
Yeah.
This is an uproot. As I suppose you can tell, he's got little planty legs.
Yeah.
And he goes up and then springs back down.
Yeah.
And let's actually take a better look at him.
And his flower pot counts as a hat.
So he is all kinds of adorable, all by himself. But
He'd look better with a mustache.
He's trying so hard to get to you.
He's glorious.
And now you've become one.
And his little hand leaves. I love the way he waves his little
He's
hand
just
leaves
so
around.
cute, and he's polished himself to a nice shine. He takes care of himself.
I think he
but-
waxes.
Yeah, with that little mustache.
He is pretty shiny.
And his noise. Wait, listen to him walk. He's got the cutest little squishy feet. So, all right, now I'll show off his ability. So, one of the things that's really cool in this game is all the different capture targets you get are going to give you access to different abilities. So here, I've got this nice springy jump. I can actually shake my Joy-Con to give myself a bit of extra boost. And so I can reach things that normally I wouldn't be able to. And a good chunk of the puzzle solving in this game is actually finding something weird, something maybe that you can't get to or you can't interact with, and then figuring out what in the world is going to let you interact with it. And a lot of times it'll be a capture target, and you have to find maybe the right item, the right enemy, and get it to where you need to be. And a lot of it's trial and error. You just kind of mess around, you make some new friends, take over their bodies.
And a lot of time the
Climb
challenge
trees.
will be, oh, I see I need to bring this kind of enemy to this spot, but how on earth can I get an enemy, that can't jump, for example, to this place to use it?
And different capture targets, they'll have different advantages, but also some different weaknesses. So a lot of it's going to be kind of getting experience with these different enemies and finding out how they work to your advantage, and also how you have to be careful with them so you look after them if you're trying to get them from A to B. And yeah, he's just adorable. Look at his little legs. Okay, that's enough. I've appreciated my little friend and his cuteness, and I'm going to actually head back down this way because we have enough coins. We could actually go get that outfit. I'm going to leave you here, bud. Bye. And actually, this is kind of interesting, so I'm just going to hang out with him. He's a little dizzy.
He's dizzy.
Feels a little funky.
Oh, and his poor eyes.
Had him bouncing around for a while, but if I hang out long enough, so what I can do, grab him again. So if I had to finish something up, maybe there was a task I had to complete as Mario, I could let go of my capture target, and while it's sitting there dizzy, I can get something else done and then recapture it. But if I leave him long enough, he's actually going to warp back to where he started. So he's okay. He's no the worse for wear. He's going to go home. Ooh, coins. Wait. Coins.
Oh.
Come here.
That's a big stack of coins.
Oh my God.
Come here.
I didn't see where that came from. Where did that come from?
Oh, it went down somewhere I don't want to go. Shoot. Oh. I missed it. No, it bounced out of one of the bushes. But that is not something I want to show folks just yet, so I'm going to let that go. Whee! Splash.
Ooh,
and
nice.
also,
Oh, and he's wet.
Yeah,
Look at him coming
his
out of
water
the water.
texture looks so cool.
Oh man, the detail. That's so amazing. I love it.
He drips for a little bit as he's splashing around.
The
That's
detail
okay.
work in this game is just insane.
Hey, I'll tell you, every time I see a new ROM of this game, they've hit the textures up again and brushed them up, and it's always interesting firing up the new ROM and seeing what they've done. Spend money. I will spend money. I will spend money on that. Thank you. And we showed changing in Crazy Cap in our last segment, so I'm actually going to hang on to these because there's another place that we can go to change, and I'd like to show that off. All right, buddy, thank you as well. Maybe later. Why, thank you. All right, so I have got my...
And you'll notice there's souvenirs for sale there as well that are specific. These are the Steam Gardens souvenirs that you can decorate the Odyssey with.
Oh, actually, and I'll point those out as well because we're actually going to take a peek inside. So here, I've got a sticker that would actually go on the outside, kind of like a bumper sticker for your car. I can decorate my Odyssey, and then some souvenirs there. I won't scroll any farther, but there's goodies to be had in each of these kingdoms.
Yeah, I love that customization.
New music.
You could just pick and choose how you want your Odyssey to look like.
I totally
Little dance
dig
moment.
this kingdom, so I'm going to get all of its stuff first. Yeah.
And rolling, because Mario has a very strong stomach and he does not get dizzy. And so this is the Odyssey, and we're actually going to take a look inside so we can show off what's going on in our ship. So this is the interior of the Odyssey. And you can see I've got some really interesting shelves up here. So I've got some spots I can put some things as I collect some new stuff. Got a nice little seat. I can just chill out and have a relax here by my coffee table if I want to. But I've also got this closet here. And I can change to my new outfit pieces here. So I'll hit up the Explorer outfit.
Nice.
Looking
And there's even a mirror.
boss. Yes, I can actually see if I can get myself positioned right to get the angle. Where am I? Over here. Close. There's my hat. Okay, so I'm over here. There we
there we
are.
go.
Hey.
Yeah, it's pointed toward the
Center of the room
here.
yeah.
So I'm thinking Mario's looking good. I'm feeling Explorer appropriate now, so this might actually be a good time to visit that Sphinx and say hi. Maybe throw a couple rocks around for good measure. Hi, buddy. I'm going to leave him alone for now. That's all right. So let's head over here and pay this fellow a visit. Okay, so what did Bowser steal from this kingdom? Water, wood, flowers, or soil? Now, based on the conversation that we had with those Steam Gardeners earlier,
I'm going with flowers.
I think flowers are what got taken.
Yeah.
All right, so now I can head a little bit further into this area. Got some more local currency to grab. Always good to catch those. And these are actually fun too. We've got these little signposts. As you're playing through the game, you'll learn how to do different moves, get some different tips and tricks. So as you see these signposts, it's really worthwhile to take a look at those and see what they have to offer. And
some of those are returning moves, like the backward somersault, but others are brand new or hat specific and that sort of thing.
So this is a very different spot. Got some really cool stuff going over here in the corner.
Wow.
But first, I've got this purple stuff. Now, you see I can splash it around with Cappy, which is good because if I actually come in contact, and I'll do it because I'm a foolish person. Ow!
Oh, yeah, that hurts.
So I have to be very careful of this purple business, and thankfully Cappy's able to splash it away. And you'll see that there are actually some coins hidden under it. So I've run into this obstacle, but it's actually really in my best interest to try to deal with it, because I'm going to find some more coins. And as I think with the rest of this game, you just never really know what's waiting for you in spots, so it's really worth checking every little corner. We got some nice views over here, some more off into the woods, and some other activity over there, but I'm gonna head back this way. Get a bit more of that out here.
I love the surf guitar music here.
Yeah, the contrast from the very environment ambient noise that we just came from. It kind of matches. Yeah, it kind of matches like the girders that kind of offstand from the rest of the environment. It just comes hand in hand, I guess.
I'm sure.
All right, so let's hit the checkpoint flag first, and then I've got the binoculars. So these are returning from previous Mario games. So I want to grab this guy. I can get a really nice look at what's coming up. So I can see the Brutals, it looks like, are hanging out up there.
Yeah.
And then there's a lot of terrain up here.
Yeah.
And a lot of stuff I can see already that I'm not even close to touching on in this segment. But this is a really big kingdom, and there's a lot of interesting surprises there. We got another rocket ship like we saw in our first segment back in New Donk City. So just to give you a little bit of a sense of what's out here, and I can zoom in and out a little bit, get a closer look. There's another one of my little buddies. Hi,
another
Uproot. Just putting around doing his thing. All right, so there I will pop out. And I've got some piranha plants up here. They're spitting that same purple goo, so I know I have to be careful with these guys. And this is actually a good chance to talk about the camera control as well. So just as I'm kind of getting the lay of the land before I head forward, this is all just really smooth movement that I'm able to do with my right stick. So I can get a really nice view. You'll notice there Mario goes a little translucent when I'm really close, so I'm not blocked as far as my view goes with what he's doing. And I can get a really nice view. And his idle animations are actually fantastic too. So it's kind of nice just to let Mario hang out for a minute as you're figuring out where you want to go next and just kind of watching what he gets to. He might actually take a nap here. See if he will.
Oh.
Maybe gonna get comfortable.
Step one.
Gonna sleep.
Yeah.
So Mario talks in his sleep, and it is adorable. So if you have an opportunity, if you happen to be here and you are messing around with the show floor while if you have a couple seconds to let Mario take a little nap, it's really cute.
Now you're all purple.
I am so purple, and I actually stay messy. All right, Cappy is taking one for the team there, and actually the piranha plants are eating him. So here, no more spitting purple goo, and I can just give him a little hunt.
I like that tag team work there.
Yeah, it's nice that Cappy's invincible. He takes a fair amount of punishment in this game. So
it's a hard life for a hat.
There we go.
Your iconic question mark boxes.
So I can hop up there, but I'm actually going to take a little stroll this way.
Yeah.
And be very careful again of these. This grossness. Boom!
Feels good to just be able to kick over a piranha plant.
Yeah, take that, piranha plant. I'm not that skinny kid from the beach anymore. Come here. I'll take this one out too. I want to get a little bit lower so I can get the right angle on him though, because Cappy is going to go kind of in a straight line. He's not going to go up or down when I'm using him this way. So I need to be very careful. I can certainly throw him, so if I swing my arms up, with the motion controls I get a nice forward throw. If I swing them down, I actually get a nice forward roll.
Oh, that's pretty good.
But when I toss him, it's really tossing on a level plane, so I need to be very careful of where I am in relation to where I'm throwing him to make sure that I'm actually making contact with what I'm going to make contact with. So, let's sneak over here. Don't want to leave any question blocks unsmashed. Yeah, music here is really kind of nice and jazzy.
I gotta say, I really like this girder environment. It's bringing me back to the DK stages, and
Totally,
I
yeah.
absolutely love DK. So this is very nostalgic for me.
And I love the color contrast with, you got the red metal and the green plants and everything. It's both a texture and a color contrast. It really looks fantastic.
Yeah. And you can tell this has been here a while because it has this growth on it.
Yeah, there's some interesting stuff going on here with what looks like maybe steam coming out of those pipes as well. And I guess being the steam gardens, they are maybe using that in some way. Hi!
Oh, hello.
Yay! I'm just so happy. So good. Okay, enough of that. I swear, the first time I captured one of these guys, I just ran around giggling like an idiot for
Yeah,
a
Sam,
good
I've been
5
meaning to talk to you
minutes.
about your uproot problem.
It's you call it a problem, it's not a problem. It's a way of life. It's magic. And they make a cute little noise when they hit that top.
You guys are trying to one-up each other? Is that what's happening?
We're dancing. This is how they communicate, maybe. We're just kind of hanging out, but I don't want them to hurt me, so...
It's like how bees communicate the duplication of flowers.
Oh, buddy. So this is an interesting, almost really a side-scrolling section where I need to use my uproots abilities. It's worth clearing out some other stuff here, too, just to see what's maybe hidden away. Oh, hello.
Oh, there you go.
There we go.
Nice. Your fourth moon.
Yeah, and there's that little counter in the upper left to tell you how many moons you've gotten. And the first time you arrive in a kingdom, there's a number of moons you need in order to get to the next kingdom. And it'll show up as little outlines. This particular ROM, because it's for Treehouse Live only, it doesn't show that because we're not trying to get to the next kingdom. But
no, we're
yeah,
going to show little bits and pieces here, but there's certainly a lot more going on in these kingdoms that we've got here.
Yeah.
And the beautiful reflection texture on these girders, too.
Hey,
Steam
right.
gardeners look after their place. They keep
they
it
really
very
do.
tidy.
They're hard workers.
All right, so I got some more coins there. And here, I'm actually going to pop this up to the top and try to
It's coming for you.
pop over this guy. Come here. Come on. Come over this way. There we go. I'll lure you away. And now
You going for your pacifist run, Sam?
There we go. I don't want to hurt these little guys. They're too precious. They just want to do their thing. Maybe have some sun and some fertilizer. All right, so we've got some coins up here. Certainly don't want to miss those. And we're getting very close to our objective, so this is the next spot.
And there's a little check there in the future, which is
I'll actually let my little buddy
super handy when you're going
rest here.
back later for completion goals and such.
So he's dizzy, and just looking back, so it's worth it, I think, as you're progressing through these kingdoms, every once in a while to stop and take a look backwards, because you're going to see some things that you maybe didn't notice, didn't realize were there. So there, for example, I've got some regional coins that I didn't hit on this run, but looking at them from this direction, I can see, oh, there's something there. There's some other interesting stuff going on in that corner, too, so it's certainly worthwhile, backtracking and taking another look at spaces, and there's a whole bunch of stuff over here.
For sure,
that I did
especially
not
when
have
you're a
chance to hit.
completionist and you want to get every single moon and every single item that's the world has to offer.
Oh, yeah, and this game will keep a completionist busy for a good long while.
Yeah. There's so much stuff to find here. Oh, so here we go. That little Pronopont actually made the mistake of chomping onto that rock I threw over.
Oh.
But I will leave him to rest now. All right, I'm ready. Boom!
Nicely done.
I'm going to clear out some more of this because I want to make sure if there's any goodies under here, any hidden coins. I want to find these, and there we go. That cap spin is really handy in that spot.
Yeah.
That looks
And-
really good too when you execute it.
Yeah, the cap spin's a great move for clearing territory around you. If you've got a lot of enemies nearby, or maybe you have, like in this case, a lot of this toxic liquid nearby as well. It gives you a really good kind of circle of protection around you. And it can be actually helpful for some boss fights as well, just to give yourself a little bit of a perimeter of safety. Your turn, buddy. I'm sorry. You gotta go. And here,
Oh, it's a big
we've
one.
got an impressive big piranha plant going on. If I take a look closer up here, I might actually see. Oh,
And there's the
you're
brutal
getting
ship.
close to them.
They're our friends.
The HMS Brutal.
Beautiful, beautiful wedding planners.
They live
All
up
right.
to their name.
They're
pretty
brutal. They are brutal as well as being, bridal.
Oh, it's a hard job, and
Yeah.
it's a cutthroat business. Got to make yourself stand out. Maybe being willing to take on all challenges and fight people is how they make their wedding planning firm stand out.
If you have enemies intent on stopping your wedding, these are the folks to hire.
Yes, good to note. So there. Oh, the rock. It's not
All
tasty.
right.
I'm sorry, buddy. Oh, I know that didn't taste good at all.
Okay.
I want to get you, though. All right, almost there.
Sam, we're just about out of time here, Sam. Perfect timing.
Done.
Yeah, well done.
So that was the Wooded Kingdom, which is our Treehouse Live exclusive area for E3, and hope folks enjoyed taking a look at it.
Yeah, thanks for showing it.
No worries.
Sam.
So up next, there's the Splatoon 2 World Inkling Invitational, and that's happening in just a minute or two. Tomorrow, we're going to start with information on Pokken Tournament Deluxe, with a Treehouse Live segment on that. Then we'll have the Pokken Tournament Deluxe Tournament, which is a little hard to say. And then after that, sometime in the early afternoon, we'll start with Treehouse Live again, starting with Yoshi. So thanks very much for watching, and I hope you stay tuned for the Splatoon 2 tournament. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
ご来場の皆さん、そして中継をご覧になっている世界中のスプラトゥーンファンの皆さん、こんにちは。
To everyone here in the booth and to all the Splatoon fans watching around the world from home, hello and welcome.
私は人の姿に変身する不思議なイカを研究しているイカ研究所の研究員です。
I am a researcher from Squid Research Labs, and we make it our business to study these mysterious squid-like creatures.
今日は通訳として助手を一人連れてきました。
Today I've brought an assistant with me to help with translation.
スプラトゥーンの世界大会がいよいよ開催されます。
Well, it is finally time for this worldwide Splatoon 2 tournament.
いかがですか皆さん。この世界各地から4つのチームが並んだこの光景。
What do you think, everybody? We've brought together 4 of the best teams from around the world.
まるで昨年の10月、任天堂スイッチにおいて新種のイカが発見された時のあの光景が蘇ったかのようです。
To me, it's almost as though we've been able to bring to life those scenes we witnessed in the Switch video from last year in October, where we discovered a new form of inkling.
発売前から世界一を決めようというのもちょっと気の早い話ですが、
While we may be getting a bit ahead of ourselves to decide the world's greatest team before the game has been released,
今日は各地のスプラトゥーントーナメントを勝ち抜いたトッププレイヤーたちの熱い戦いを皆さんと一緒にじっくり研究したいと思います。
all of these players have won their own regional tournaments to get to this stage, and I look forward to enjoying and researching their exciting Splatoon play with all of you.
選手の皆さん、頑張って、そして試合を楽しんでください。
To all the players here, we wish you the best of luck, and most importantly, make sure to have fun.
Good luck!
Since release in 2015, Splatoon has become an international phenomenon. Teams have battled, they've splatted, and they've made it rain. The best squid squads have fought their way to the top, and now that the ink has settled, the turf has been won, 4 teams are left swimming. Team Dynamo, Rising Moon, Blue-Ringed Octolings, and Team Deadbeat. Now they've descended onto the City of Angels to take part in the first ever 2017 Splatoon 2 World Inkling Invitational, with the hope of getting their hands on the most beautiful piece of metal in the world. An award so perfect, it stands as a beacon for squids and kids all over the world. An award etched with the names of players that will make history today. A trophy with a name so splatastic, it will be remembered throughout the ages. The one, the only. This just says insert trophy name here. You need a name for the trophy. Every good trophy has a name. Oh boy, here it is. The Splatoon Sterling Squid. So who will be crowned the greatest Splatoon players on Earth? Get ready to splat!
Good afternoon, E3, and welcome to the 2017 Splatoon World Inkling Invitational. I'm Jordan Kent. I'll be your spray-by-spray host for this tournament. Joining me on my left, we have Ashley Esqueda, our lead Splatalist, and on her left, our Inkspert from Nintendo Treehouse, Eric Smith. As you saw, we have 4 of the finest Splatoon teams in the world converging right here on this stage for a fantastic tournament. And before we get to the tournament layout, Ashley, these teams have inked their way through some of the best competition. Share a little bit with us as far as their journey to get here.
They have all come a long way to get here. Dynamo in Japan beat out over 700 teams collectively at the Koshien, Splatoon Koshien, and then Deadbeat, U.S. Inkling Open champions, only dropped 1 match, which was amazing. Blue-Ringed Octolings ended up winning the 2017 Australia-New Zealand Splatoon Cup. And then Europe, Rising Moon, coming not only beating everyone in their home country of France, but also all of Europe in the ESL Go for Splatoon Europe Grand Final.
Very impressive resumes for all of our teams. And Eric, why don't you share with the folks how things are going to get started with this tournament today?
Sure thing. We're going to start with a round robin where each team will play each other once. We'll then move to the elimination phase, where we'll have some best-of-5 series, and then the grand finals, which will be a best-of-7.
You mentioned that best-of-5 and then the best-of-7 in the grand finals. You'll get a chance to see a variety of game modes and maps on display in this tournament build. And it's very exciting to see what these teams can do. They've had a chance to familiarize themselves with the game. And one thing that we see from these teams here, Eric, is just their ability to communicate so well. Share with us how these teams will be communicating today, and then of course when we get our hands on our copies a little bit later, how we can communicate with each other.
But of course, so these teams today are wearing the same sort of headsets you see like on other sort of competitive video game competitions. But when the game comes out, players will actually be able to voice chat with each other via an app that you download. For smart devices, we will be communicating actually more about that functionality closer to launch.
Obviously, getting the chance to chat with each other, very important. And Ashley, we get started with Turf War here. It's how we all fell in love with Splatoon at the very beginning, our very first introduction to it. But however, these players are a little bit better than you and I.
A little bit, yeah.
When they get to Turf War, what are some of the things they're keeping in mind as far as the beginning and then especially the end of each match?
Well, obviously, the name of the game is ink. So Turf War is all about putting ink on the ground. It's not necessarily about splatting your opponent. It's about having the most ink at the end of the round. So you're going to see these players play at a very high level. There's going to be a lot of mobility. It's going to go really fast. They are moving so quick. They're getting behind. You're going to see flanking. You're going to see lane kind of management. It's going to be great. You're going to see all of the teams kind of work towards coming into a center location on the map and really fighting for that real key piece of territory.
Eric, last minute of each match, we've talked to every team. They've talked about how it's so important to make sure you don't get splatted because that's how the tide can turn in any match.
Absolutely. If you get splatted in the last minute, you're taking yourself out of the equation and you're outnumbered. The enemy team is able to ink way more than you are at that point, so you got to stay alive.
Well, we've talked about 4 of the finest teams here. Let's take a closer look at one of them. Our team representing Europe, here's a look at Rising Moon.
Stonehenge, Easter Island, Roswell, Rising Moon. This team, comprised of so-called Europeans, has traveled to Los Angeles to compete at the 2017 Splatoon 2 World Inkling Invitational. But where did they really come from? Anonymous sources trace their origins back to the mysterious place called France. These alleged shapeshifters have adopted the guise of a polite demeanor, yet beneath that facade lurks some of the most intense, cryptic, and enigmatic gamers looking to dominate the competition and the competition's children. Binks is an unhinged maniac with the blasters, and the mainstream media doesn't want you to know that after achieving rank of S+99, he immediately devoured his controller.
I did achieve S+99, but I did not eat my controller. Why would anyone do that?
The real question is, why wouldn't anyone ever not do that? Cebu, Cebu, Boy.
It's Cebu.
If I'm not mistaken, that's an ancient Mayan word meaning government covert government operative.
I don't think that's actually true.
How much are they paying you to say that?
Nobody's paying me.
How much? The one known as Cebu supposedly once annihilated 7 Inklings in 20 seconds. Then there is the one that message boards have dubbed Inky. This one has a reputation for lording over his minions in tower control.
You know, I'm just here to have fun. If we win, we win. If we lose, we lose.
And if you're exposed as an Inkling race looking to achieve global Splatoon domination,
then we win?
At least 12.5 anonymous message boards have designated Desai as a Charger fanatic who has played over 3,400 hours of Splatoon.
We're just here to have a good time and play Splatoon. We just love the game.
And you have an insatiable thirst for the ink of your enemies?
No, we'll just play them and hope we win.
It might look like Rising Moon is just an ordinary team who simply loves to play Splatoon. But they won't pull the wool over my eyes. Wait, did you see that? Did you see his eyes? Come back here. I knew it.
That is Rising Moon from Europe. And Binks, if you get the victory, try not to eat the controller, okay? We only have a select few here. Just try to keep your teeth off of that here. We're getting set for our first match. We've got Turf War on Starfish main stage. So let's take a closer look at this level and how these teams will approach it. You look at Starfish main stage. And in the middle, obviously a main stage. How fitting is that? The team that can lock that down, and that's going to be point number 1 on our map as we take a closer look. When these two teams get started, they're going to want to work their way to the middle of the stage here, Ashley. And Ashley, once you get to that middle of the stage, it's important to get a push into the enemy territory as well, too.
Indeed, you want to cut off any lane that your enemy is going to be able to come at you from. The main stage is really interesting because it is a little bit raised, so you're getting a really nice advantage from which to splat your opponents.
Yeah, there are a couple of side entrances to that main stage where if you're on it, you have to watch those or someone could sneak up behind you too, though.
And it's also interesting because there are a couple points in the main stage where if players are maneuverable, they can get to some perches and get some leverage and really try to flank the opposition, Ashley.
Yeah, this is going to be a key strategy on main stage. You're going to want to get up high, especially the charger players for each of these teams. If they're running a charger, you want to get that sniper up to the highest nest you can possibly find, even if it's the smallest sliver of inkable space, and have them start taking out their opponents.
And Ashley, we were talking with Dynamite Dynamo before things got started, and they said it's very important for each player to have a specific role. So that means you're sometimes going to see different weapons from different characters, not everybody rolling out with the same weapon.
Yeah, you definitely want, we call it, if you're not familiar with competitive gaming, we call it a meta. So you want to have a really good balance. Some weapons don't perform as well long range, but you would see a charger kind of take on somebody with a roller. So it looks like we are getting started. We're going for it.
We are getting started. Our very first match, Starfish, main stage, Dynamo gonna be in the pink. Meanwhile, Rising Moon in the yellow. Rising Moon, they're gonna go with the heavy splatling, a slosher, an octobrush, and a dynamo roller. Meanwhile, Dynamo, they've got a charger, a splatter shot, throw, a slosher, and a roller. Early splat right there by Dynamo as they get the initial 4-3 advantage on the field. 2:30 left in this one, and already actually we see Dynamo going towards the middle of the map.
Yeah, Dynamo and we've got Kakashino and Dynamon getting taken out right there on the main stage. Binks is still up with a slosher, going crazy up there, trying to establish kind of positioning, and Muscular is coming up and going to try to support here with a roller.
Both teams fighting hard for that main stage right now. Nobody's really wrestled control of that. However, we start to see Rising Moon with the majority of the ink in the middle of this map. They're going to look to try to make a push into Dynamo territory here, Ashley.
Yeah, it's really interesting that you can see some of Rising Moon haven't quite filled out their area yet in terms of ink, and we're going to hopefully see them do that. What's going on over there?
Dynamon with the absolutely terrific splat on Cebu in mid-air. That's going to be critical. It's now a 4-3 advantage on the field for Dynamo. And the splat, however, it takes one roller to splat another roller as both teams still haven't seized control of the middle area here, Ashley.
Yeah, it's I think one of the most dangerous things in Splatoon 2 is going to be that vertical splash from that roller. That makes people like Dynamo very dangerous.
Kakashino getting splatted by Cebu's net. Very impressive right there. Meanwhile, we see a Stingray being deployed. Cebu with that octobrush, trying to get some work done in the middle. Meanwhile, Dynamo controlling the middle of this map still. Nobody able to make that initial push quite yet. However, we see Cebu getting splatted once again by Dynamon.
Yeah, Dynamon is really dangerous. I mean, that's his name, Dynamon. You know he's coming at you with a roller. And Cebu doing a really good job, though, of making sure to get back to his teammates. This is a really great high-level strategy that a lot of these players use.
1 minute left. Neither team with a strong advantage at this point. It's still any Squids match. However, we start to see the Ink Storm being deployed. Here's a look at the map. Dynamo with a little bit of an advantage. 50 left. 4-0 on the field right now.
That's a huge advantage, especially in the last minute. Oh, man, Dynamon's going to be able to get a lot of ink on the ground.
4-0 advantage. You got to be like salt and pepper and push it, baby. Meanwhile, 36 seconds left. 4-3 on the field for Dynamo, and they're starting to get into the Rising Moon territory as we see some tentacle missiles from Kakashino being deployed. Rising Moon, they're going to have to fight hard to get that middle. However, Dynamo doing a fine job of just saving those specials. We see a little bit of action going here on the left side, but Dynamo able to hold it down, and another splat by Dynamon right there. Going to avoid the heavy splatling damage right there. 10 seconds left. It's going to be close. Another splat for Dynamon. That's why they call him Dynamon. Another splat. Very impressive. Dynamo doing what you need to do at the end of this match, and that will most likely secure it, staying alive and getting those critical splats as we see Dynamo getting the initial victory in our round-robin match here in Turf War, Ashley.
Yeah, Dynamo really, like you said, pushed it in that last minute. They were able to get out there, get some really key splats. When they have 45 seconds left, they had a 4-0 advantage. That is going to allow you not only to put down ink in places maybe there is no ink, but also take away from your opponent.
Absolutely. You saw Kakashi and Dynamon at the very end there. Splatting opponents at the 1 minute mark. They both had 7 splats total, and so we actually talked about that that splat statistic actually at the end of a match.
Yeah, this is really cool. So in Splatoon 2, instead of a how many times you got a splat, how many times you got splatted, we're going to see a combination of splats and assists. So this is going to be a really helpful thing for a lot of support players to get some of those really big numbers up on the screen, because if you're the Gretzky of Splatoon, I mean, you want to be rewarded for that. You want to be appreciated.
We saw midway through this match, nobody really had the advantage. It wasn't until about the 1 minute mark that Dynamo was able to get that initial hold, and it was all on that 4-0 advantage that they used right there, Eric. By the way, terrific job on the camera. We thank you very much. Eric made sure that we get a great view of the field right there. But looking back at this match and some of these critical moments as we look at our instant replay, Dynamon going to be able to use that roller down below, going to avoid the Stingray, get the splat, and then yes, a 2-on-1, that's always going to work out well for the team with more squids on the field at that point, Ashley.
Absolutely, and Dynamon so good at being able to jump out of hiding and use that vertical splash to just wreck people, and it's really fantastic how he's just out there just popping out from behind a corner. I mean, I know if I ever saw Dynamon out in Inkopolis, I would not want to be on the receiving end of that roller.
You want to be friends with him.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. You want to befriend Dynamon.
Let's take an early look at our standings as we just got done with our first match in round robin play. You see Dynamew at the top with 1 victory. Meanwhile, Rising Moon 0-1. It's okay. We still love you. You got plenty of matches to play still to get some more victories. And so many new mechanics in this game here, Eric, and it's interesting to see with these players. One interesting thing that we oftentimes see in the meta, that word that you threw out there, Ashley, was a lot of teams were going with that quick respawn, stealth jump. That's not an option this time around, so it's interesting to see how these teams might adjust to that.
Yeah, a lot of players were using those that combination of those abilities because you were able to, even if you got splatted, you weren't punished so much. And when you did come back, you were able to jump back into the front lines, and using the stealth jump, people wouldn't see that beacon that shows where you're landing. In this tournament edition, we don't have those. So, and also the, which one works differently? So stealth jump and quick respawn.
Quick respawn's different this time because you mentioned you have to get splatted multiple times for the quick respawn to work. And if you're any professional player or this elite level, you don't want to get splatted multiple times in a row. That's not going to help you out.
If you're 1-to-1 in terms of a ratio or better, so if you are splatting more than you've been splatted, quick respawn's not going to do a whole lot for you.
Basically, I'll be respawning very quickly throughout the entire game. We've already looked at Rising Moon from Europe. Let's take a look at another one of our teams from Australia/New Zealand. These are the blue-ringed Octolings.
The blue-ringed Octolings, native to the land down under, are better known as Bro, are actually only represented by one Bro, an all-near female team that are massive fans of Nintendo. Bro, the winners of the 2017 AUNZ Splatoon Cup, have now found themselves out of their natural element. Latias is super splatastic with the charger. After getting her first Splatoon tournament win, Latias is aggressively hunting for that next taste of victory.
Give me more charges!
Bicky Bird splats with the Octobrush and has been a Nintendo fan for as long as she can remember.
If I could be any Nintendo character, I'd probably be Villager from Animal Crossing.
Maddie Kuma is the wild card who likes variety. She doesn't subscribe to one particular weapon, but one thing is certain, she has Nintendo in her blood.
My first video game was Duck Hunt. I have almost every amiibo, and my cat is named Yoshi.
Yoshi?
Yoshi.
I like you. Yoshi.
Yeah, Yoshi.
Sponge Bev is a shooter through and through, and he's got an important message to all of the Splatoon players out there.
I've never been so ready for something in my entire life. Watch out!
Very insightful. Will these competitors from the Outback do a kangaroo leap into the finals, and will they be able to outsplat the much more experienced teams? You guys okay? You can go inside now. Hey guys, Team Bro. Left foot, then right foot. Inside the door, okay? Just close your eyes and go into the building. Everything's gonna be fine. Just go inside. Well, I'm going inside. As the blue-ringed Octoling strives to survive outside of its natural environment, the world waits.
Also, the blue-ringed Octolings do have a team mom here with them, so expect them to get orange wedges in between matches. And I wouldn't go against any team with a team mom. We're getting set for our very next turf war. It's going to be on the reef, and let's take a closer look at this reef level. It's going to be one of the new ones in this game, of course. And Pretty simple when you get to Turf War. Essentially, you want to make sure that there's going to be an overpass area at spot number 1. Both teams can either attack from up top, Ashley, or go underneath the overpass to get an angle on the opposition.
Yeah, that bridge is going to be a highly contested area. You definitely want to make sure that you are on that bridge and you are watching, because there are so many ways to get to the middle of this map. So, and also a lot of different areas to hide in this map and jump out. And as we have seen from these elite level players, they're really good at hiding and surprising their opponents.
And Eric, we saw the Tenta missiles, a new special being deployed in that previous match, and it's one of those weapons that you can use to not only create some damage, but find out where the opposition is at too.
Absolutely. The Tenta missiles has 2 phases. So the first one is a targeting phase. You actually click the button, and a big reticle comes up, and you can see through walls to see exactly where enemies are. And how many ever enemies you target, so you can target the entire enemy team. And then when you pull that trigger, it shoots out 4 missiles per enemy and splats them.
Let's get set for our second match in Turf War. We've got Australia/New Zealand. The Blue Ring Doctorlings taking on Deadbeat of USA. Blue Ring Doctorlings going to be in the purple ink. Meanwhile, Deadbeat in that turquoise ink. Let's get things started. Deadbeat going to go with a roller, slosher, splatter shot, and the heavy splatling. Meanwhile, Blue Ring Doctorlings, a couple of splatter shots, an Octo Brush, and a charger. Initial action in this one, Ashley.
Really?
Looks like Deadbeat making a push for the top of that overpass.
I gotta say, really surprised Howard not picking up a charger. He was so dominant with that inside at the US Inkling Open. We're already seeing some splats happening. Deadbeat taking one player down really quickly. But yes, it is a fight for that bridge. It is the place to be if you're on the reef.
Maddie Kuma putting in some work, and the Blue Ring Doctorlings with a 4-3 advantage as they take advantage of that overpass. A lot of purple ink on the field at this point, but plenty of time.
Double splats.
Still, for the Blue Ring Doctorlings, we see SpongeBob climbing up, and Ashley, this is another thing we see from the players, their ability to maneuver and get to these high perches that are very difficult to get to, but they can have a vantage point.
Absolutely. In Turf War, inking a vertical surface isn't going to give you extra percentage, but it really helps your team get to places they need to be able to see your opponents and take them out.
Power with the heavy splatling, trying to keep some distance and zone out. The Blue Ringed Octolings 4-1 advantage for Deadbeat, though. Here's their opportunity. Don't forget, you can look at the top of your screen and any one of those squids that's flashing. That means they've got a special charge up ready to go. 4 things are even once again on the field. A lot of purple, though, as the Blue Ringed Octolings getting a bit of a push on Deadbeat. Deadbeat on their heels a little bit here, Ashley.
Yeah, I'm really surprised to see this, but you know what? Sometimes, if you can make those pushes, if you can get those splats and take out some key people, you're going to be able to have a great advantage in putting down a lot of ink while someone else is waiting to respawn.
4-3 advantage, Blue Ring Doctorlings with about 1:12 left. It's starting to look pretty even. Slight advantage for Blue Ring Doctorlings. And Latius with an unbelievable splat on Wit. So impressive. Just the dexterity and aim of Latius right there, Ashley.
Very, very good play. I mean, these Charger players, one of the things I love about Chargers in Splatoon 2 is you're actually able to drop down into the ink, save that charge up, pop out really quickly, and make that shot. I mean, we've seen some people jump out of the ink, go airborne, and make those perfect splats.
You can't sleep on Deadbeat, though, as Hexen getting a major splat at the top of that overpass, and they're starting to get a bit of a push with a 4-2 advantage briefly over Blue Ring Doctorlings, but Blue Ring Doctorlings respond right here with another splat. Here comes a splashdown on Wit. A dunk in your face right there by SpongeBob. 30 seconds left. 2-2 on the field. Anybody's match at this point. We're starting to see a little bit more turquoise take over for Deadbeat, though. SpongeBob trying to distance himself real quickly, Ashley. What does SpongeBob need to do to help out Blue Ring Doctorlings at this moment?
Definitely get out there, take a friend, take a teammate, be together, and you've got to win those one-on-ones. So here they are right here fighting against Tim.
Deadbeat trying to close things out right here. We have another splat. It's 4-1. Blue Ring Doctorlings, they have time for one more final push. Did they get enough? Oh.
That's close.
This is going to be
close.
This is in Judd's pause right here. Let's see what happens. Our final score. I can't tell you from my vantage point.
No.
Let's see here. Quiet. And the victory for the Blue Ringed Octolings, 44.7. They get the initial victory over Deadbeat. And Ashley, it was the final 6 seconds that we saw of Blue Ring Doctorlings
really
taking that 4-1 advantage to overcome Deadbeat in that critical part.
If you take out somebody on the opposite team in the last 20 seconds of the game, if you take out 2, that is enough to swing a match. And I can speak for myself and all the hours I've played Splatoon. I'm sure a lot of you guys out there feel the same way. You've been in a match, you feel really good, and then all of a sudden, 2 people on your team go down, and then it's over. All of a sudden, everything changes.
Yeah, everything changes. And if you think about it, let's say you ink 5% of the map, but if you're also covering the enemy's 5%, that's essentially a 10% difference. So it can really swing a big amount in that last 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Let's not slow down this hype train. Let's get set for another matchup. This time it's going to be Japan and Dynamute versus USA and Deadbeat. And we saw Deadbeat. They lose to Blue Ring Doctorlings, but they get a chance to bounce back at this point. And you look at what Dynamute was able to do in their first match. What's something that Deadbeat might try to do differently this time around?
I mean, I feel like they got to just put a charger in Power's hands, right? I mean, that was what got them here. But the charger is so different in Splatoon 2. It doesn't feel the same. It's a little bit different. It's definitely it's changed.
It's changed. I wouldn't say it's totally different, but I mean, yeah, you can store your charge now. So before in the first Splatoon, you'd have to sit up kind of on a perch, fully charge your shot, and then let it go.
And you couldn't hide in the ink if somebody was coming after you.
Yes, but now you can charge your shot, hide in the ink, pop back up somewhere else while still retaining that charge.
Full charge ready to
immediately blast them.
And that's a huge, huge advantage for anybody looking to play a charger in Splatoon 2.
Right. Well, we also talk about those specials, and we have a contingent from Ink TV that just went berserk when we saw that splashdown. And that special right there, when you look at it, Eric, it's one of those specials that if you can time it perfectly, it can create a huge swing of momentum in the match, and it also just looks so freaking awesome.
It looks awesome. Because when you activate it, people scatter because they're scared. They're like, okay, this explosion's about to happen. I'm getting out of here. But you also can actually execute it while you're in the middle of a super jump. So when you're super jumping to one of your opponents on one of your teammates on the front lines, if they're surrounded by enemies, you're going to drop down, hit that, and it's going to create this huge explosion, taking out 2-3 enemies possibly.
Yeah.
It's a new Splatoon, which means we have yet another new map as they get set for Turf War. This is going to be Humpback Pump Track, Eric. And what's unique about this level is the other ones we've seen, there's sort of a middle area, and then each team has their respective half of the map. Humpback Pump Track, though, it's going to be a circular map with a lot of ways to access that major hump in the middle.
Right, that major hump is very important to hold down because it gives you such good sight of the entire 360 map. And there's so many ways to approach it. It's going to be hard to hold once you do get it.
But Ashley, we also have this outer track right here where, yes, if you have a BMX, you can pop a couple wheelies on the outside as you're spreading some ink around the area. You've got to really keep your head on a swivel when you see how many different ways that you can get flanked on this map.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this track is actually a really key part of this map just because this is going to enable your team to get all the way around the map, get behind your opponents, take them by surprise. And if you can keep that lane open almost all the way around, you're probably in really good positioning to get some key splats.
It is also consistent with some of the other maps as well, too, because there's a little bit of verticality in this map as well, too. We notice there are a lot of ledges that are just a little bit higher than jumping range that you've got to really be able to balance when you're trying to take on your opponent and really observe them. How does that factor into Humpback Pump Track?
I mean, anytime you can get a high ground, that's always an advantage, especially for anybody with a roller, a slosher, a charger. I mean, those are great weapons to have when you're up high. So I think in this map, being able to be eye level with that mound in the middle of the map, even if you're not right in the center of it, is a really great way to actually offensively try to take back that section of Humpback Pump Track.
As we get set for this third match in our round-robin Turf War portion of this tournament, one other thing, let's get real technical here, Eric. We talked about the splashdown. You mainly have to be on the same level as the opponent that you're trying to splash down because that splashdown is coming from the epicenter. If you're behind a wall or below a ledge where you are blocked from something, you won't get splatted.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you have cover nearby and you see someone using a splashdown, you better get behind it.
Yeah,
let's
take
get
cover.
To our third match here. Deadbeat taking on Dynamute. Dynamute in the pink, Deadbeat in the blue. Both teams getting an initial start. Deadbeat going with a couple of splatter shots, a heavy splatling and a slosher. Meanwhile, Dynamute, our first look at the splat dualies, the slosher, a charger, and a roller as Kakashino getting the party started in the middle of the map. However, Tim with a splat from behind, Ashley.
Yeah, Tim got the splat, but then, of course, Dynamon comes in with that roller. Hexen and Dynamon having a 1v1 right here in the middle of the map. This is really exciting. I always love seeing great players go one-on-one. But now Dynamon has Kakashino, and it looks like Hexen is going down.
You see Dynamon's point of view, but also the rest of Dynamute doing a fine job of just inking their half of the map right now, being very diligent. We see a Stingray being deployed. 2 specials on the field for Dynamute as they have the 4-2 advantage over Deadbeat at this point. Kakashino with that slosher, trying to get things pink all over the place, and then here come the Tenta missiles.
Here come the Tenta missiles. I mean, you're going to see Kakashino put down immense amounts of ink with that slosher. He's going to have those Tenta missiles a lot in every single game.
Kakashino getting the splat on Wit just there. Meanwhile, Power on the outside BMX track of pump back bump track. However, a splat for splat right there as we have a 3-2 advantage for Dynamute on the map. 140 left in this one. It's still pretty even. However, Dynamute controlling most of the middle hump here, Ash.
Yeah, Dynamute kind of doing a really good job here, but Hexen, you can see, kind of taking that lower map for US for Deadbeat, and now Kakashino bringing on that slosher, and it's a splat for splat, just the same.
Wit unleashing some Tenta missiles right there, going to try to advance with that slosher, just being slow and careful and making sure, just covering the area with ink, and you always want to make sure that you've got a place to move and a place to get out to before you advance further.
That's a really good point. I mean, one of the best things you can do for your teammates is, and yourself, give yourself an exit lane, because a lot of these players, I mean, if you're getting splatted, you're out of the game for a second, and what you've got to do is you've got to get away, take a minute, and get a teammate back to you. And so if you're by yourself, a good idea is to find those exit lanes.
4-2 advantage, Dynamute. They've got 3 specials. They just unleashed the Tenta missiles right there. And Ashley, this is a chance for Dynamute to make a decisive push in this match.
It looks like they are making a decisive push. There's some really good one-on-ones happening right now. I mean, it is looking really close, though, and anything can happen in these last 45 seconds.
45 seconds, 2-2 on the field, 1 special for each team. Dynamute going to have another squid join the party at this point. It's 3-2 Dynamute at this point. 37 seconds left. You see the map. Dynamute holding down the middle part. Deadbeat gonna have to make a push here, Ashley, and stay alive. That's the critical part.
Absolutely. Getting splatted at this point would be a huge deficit for them. They definitely don't. And Wakaroon takes out Tim. It's, oh no, they're down 1 player, but they can still make this happen. They've got 15 seconds left.
4-2 on the field right now for Deadbeat. You've got 13 seconds to make a push, trying to put some pressure on Dynamute. It's 4-2. They've got 3 specials waiting in the clip. 5 seconds left. Expect to see those specials have a bonanza the final 3 seconds. Deadbeat, did they get the push?
Oh,
That is in.
close.
Let's leave it up to Judd once again. Unbelievable finish, however. Oh my gosh.
What's Judge got to say?
It's gonna be Dynamute, the 51.9 to 42.9 victory, and once again, a match that comes down to the final drop of ink for Deadbeat. However, they don't end up on the victorious side once again, and you look at Dynamute really dominating this match for the majority of the time. It was just too little ink, too late for Deadbeat.
Yeah, I'm actually, if you looked at the card, Dynamon, no specials unleashed, but also 5 splats and assists. That's great.
Let's take a look at the current standings. Don't forget, after this round robin part of Turf War, we will see the teams 1 through 4. 1 will take on 4 in the first elimination round, 2 versus 3. So that was a heated battle between Deadbeat and Dynamute. We might see them in the next round. 2-0 Dynamute in the lead. Meanwhile, Blue Ring Doctorlings 1-0. Rising Moon, they've dropped a game. Meanwhile, Deadbeat in a little bit of a hole. They're going to have to ink their way out of that as we get set for a couple more rounds of Turf War. And really just Dynamute working really well as a team, and it seemed like they never just felt too much pressure from Deadbeat that entire match, Ashley.
Yeah, they're a well-oiled machine. They've been playing together for a long time. One of the things I thought was really interesting about Deadbeat is they have never met IRL until now. So they have never actually met in person until this tournament, which is really cool, but also it's one of those things where you kind of want to have that synergy of like playing together in the same place and being able to kind of put things together and do the thing. And so maybe that's a little bit of a hurdle.
Well, we've talked about communication, and Eric, what are some of the things that these players are going to communicate to each other throughout the match as far as helping them really be on the same page?
Yeah, so these players are talking about where they are. They're talking about where they see opponents. They're talking, tactics. We need to take and hold this position in order to spread our ink, most effectively. So they're constantly thinking, constantly communicating.
And you really look at what Deadbeat was able to do last game, late in the round. They had those 3 specials, but they just needed a little bit more time. So you wonder if Deadbeat
maybe
might
5 more seconds.
5 more seconds. Rethink some things for sure. We're going to get set for our 4th matchup right now. We've got the Blue Ring Doctorlings from Australia/New Zealand taking on Rising Moon representing Europe. And we've got yet another new map to highlight. We're going to have Muscle Forge Fitness this time. And when you look at this map here, Ashley, it's really about what we call that rock climbing pyramid in the middle of this map. And when you highlight that, it's really interesting to see how teams can sometimes live up there, but then if you fall down from that pyramid, there are some narrow channels.
Yeah, you can make things happen. If you don't take over the pyramid, that's okay. You can still work all of the different little side areas. You can try to cross the great into enemy territory and kind of cut off those avenues. You're going to see a lot of bombs going up over into the enemy area. There's a lot of great ways to sort of stop your opponents from even getting to that center pyramid.
Yeah, absolutely. Cutting off your opponent's lane of attack is one of the most important things you can do, so because you limit their movement, and movement is everything.
And lastly, this map does have that little bit of an area that we talk about, Eric, where there are some ink-proof walls where you can't really make much of a push beyond that. So these teams will have a little bit of a safety net if things get a little too overwhelming to make a pushback.
Right, and there's usually a couple of ways you can get out of that part of your base. So if, you know, an enemy is kind of camping one spot of that, you can take a different route.
Rising Moon getting set to take on the blue-ringed Octolings. And the blue-ringed Octolings, Ashley, they get the victory over Deadbeat in the opening round. And it was interesting. We had the mixer the other day, and they get a chance to play a little Splatoon 2. And it's not on the teams. You're mixing it up, country versus country. They felt very confident after they had a hands-on approach once again with this specific build.
Yeah, I really liked how when we spoke to them, they said, you know, the cool thing is we feel confident because we all have the exact same amount of experience with the game. No team has played more Splatoon 2 than somebody else, and so I think that's really apparent here. I mean, we had I would consider that to be an upset, our first upset of the day.
As we look at some of the other specials, we saw a couple of the Stingrays here, Eric, and we'll maybe get a chance to see that in this map. But really, these players are getting familiar with what specials play well with not only their individual play style, but the team play style.
Yeah, and there's a limited amount of specials they can use, so they need to plan to use those as effectively as possible.
Let's get this fourth match in our round-robin tournament started here. We've got Rising Moon in the orange. Meanwhile, blue-ringed Octolings in the purple. Rising Moon going with a roller, slosher, Octobrush, and a blaster for our first appearance. Meanwhile, blue-ringed Octolings, 2 splatter shots, a Octobrush, and a charger, as we already see a couple splats. 4-3 advantage on the field right now for the blue-ringed Octolings. Cebu gonna hang out some ink right here, actually, as Rising Moon tries to hold down that rock climbing pyramid in the middle.
Yeah, this is a dangerous location for Cebu to be hanging out in, but gets the splat, able to jump up, swish that brush around, get that ink into everybody's face, which is really great. And now we got the inkjet.
Cebu in the inkjet. Meanwhile, getting a splat on Latias right there, and then landing back in the ground. Cebu inking a masterpiece with that brush right now, as we have the early advantage going to Rising Moon on this map, and they're doing a fine job of keeping the blue-ringed Octolings on their heels.
Yeah, you'll see on the north and the south sides of the map, you'll have these areas where you can drop down. They're going to put as much ink as possible. Rising Moon will put down as much orange ink as possible to keep them out of there. They want them to come across that grate so that they can funnel them through and take them out systematically.
SpongeBob falling victim to some Tenta missiles right there. Meanwhile, we have a splashdown being deployed for the blue-ringed Octolings. You see the map advantage right now. Rising Moon, 140 left, 4-4 on the field, a couple of specials ready to go for Rising Moon. Latias trying to just take aim at a couple potential opponents at this point, not having much luck finding anybody right there. However, doing a fine job of holding that back line for the blue-ringed Octolings.
Yeah, really nice job taking out Cebu there. Cebu kind of going nuts with that. Oh, I saw some Toxic Mist.
That Toxic Mist will reduce your ink. We're down to 118, 4-2 advantage on the field for the blue-ringed Octolings. Let's see if they can make a push, and they're starting to get one. 2 specials charged up. Stingray being deployed by this point by Latias, doing a fine job of using some cover. 4-4 still, neither team wanting to give up some ground. However, blue-ringed Octolings, they've got Rising Moon pushed back a little bit, as it's now 4-1 on the field.
This is kind of a change of pace here. About a minute ago, we had a completely different map. Now it's covered in purple. We're seeing blue-ringed Octolings really make this last push in the last minute of this match.
There's the first pachink of the match. I love to hear that as SpongeBob gets a splat right there. Meanwhile, Andy gonna try to keep SpongeBob at bay with that suction bomb. No luck there. 4-4 on the map, 30 seconds left, and really it seems like it's gonna be the team that holds the top for the final of this match who's gonna win this one here.
That pyramid is so key. SpongeBob going down. They are at a deficit. Let's see if Rising Moon can make things happen right now. on the last 20 seconds.
2 critical splats.
Oh,
Octolings, however, Rising Moon coming back, and the moon is rising right now with 17 seconds left. You've got 2 specials charged for Rising Moon. They've got the blue ringed Octolings on their tentacles pushed back. Meanwhile, Vicky Bird trying to get some desperate ink along that side of the rock climbing pyramid. Is it going to be enough? I don't know. I see a lot of orange on
a lot of orange inks down there.
And it might be another potentially close match. Let's see what Judd has to say on this one. We really saw Rising Moon turn the tide late in this match. And our final result, that victory is going to go to Rising Moon, 46.7 to 43.8%. And really, we talked about how important it is actually to stay alive. And it was Rising Moon writing that critical 4-2 advantage late in the match to make the push of momentum right there.
Yeah, that last 30 seconds is absolutely key. If you are able to convert and get those splats, keep yourself from being splatted, get out of the heat when you're in the kitchen and be like, hey, I gotta wait a second before I do this last push because I'm alone and I don't want to get surrounded or splatted. You wait for your teammate to jump and then you go.
Eric, we've got a couple of replays we'll take a quick look at here. Yep. That was a very intense match, real back and forth. That's what you expect when you get teams of this caliber. Here's Cebu hiding down on that lower level, able to pop up out of the ink and use that Octo Brush to get the splat. And then once again, you see SpongeBev down below. Cebu gonna use that inkjet. And what's the best part about that inkjet in order to get some splats there, Eric?
So that inkjet allows you to get to places you actually wouldn't be able to. So kind of over walls that you can't climb because they're ink proof. You saw there with Cebu, actually Cebu went around and splatted because they're able to flank using that inkjet. The danger with the inkjet is that once the time is up, you actually go back to the spot you initially popped it from. And everyone knows that because there's a little beacon there. So if you don't use that in a safe spot, people are going to camp that because they know you're coming right back.
We see that inkjet, it harkens back to fine memories from Super Mario Sunshine. You see the ink that's propelling you in the air. That ink that is lifting you up in the air, does that have an impact on anything on the ground?
It does. You can actually splat people using that. So if you fly over someone with all the kind of ink exhaust coming out, you can splat them with that. It's also inking your turf. So, you know, people can follow you using the trail you leave behind.
It's a really great way to escape. If you're in a little bit of trouble and there is nothing but enemy ink on the ground, that's a great way to get up and get out.
It's true, but you're also kind of exposed because you're up in the air. If there are chargers around, you're kind of
a
duck. Squid in a barrel. Yeah.
Squid in a barrel. I love it right there. Well, we're going to get set for our 5th matchup in this round robin portion of the turf war. We've got the blue ring Doctolings taking on Dynamew. This time it's going to be Moray Towers. We all know and love Moray Towers from the original Splatoon. However, it's a little new and improved.
It's the map you love to throw your controller at.
Absolutely. So spot number 1, you've got that sort of lower level quad right there where a lot of the action can funnel to. However, there are rails, Ashley. And Ashley, as I draw these rails, why don't you tell the folks what players can do to use with these rails to access some more mobility?
I'm very excited about ink rails in Moray Towers specifically. So these players are going to be able to ink a rail, it will turn their team's color, and then they can ride in that rail to places they wouldn't otherwise. Take them much longer to get
Right, yeah, and especially because it's essentially an inked turf. Because if you haven't inked the turf, you're gonna have to then ink it and then go. But if you pop the ink rail, you can just get on and ride it immediately.
Other subtle changes we noticed, when you're in that quad area, Eric, there's a little bit of a half pipe that leads to this long vertical wall. We've been known in Splatoon to see a lot of chargers sit on top of that wall. That wall has been shortened this time around, making it easier to get up to any chargers that might be perching there.
Yeah, before, you know, if you held that position, you had a great oversight of the entire bottom level there. But with that being able to be more, taken, like,
it took a while to swim up that wall. It took a while to swim up that wall and take out. So now they'll be able to rush that nest and take out anybody with a charger who's trying to get things set up.
2-0 Dynamew taking on the blue-ringed Octolings. Moray Towers harkens back to the original Splatoon. Let's start with Dynamew in the green, taking on the blue-ringed Octolings in the pink. Dynamew gonna go with a splatter shot throw. Meanwhile, a slosher, a dynamo roller, as well as a charger. Meanwhile, you see the blue-ringed Octolings going with that Octo Brush splatter shot, charger, and heavy splatling.
You notice Autobaru from Dynamew hanging back, painting all of the turnbacks, all the switchbacks. There you go, Vicky Bird with a huge Octo Brush splat. That gets splatted by Dynamo.
Vicky Bird getting splatted right there. And Dynamo, we should mention this edition of Splatoon when you're flicking the ink with that roller, it now goes in a different direction, actually.
Yeah, this is, that vertical splash is a little terrifying. And also really easy to reach as someone with a charger.
Kakashino getting the slosher splat on SpongeBob right there. Kakashino, though, getting splatted, however, by the splatter scope. Latias, very nice aim right there. Latias trying to take aim on some more Dynamute players. Meanwhile, nobody else has really claimed that middle area. Both teams have done a fine job of diligently inking the ramps on their half of the map, though. You got to account for all those small areas, Ashley.
Yeah, Blue Ring Doctorlings really looks like they're taking advantage of Dynamute, hanging back a little bit, maybe getting ready for a collective charge. Latias just going nuts with that splatter scope, absolutely taking advantage of that charge being able to be used as you pop out of the ink.
What's impressive is Dynamute really has the majority half of their map covered in nothing but green ink. Meanwhile, they get a couple of splats, 3-2 advantage on the field. Minute left in this one. A special ready to go. There goes the Stingray. Dual Stingrays! Dueling it out across Moray Towers right there. Meanwhile, Kakashino starting to advance into the blue-ringed Octolings territory. Gonna get the splat. Moving up now to Latias, trying to get, and gets the splat on Latias. And this is trouble for the blue-ringed Octolings because Kakashino gonna unleash those Tentamissiles.
That's right, Tentamissiles incoming, and also we're down to the last minute, so now is the time to not get splatted.
Impressive splat here by SpongeBob with the splatter shot. Meanwhile, Rakaruno trying to move with that charger, trying to find a couple of blue-ringed Octolings to get a splat on. Got Vicky Bird in his sights, however, can't connect. 50 seconds left, 4-4 on the field. I feel like this is gonna be another one that comes down to the end here, Ashley.
This is gonna be a really close one. Vicky Bird doing a really nice job of escaping the middle of that map. Had a little bit of a moment where maybe was like, whoa, I gotta get out of here. I gotta leave. Sorry, guys, bye.
Vicky Bird in the ink jet, getting some ink covered in the middle of the map. Gonna respond back to her spot, avoids, not too late.
Splatted.
As Dynamute starting to make a push into blue-ringed Octoling territory. Just 23 seconds left, 4-2 advantage on the map for Dynamute. They've got a special ready to go, and here comes that push. 15 seconds left. Can the blue-ringed Octolings get to the middle of the map and make something happen? Oh, it's gonna be close.
It's gonna be close.
Dynamute, Atubaro holding things down from up top. And this is going to be a late little push from the blue-ringed Octolings. However, critical splat by Vicky Bird.
That was a
Vicky
huge
Bird
splat.
with the splat and 2 seconds left. You had enough time to get just a little bit more ink down.
That could be 1% that wins it.
However, it could be Dynamute, 48% to 41. You saw Dynamute getting a little bit of that ink, that green ink, into the blue-ringed Octolings half of the map, and that was the difference in this one, Ashley.
Kakashino snuck back there and was able to get that slosher on the ground, and that thing puts down a lot of ink, and so you can do a lot of damage in a really short amount of time.
It does. It's such an offensive weapon, and you saw actually Kakashino had 10 splats and assists there. Really, yeah.
Performance. That's a huge performance.
Here's this critical splat. Vicky Bird gets the splat. You know, of course, it's going to create some purple ink in the place of who you just splatted. But with 1 second left, could have used about 4 or 5 more to
4 or
get
5 more
up
seconds
into
would have been
the territory for Dynamute. And so Dynamute 3-0, and they just roll through this opening round of Turf War here.
Absolutely dominating. I mean, but you know, they're communicating. Obviously, you're seeing them, have strategies. Say, hey, in Moray Towers, let's hold back on Turf War. Let's make sure every inch of all of our switchbacks are covered in our team ink. And we don't really see 100% of that on blue-ringed Octolings.
You see Dynamute standing at the top of the standings, 3-0, flawless through our round-robin portion. Meanwhile, this is an interesting matchup here between Deadbeat and Rising Moon. If Deadbeat can get the victory, they're going to tie up with Rising Moon and blue-ringed Octolings. And we do have a tiebreaker in place. We're keeping track of the percentage of turf that was inked. We'll obviously seed the teams based upon who inked the highest percentage of turf in all 3 of those matches. We'll keep you posted on that if Deadbeat can get the victory over Rising Moon. And so, Eric, we've seen Deadbeat struggle a little bit in their first 2 matches to really claim a victory here. What's something they might want to think about? Because we haven't seen Power with that charger yet, relying on that heavy splatling.
Yeah, Power has a switch to the splatling, trying to hold that back line and ink as much as possible. But Power, such an effective charger player. We might see him switch to the charger. Who knows?
Well, it's also interesting depending on the map as well, too. These players are just now getting familiarized with these maps, so there are some things that you're going to work on with your communication. However, it's really just, we've seen Deadbeat try to turn the tide late in the match, but just like we saw with Blue Ring Doctorlings, too little, too late. You think about maybe having a more conscious effort to make that push earlier on.
Yeah, and I think they really have to capitalize on those one-on-ones. I mean, that's such a key part of being able to win at the end of that last 30 seconds. If you've got to win those one-on-ones. You've got to take out your opponent and get them out of the match.
And Eric, as we get set for our final match of round robin Turf War play, Turf War really helps teach the fundamentals of how you can build upon being successful in Splatoon. As we mentioned before, Ashley, you and I, we hang out in A- B+ land. You're going to be a little bit higher than that, I think, actually. But
just slightly, I promise.
When you really want to make that turn to become a better player, in the conversation we had with these players, it's understanding how you can have territory control and how you don't just unconsciously go into a particular area. You want to make sure that you are inking area, not only to give yourself space to move, but you decrease the amount of mobility for the opposing team.
Right, and Turf War is just one of the modes in the game. It is kind of, as you said, build those fundamentals, but you can use those philosophies you develop playing Turf War in all of the different modes. And also, you know, we do see Deadbeat 0-2 right now, but some teams are better at different modes. So we'll see maybe once we get past the round robin stage, which is just seeding us for that elimination round, we might see Deadbeat actually just destroy the competition. You never know.
Let's get to our next map, a new one, Inkblot Art Academy.
I love this map.
We got a chance to check it out today for the first time, and as we look at this map, let's point out a couple key points with our numbers here. You've got that middle area, you've got some cover right here, Ashley, but also there's a very interesting piece of art on each side of the map. Let's top that, 2 and 3. These are almost like hands that are sticking up, and you have a chance to ink those. So how can teams use that for leverage in order to get a good line of sight on everybody?
They are inkable, and I will say if I had a charger, that would be the place that would be my nest.
It's a little obvious, you know, people might think you're up there and actually shoot up there, but at the same time, it's a great vantage point.
Absolutely. You could get a burst bomb up there. That would not be a good thing. That would be very bad.
Well, there's some similarities in this map to the Reef, as there's a middle area. It's not a very long linear level that we might have seen in some levels in the original Splatoon here, Eric. So the teams are really going to be right on top of each other from the majority of the map. It's not going to take very long to get back to the middle also.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we'll see who is able to hold that, and if you're able to stay alive, super jump right to the front lines, you can push beyond that.
Yeah.
Let's get set for our final match in round robin play of Turf War. Deadbeat looking for that first victory as they take on Rising Moon. Deadbeat going to be in the yellow, Rising Moon going to be in the blue, and let's take a look at the loadouts for both teams here. Rising Moon going with that Slosher, Octobrush, Roller, and Splatter Shot. Meanwhile, a pair of Splatter Shots, Heavy Splatling once again for Deadbeat, and a Slosher as Rising Moon the first to the middle here, Ashley.
Yeah, I mean, they went right for it. They were not wasting any time at getting ink down on the ground, which might be detrimental to them. We'll have to see if that pays off.
And right now, we see Deadbeat. Everyone's just sort of holding the same linear position, getting some ink covered, making sure nobody advances too far out without some support behind them as we get a vantage point of Tim, and it's a 4-3 advantage right now for Deadbeat. A couple specials ready to go, 3-2 on the field. Early advantage with 2:25 left in this one, Ash.
Yeah, you can see Deadbeat really making a push here because they have that player advantage. Hexen really just doing a lot of damage and taking out a lot of our Rising Moon players.
Tim being very aware for Deadbeat, finding one of those lower areas that you can go and ink every single percentage. Very vital in Turf War. 4-3 advantage and a trio of specials ready to go for Deadbeat at any moment's notice.
Yeah, I see some really interesting things happening down here with Seibu is taking a little bit of a sneak attack here, trying to take out Wit. Let's see if it works out. It does. He takes out Wit. That's great. And now we're seeing Power with that Splatling get taken out.
The
Heavy Splatling.
Jet with a huge blorb of ink to take out Power. Power drops down from that perch. However, Tim's going to avenge his teammate right here.
That's right.
As Tim
Avenge the
back
splat.
to the lower level, get some more ink down there. And we saw Power at the middle of that tower, in the middle of the level, a really important spot and vantage point for him.
It is, but it's also really dangerous for him because that Heavy Splatling has a huge wind-up time. It takes a long time to get that thing to charge, but once it's ready, he is going to be very dangerous.
Tim sees Cebu trying to undo his work that he worked so hard for. Going to try and get him. Here comes the splashdown, but no. Cebu getting the splat with the octo crush while Tim was midair with the splashdown. Too late there. 1 minute left. 4-4 on the field. Right now, the advantage looks like it's going to Rising Moon as they're starting to make a bit of a push into deadbeat territory. It's 2-2. Cebu in that inkjet. Gonna have to splat down though.
He just took off, and that's the importance of having your exit lanes ready to go. Cebu's trying so hard to take out Hexen, and this is a great one-on-one, and I'm really curious to see this could be a key moment.
43 seconds left, 4-4 on the field right now. Cebu trying to escape some danger right there. Wit gonna try and flank him with the slosher. Tim unable, gets the splat on Cebu. It's now 4-2 for Deadbeat. Here's where they've got to make that push we've talked about, Ashley.
This is a huge advantage for Deadbeat. They're going to push forward. They've got 2 specials ready to go. Tim is already pushing into enemy territory.
Keep an eye on Andy at the bottom part of the map right here, trying to cover some important territory, trying to get the slosh. He's going to go one-on-one with Wit. Wit using some coverage. Andy with a critical splat against Wit, and that's going to allow Andy to move out and cover some precious yellow territory. It's now 2-1, 3-1 on the field for Deadbeat. They've got 5 seconds left for a push. This might be enough. Tim,
a lot of yellow
flashing down into action, and let's see what the result here is. Did Deadbeat get enough done late in this match? It looks like they might have. What does Judd have to say? And yes, that's going to be a 50.5 victory over 32.8 for Deadbeat. That means our producers in the back are going to have to do some number crunching to figure out what's going to happen with this tie. But what we saw from Rising Moon, they did a great job of making sure whenever Deadbeat covered one of those lower areas, they rushed right in there to make sure that they covered it up, and it forced Deadbeat to really get away from what they were trying to do to go take care of the damage that Rising Moon was doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we also saw them really make an effort to keep the north and south parts of the map in the center covered in yellow. So that way, if they were in trouble, if they have a teammate jumping in, they're able to have those exit lanes. They can come back and have that advantage of, oh, well, you have an inked here. Sorry, Rising Moon.
And Eric, how important is map recognition when you get to Turf War? Because a lot of times, so much of the action is sometimes concentrated in the middle of the maps. We saw those lower areas that you can't ignore, especially late in the match.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, certain players tend to gravitate to certain parts of the map. I mean, you have your little hiding spots that you love to go to. If you have a new map like Inkblot, you haven't established those yet. So you really need to figure those out before you can use the map to its most effective.
So we talked about our producers doing some number crunching in the back, and as we said, it was the highest average percentage of ink covered throughout the 3 matches. In first place, obviously, we've got Dynamute. They're 3-0. Australia, USA, and Europe, all tied. How about these numbers here? Australia, New Zealand, 43.4%. Deadbeat, 43.4%.
Wow.
Rising Moon, 34.56. So as we see the teams getting set for the first set of elimination matches, it'll be Dynamute taking on Rising Moon. Meanwhile, the blue-ringed Octolings of Australia, New Zealand taking on Deadbeat as we advance to these best-of-5 modes. So we knew the competition was good here, Ashley.
This is fierce competition. It is literally dead even. This is amazing, and honestly, really impressive by all of the teams to come out and have this really even match. There's nobody who's just getting swept.
And we see that these teams, as we mentioned, trying to adjust to different types of strategies here, Eric. We mentioned you've got no more stealth jump along to go with that quick respawn. There's no more ninja ink as well, too. So these teams are really going to get a feel for each other. Are you excited to see how the strategy might evolve throughout these matches?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all these teams really are reading their opponents. They're seeing, what's most effective against this team, and they're evolving their strategies based on that.
An unbelievable set of round-robin matches in Turf War. We've got our teams seated. We're going to take a short little break, then get set for our first elimination matches, best of 5, as we continue with the Splatoon 2 World Inkling Invitational.
Dynamo is considered by many to be the team to beat, having traveled over 5,000 miles from their home country, Japan. A country notorious for having the most competitive Splatoon scene. Here they ranked as some of the most intense, fierce, and focused Splatoon players alive today. Atuburu is known to wield the Cherry H3 nozzle nose and regularly has over 20 kills in matches.
Well, naturally.
Wackaroon's go-to is the E-Leader 3K. Most importantly, though, he once hit S+99 for over 2 hours straight. Just so everyone's clear, that's crazy.
It was rough, but we were able to continue the score counter until we won for 2 hours.
Kakashino, a slosher weapon expert and Piranha Pit stage lover, is here to win and find the perfect hamburger. Really? Hamburger?
I want to win, but I also want to eat hamburgers. I'm not going to lose.
Well, good luck with finding that hamburger.
Thanks, narrator.
And last but not least, an unexpected secret weapon, a new addition to the team. Only a short while ago, this player was Team D's rival. They wanted nothing more than to splat him into oblivion. But with everything on the line, they had to recruit the best of the best of the best of the best. Dynamo is named after his masterful work with the Dynamo roller. Using it to roll over the competition, Dynamo claims to be unbeatable with the, of course, Dynamo roller. Geez, this guy really loves the roller. We get it. You're the roller guy. With their top recruit in place, Team Japan will need to band together quickly if they really want to splat their way to Splatoon glory. One thing's for sure, all eyes will be on Dynamo.
Oh, what a look right there. And Dynamew, no coincidence that they have a player named Dynamon. How did that work together as far as the naming of this team?
Yeah, the team was named after Dynamon because they were so impressed with his play, and now he plays on that team, which is really cool. It's like what a great small world. It's a really tight community of Splatoon players all around the world, and so I think it's really neat that sort of they started being inspired by his play, and now he's part of the team.
Dynamew, the #1 seed after round robin play, taking on Rising Moon, the 4th seed after round robin play. And Eric, we're getting set for Tower Control, our first sort of ranked match if you're familiar with the original Splatoon. How is Tower Control this different this time around in Splatoon 2?
So Splatoon players will know that Tower Control starts with a tower in the middle of the map. Players get on that and ride it into enemy territory. This time, on the way to your goal, you'll actually have to stop at checkpoints for a number of seconds, giving the opponent a time to catch up and splat you off of that tower.
Here's the schedule for the matchups in this best of 5 between Rising Moon and Dynamew. They'll start with Tower Control, then they'll splat some zones. We'll make it rain with the Rainmaker, and a Game 4 if necessary, Turf 4. Game 5 if necessary, we'll go to Rainmaker. I know everyone here would love to see this go 5 rounds. We can't get enough of this Splatoon action. So it looks like the teams are getting set. This is going to be Tower Control on Moray Towers. We explained earlier, Moray Towers now has some rails to help with accessibility. Going to be interesting, Ashley, how some of these new sub-weapons might come into play with Tower Control.
Yeah, I mean, that Toxic Mist is going to be key here. It's going to be key here because it's going to slow people down, it's going to take their ink away, and it's going to hopefully help them take back a tower if it's not in control by them.
Dynamew in the yellow, Rising Moon in the purple, as Dynamew making the first approach to the tower. Nobody riding it quite yet. We see 3 sets of the Toxic Mist, and Ashley, these players were loving the Toxic Mist, especially in Tower Control. During that open period, they got to practice.
Absolutely. Being able to slow your opponent down and also take ink out of their tank is such a big deal, especially when ink management can become a real problem if you find yourself caught with an empty tank.
Dynamon riding the tower, initially getting to that first checkpoint. It's got to sit there now, and you have to hold back Rising Moon. You see the counter on top of the timer, 10 seconds left. What's also important, though, Ashley, is as that timer goes down at a checkpoint, that's proving your score. And we see Dynamon just with a couple of fantastic splats splats, holding down the fort.
Absolutely. And you know, if you stop on one of those checkpoints, if a teammate jumps on, that timer goes down faster. So if you see Dynamew adding another teammate to the tower, it's because they want to get that checkpoint countdown finished as quickly as possible.
Dynamon dominating the tower, getting splats, hopping off, gets another splat, gonna hop on top. The tower starting to automatically move back. Dynamon being patient, trying to get the splat on Seibu, but Seibu gonna put an end to the terror caused by Dynamon as the tower starting to return back to neutral. Let's do a little housekeeping here. We've got a charger, 2 blasters, and a splatter shot for Rising Moon. Meanwhile, for Dynamew, you've got a blaster, slosher, and a charger to go along with another roller.
Yeah, I think this is a good setup for both teams. Obviously, you're going to want to have chargers in this map. You absolutely need to be able to pick off a person on top of that tower. Those squids have got to be pulled off that tower as quickly as possible by bomb, by charger, by any means. You take them off that tower.
And one thing I didn't mention is that when you stop at a checkpoint, once you clear that checkpoint, you don't have to go through it again.
Very important to notice right there, Eric. Meanwhile, Dynamon is the designated tower control expert for Dynamew, riding that tower, trying to get the splat on Andy, but no!
Wow.
Andy's gonna put an end to that movement right there. You gotta pay the toll on the tower, and Andy's the one taking collection.
Dynamon pays the price, and the tower heads back to the center of the map. This is really interesting. You're seeing a couple of players actually do a little bit of forward scouting. They're putting down some ink. They're kind of helping out their teammates. When the tower gets to those new areas, they're able to kind of swim around and actually have some mobility well in advance of actually arriving there.
2:27 left in this one. Dynamew with the dominant 9-100 lead at this point. Rising
so much toxic mist.
That toxic mist. Tower comes to a screeching halt as Dynamew has to hop off. They lose the tower. 4-4 on the field. Rising Moon is yet to ride the tower as Binks with a nice little pachink right there, but then that's going to be a splat by Dynamon. Dynamon backing up, and Kakashino going to provide some support with that slosher. However, going to get splatted by Andy once again. Excuse me, Iki with that splat. Give credit where it's due. Meanwhile, Wakaruno going to get the splat on the spawn.
just waiting for that beacon. And you know, Ninja Jump, not here. And so that makes it really easy for any charger user to just wait.
You mentioned that no stealth jump. That was such an important aspect of the meta going into this in the original Splatoon, not in this particular build for tournament play. So teams adjusting for that. We see some more toxic mist being deployed that's going to slow you down, reduce your ink in your tank. However, we see a lot of carnage go on by the tower right there as it goes back. 2-2 on the field right now as Rising Moon still yet to get on the board here, Ashley.
Yeah, this is the time. I mean, they've got about a minute and a half. They can make something happen. One of the things that I'm noticing, a lot of the higher level players, they're using the rails. They're claiming the rails, but maybe not using them.
Auto going under the Stingray and popping up and getting the splat. And that's unreal. We see from these players just how well they can.
So much mobility. I mean, just the jumping, there's sniping, there's dynamo rolling. I mean, it's just they're popping out and making these absolutely incredible moves.
Dynamon all over that tower, though, getting a critical splat, starting to ride it. Has a Stingray charged up as well, too. Just sloshing all sorts of ink.
He's in a very good position right now.
With the roller. Meanwhile, Andy trying to get a charge on Dynamon. Gonna be a little too late. That's a critical splat for Dynamon. Tower at 5 at this point. Can Dynamew get on top of it? And yes,
and there
they'll get it with the knockout. And there's not much to break down from this one. Dynamon doing a fine job of riding the tower, but the rest of Dynamew providing that support, because we never really saw 3-4 players from Rising Moon able to get to the tower here, Ashley.
Yeah, you could see using those ink rails really came in handy. They were able to kind of move around the map, get behind Rising Moon, figure out how they could cut off all of those avenues, and also deny Rising Moon from moving forward when they did have the tower.
Yeah, absolutely. Dynamon himself was, on the tower getting a lot of splats, but his teammate was actually out in front making sure the path was clear. So
clear in the way, yeah.
And it really came down to that pivotal point towards the end of the match. We saw Dynamon really take over the tower when it was close to the middle and then able to ride it. And you mentioned some of the roles the support players do to help that tower get to the goal here, Ashley.
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to see a lot of high-level players have somebody, like you were saying, kind of paving the way forward. It's always possible you'd have somebody with a more short-range weapon on top of the tower. So obviously Dynamon is a perfect person for tower control to be on there. But then you want somebody with maybe a mid-range weapon or a slosher or something that's going to be able to do a lot of damage damage very quickly to take out those chargers. I mean, Andy was really doing a great job defending there for a while.
We just saw that instant replay, and our wonderful production crew, we're going to try and roll that up for you again, because this match was truly decided by that fantastic play by Dynamon at the end. And right here, Dynamon on top of the tower, Eric. And usually when you're at the tower, you're this close, you want to ride it to victory. But Dynamon hopping up and getting the splat mid-air with the flick, and that was all it needed to close this one out.
Yeah, especially they were already in the lead. You saw at that point they had pushed it to about 9, so they were like 9 units away from the goal. They just needed to play defensively because they're up. Their opponent didn't actually push the tower at all. I mean, they were still at 100. So whoever has the lower score there, even if they don't get the knockout, if time expires, whoever has that lowest score is going to win.
Well, what was interesting at the tail end of that replay, you saw a splashdown being used. And what's different about these specials that was utilized so much in Tower Control in the original version, there's no invincibility specials this time around, Ashley. There's no bubbler.
No Kraken.
There's no Kraken this time.
This is a no Kraken zone, everybody.
You can't just ride that for the final 10 seconds to victory. You've got to be much more offensively minded.
Yeah, this is the thing I love about how this tournament is set up. There is no invincibility. You're not going to be in that position. I know you guys at Ink TV know what I'm talking about. When you see somebody get that, pop a Kraken and ride that tower in, and there is nothing that you can do about it. That is not the case here. They absolutely have every opportunity to be able to take that tower back. And we saw while they were practicing, sometimes they'd retake the tower at 1 and ride it all the way back and take a victory.
Anything can happen. So we just got done with Tower Control, our first game in this best of 5. That was taken by Dynamew. Let's get set for some splat zones here. It's going to be at Inkblot Art Academy, this new stage that we talked about. And when you get to splat zones, the difference between elite players and players more so getting introduced to the game.
Yeah.
The elite players talk about once you get that splat zone covered, Ashley, you want to treat that splat zone like the floor is lava. You want to get out of there and make sure you've got your ink in there, but then also keep the opposing team and find some positions to flank them from.
That's right. Maybe don't keep all 4 of your teammates inside the splat zone. That's a key strategy for anybody out there.
Let's get this splat zone started on Inkblot Art Academy. Both teams making a push for the zone right now. Dynamew in the blue, Rising Moon in the green. Dynamew going to go with that Splatter Shot Pro.
Up 2.
Slosher, Charger, and the Roller. Meanwhile, you've got Rising Moon in the green with the Charger, Octobrush, Slosher, and Splatter Shot. And also, new to this version here, Ashley, you see the little bar in between the scores? That's going to tell you how much ink is covered in that splat zone.
I love that, because when you're behind, you can see there's a little set of buildings here, or little blocks here in the middle of the splat zone, and you can't really see what's going on the other side.
Dynamon getting splatted by the Splatter Shot. Inky putting in some work right there, and it looks like Rising Moon might have the advantage to get the splat zone, but Dynamew not giving it up at all. Inky backing out of the zone right now, trying to cover some more territory, maybe get a push with that special. Has the splashdown ready to go, but no! Wakashino gonna say to that splashdown. Meanwhile, Rising Moon getting the splat. Nobody on the board yet, but there we go. Dynamew getting that counter down to begin with here, Ashley.
Yeah, you can see Wakarun is working it with that Charger, getting out, being able to get in, get out, and get back in position. Sometimes you have to get out of position so that you can get away, reset, and start over again.
3:40 left in this one, 67-100 advantage. 4-1 on the field for Dynamew right now. This is a chance to really keep Rising Moon back at the bay as Achubaru holding it down up top. We've got 2 members of Dynamew up top, being patient, waiting. You can now keep Rising Moon in your sights. It's 42-100 at this point. Dynamew having no issues whatsoever in this splat zone and Inkblot Art Academy. We oftentimes talk, Ashley, of all the ranked modes, this is the hardest one to sometimes make a comeback in.
Yeah, this is a tough one to make a comeback in, just because once you establish that you own that splat zone, it is tough to take it back.
Seibu gonna take control of the airspace with that inkjet though, and this could be a huge turn of events if Rising Moon can get the territory.
There they go.
That's a 66-second penalty on Dynamew. That's gonna go ahead and put Rising Moon in this game and give them a chance. However, they've got quite the deficit. It's 83-14, 2:48 left in this one. 4-3 advantage on the field. Rising Moon, that counter's going down right now, Ashley.
And you can see Seibu and Inky are moving forward, trying to even just keep them from getting to that main splat zone, just because, hey, we're going to put down some paint, we're going to keep you from getting here, just so it's going to take you a little bit of extra time so that we can try to make something happen.
Dynamew now in control. They're going to tack on a 35-second penalty to Rising Moon, but they still have to take out a lot of time before their score can improve. 4-3 on the field right now for Dynamew. Wakaruun on top of an ink-proof surface right there, but gonna navigate with a little bit of leverage, throw down a splat bomb, keep at base, got some help right there with the teammate. Meanwhile, gonna start to creep into Rising Moon territory, looking back and try and zone things out. And right now, Dynamute, no issues whatsoever holding down the splat zone.
No, not at all. I mean, Kakashino just got splatted by Andy with that charger. Andy's really going out there and making stuff happen. But you can see Stingray really popular on this particular map.
4-2 advantage, and you saw from the wide view right there, there weren't any Rising Moon players in the same area code as the splat zone. And that'll do it. Another knockout for Dynamute. Once they re-seize control of the splat zone, they did a fine job of not only having players cover ground horizontally, but vertically at different levels, Ashley.
Yeah, you saw Wakaruun up there just keeping Rising Moon out. And I mean, when you have him, the combo of Wakaruun and Kakashino up top with a slosher, getting anybody who's coming just even barely close to that splat zone, he's just like, nah, I'm just gonna pour paint on. I'm just gonna pour that ink on you and take you out, goodbye, go back to the beginning.
And it's interesting on every level. Sometimes we've talked about some teams don't like to hang out in the splat zone too much, but Eric, on this map, when you get the leverage, the highest point in Inkblot Art Academy is at the middle of the map in that splat zone. That gives you a huge advantage as far as seeing where the opposing team's coming from. So in that situation, Dynamute holding it down from the highest point on the map.
Yeah, that high point, because it is so tall, I mean, really the only way to route someone from that is with a charger or to climb it and get up there yourself. So it's actually a pretty safe spot. Usually, as you said, you don't want to hang out in the middle of the splat zone, but because you have that verticality there, you're able to.
But there is also nothing to hide behind up there. So if you're up there, you are wide open to attack. So you definitely want to be careful. But if you're up there, you've got a great vantage point.
And as you mentioned, Jordan, earlier, I mean, we have only 4 specials available in this tournament mode. So what you could do normally is maybe pop, a defensive thing and stay in that splat zone. But here, there's not even any kind of support abilities. Like with the first game, you have your ability that you're able to kind of point out enemy locations, and there's none of that.
Right, no echolocators in this game. Sometimes people use the Tenta missiles to locate players, and we also saw the Ink Storm a couple times, and we didn't get a chance to break that down quite yet. Tell us about that, Ashley.
I mean, I love the Ink Storm. You set it off, it ends up creating a cloud, and then it moves, and it starts raining ink, and it's so delightful, and it takes people by surprise, and it hurts a little bit.
And it's great because there's no way to get rid of it. It's great for splat zones. You're able to kind of seize control of it if you're able to throw the Ink Storm right onto the splat zone.
We saw Dynamute use 3 Ink Storms in that last match and really help re-seize control of that splat zone in the middle. So as we mentioned, it's now 2-0 Dynamute in this best of 5. They're trying to get their brooms out and look for a sweep as we prepare for Rainmaker on the Reef. And this could be an opportunity for Dynamute to either get the sweep. However, Rising Moon, anything can happen in Rainmaker. This could be a huge victory for them. And as we get to the Reef with Rainmaker, we talk about on these levels, Ashley, there's kind of a conventional route, but then also if you can be a little sneaky squid, there's a little bit of a shortcut at times.
That's right. Sometimes you'll see teams have someone have a designated Rainmaker taker, and then they'll have a support person that follows them, creates lanes, lets them get the job done. You're going to see a lot of Toxic Mist in this map, I think, and you're going to see a lot of splatting. This is going to get crazy.
Andy getting splatted by Kakashino. However, that Rainmaker shield going to take out Dynamon. Dynamon's good, listen, but there's nothing you can do against a Rainmaker.
Absolutely not. You see that Rainmaker shield getting bigger in the other team's color, you better get out of the way.
Wakaruun doing some work right here, and now the Rainmaker belongs to Rising Moon in the green, Dynamute in the purple. Rising Moon, let's get some housekeeping. They have the Charger, Octobrush, Splatter Shot Pro, and the Blaster. Meanwhile, Dynamute sticking with that Splatter Shot Pro, the Slosher, the Charger, and the Roller right now. 99-0 advantage, so not much of a lead at this point. Both teams really unable to seize control early on right here, Ashley.
Yeah, and you'll see, you'll notice right now what was happening was Dynamute chose to not pick up the Rainmaker right away. They chose to make those one-on-ones, get those splats, and now they can say, okay, we've taken a few people off the field, let's go in.
Wakaruun with the Rainmaker, and what's different about the Rainmaker, you no longer have that vortex of ink. It's going to be more of almost a ink grenade that gets launched out in front of you. That's going to change the dynamics of moving it around.
Definitely, it doesn't create a lane for you to ride in, and that's sort of the thing now where you need a support person to help you lay down some ink, get some stuff done, and it's also also, it's really tough to hit somebody short range with the Rainmaker.
Rainmaker was up for grabs, but it gets returned like a bad sweater to the middle of this map right now as both teams fight this over. 58-99 advantage right now for Dynamo. Not a huge advantage at this point. Both teams really getting a chance to push each other back and forth. However, we've got a 4-2 advantage on the field for Rising Moon, and there goes that little squid at the top of the screen.
Yeah, he's going for it.
However, a splat right here is going to put a stop to the Rainmaker as Dynamu's trying to get it, but here goes Seibu. Inking that shield with the brush right now. And a splat, however, by the Stingray with Wakaru.
That Stingray doesn't feel good. That Stingray to the face doesn't feel good at all. Nobody likes that. Autobaro picks up the Rainmaker, but we have an Ink Storm. I love that storm. It's so great.
That Ink Storm going to make things a little difficult. There's the cloud, not a forecast that Dynamo wants to deal with right now, but Atubaru right now with the Rainmaker trying to advance. However, excellent charge shot by Andy. Andy putting the brakes on the Rainmaker as right now Rising Moon 35-58 advantage. 4-2 on the field, though, for Dynamo. They can make a little bit of a push as the Rainmaker in the middle of the map here, actually.
Yeah, they've got 3 of them right there with the Rainmaker. They're going to try to take out Andy with that charger. I mean, I think that he is the most dangerous man on the field for Dynamo. Oh,
Double splash right here by
with the Rainmaker.
It is 3-1 on the field. Oh, Wakaroon going to go for the slam dunk. Nothing in his way. However, that splat bomb might get him. Wakaroon with DeAndre Jordan to finish it right there. Impressive victory. And we saw it right there, actually, the ability of Dynamo to get that double splat deep into Rising Moon territory, and that will conclude it with a sweep.
Yeah, if you're looking down the barrel of the Rainmaker and you've got a teammate next to you, get away from your teammate. Get away from your teammate. Run for it.
The final 15 seconds of this match, so much happening, and you saw Dynamo get to the goal and almost get taken out by a splat bomb, and really being able to navigate those ramps and the verticality, so impressive by Dynamo. You see the team effort right here. Wakaroon gonna back up. Here comes that critical double splat. That's gonna clear the way right there, Eric. And Eric, Wakaroon being very careful. Notice how able to jump over that green ink, the maneuverability we oftentimes like to highlight.
Very, very good. I mean, they really just played it perfectly right at the end there, and being able to take out Andy. I have to give all the credit to Andy for just some really good charger work throughout this whole series.
That will conclude Rising Moon's tournament. They certainly put up a hard-fought battle, but you're starting to see the strength of Dynamo and why they defeated over 900 teams in their tournament, Ashley. And this is a team that is talent-loaded top to bottom.
Yeah, I mean, it's just they are a very tight-knit, well-oiled machine. I mean, that's the only way I can describe them. And to watch them play, I mean, they get each other.
It's the coordination.
Yeah,
it's really the way they all know the roles and they play them so effectively.
Right.
So as we get set for our second set of elimination matches, it'll be the blue-ringed Octolings from Australia/New Zealand taking on Deadbeat from the USA. Let's take a closer look at Deadbeat and their journey here.
Team Deadbeat, the U.S. representative in the 2017 Splatoon 2 World Inkling Invitational. Their combined skill set is a culmination of years of practice, truly masters of the game.
Splatoon's a fun game, it's fast-paced, it's exciting. I've been playing since the launch, which was about 2 years ago, and I just kept playing because I couldn't find any other game that interested me. There's a lot of depth in the game.
What I really like about my team is that they're willing to put in the work to get better.
I just love Nintendo games, I love shooters, so naturally I love Splatoon. Honestly, it's just a fun little game I play in my free time.
Beautiful. These are the moments that make the Splatoon community so wonderful. You can feel the emotion. These 4 teammates get to know each other. The world waits with bated breath to see if they will bring the ink.
Deadbeat, the winners of the 2017 Splatoon US Inkling Open. And Eric, we just got done watching the NBA Finals yesterday.
We did.
Golden State Warriors go 16-1 throughout the playoffs. Deadbeat, they go 16-1 throughout the U.S. Inkling Open, so it shows you how dominant of a team they were in North America.
Absolutely. You know, going into this tournament, I was like, man, Deadbeat all the way. And, you know, we'll see what happens. I mean, I was kind of surprised in the opening rounds, actually, how some of those matches went. But, you know, anything can happen.
But you know, Witt says he learns from watching his own mistakes, and Tim loves tower control, and I mean, Hexen loves splat zones. So this is a team that I think is really excited to get into this next round and really get out there and have some chances to do something in different modes.
Yeah, Eric, Golden State goes 16-1, Deadbeat goes 16-1. No word on if Kevin Durant will join Deadbeat in the offseason, though. But as we get set for tower control here,
You and your sports ball
teams
jokes.
have done such a good job of being able to push the tower forward, but also ink the territory in front of them. And it comes down to that core principle, territory control. What are some of the things these teams are looking for as they're moving the tower and they want to make sure they give a path for their team?
They're really looking forward to make sure there's no threats, is what it is. I mean, if you can wipe out the threats and then jump onto the tower, you're free and clear to proceed as you want.
Deadbeat taking on the blue-ringed Octolings and our 2 versus 3 best of 5. We're going to start with some tower control on Starfish main stage. And this is one of those maps that we've talked about here, Ashley, where now that the tower's moving, it's not so much about dominating the middle of the stage, but understanding the track that the tower moves on.
Yeah, you've got to know these maps inside and out. And these players don't really know them inside and out. They haven't had a terribly long amount of time to sort of learn the map. So, but they do, I think they're going to do just fine here.
Blue-ringed Octolings in the yellow, Deadbeat in the blue, so try to keep that one straight. Blue-ringed Octolings with the Splatter Shot Pro, the Charger, the Roller, the Octobrush. Meanwhile, Deadbeat with that heavy Splatling, 2 Splatter Shots and a Charger. Nobody's claimed the tower yet, excuse me. Blue-ringed Octolings moving it to 98. 3-2 advantage on the field for them. And there goes Deadbeat in the blue, riding the tower. They're going to take the early lead as they approach the first checkpoint here, Ashley.
Yeah, and Hexen's going right there after Latias, trying to get that Charger out of the way so that Tim can ride that tower and hold it through those checkpoints.
Tim on the tower, advancing it to the second checkpoint, avoids the Stingray. Very nice job of him to hop off the tower, but then get back on before it resets. Meanwhile, using the middle pillar of that tower to avoid some damage. Wonderful move by Tim to hop off the tower and flank the roller.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to jump off the tower and defend, especially if your teammates are nowhere to be found. Now we are watching quite the effort by blue-ringed Octolings. They are pushing forward. They have gone onto their side.
I heard a pachink. I love the pachink. Blue-ringed Octolings getting the tower to the first checkpoint, almost to the first checkpoint. However, that's going to get returned, so they still have to go back to that one. They didn't clear it. Meanwhile, Hexen trying to just get as much of the turf covered as he avoids an auto bomb, using those splat bombs to create a little bit of ink to move around. Has a splash down, charge ready to go, but no! Latias with an unbelievable charge shot from afar.
So good with those charge shots. That's the thing you're going to see on main stage. You're going to see a lot of charging action. You're going to see a lot of POV, a lot of high ground advantage, no matter if you're on the tower or somewhere else on the map.
Witt using the sprinkler after the splashdown to seize control of the tower. It's going to return back to normal. Nobody claiming that in the middle quite yet. Meanwhile, Deadbeat trying to get a little bit of a push into blue-ringed Octoling territory. Hexen going to back up. Oh, there's a surprise Stingray that you avoid. Very nice avoidance by Hexen. Dealing with a little bit of pain. Just ink coming down from the Slosher right now. Meanwhile, SpongeBob going to get splatted right there. And there is that ink storm right now on the field.
The rain is coming down. They want to keep them out. But you know what? It didn't work. And Hexen, though, getting taken off the tower, so it's just sitting there all by itself, waiting for somebody like Bicky Bird to come in and jump on and take it over.
Bicky Bird riding the tower. It goes back to the middle. However, Tim's going to get splatted by Bicky Bird and that Octobrush. Bicky Bird trying to do some work. An Inkjet ready to go whenever she wants it. Making sure to cover some territory, though, Ashley, not just rushing straight to that tower.
That's right. So because they want to have these exit lanes, especially because there's so much toxic mist going around, you want to make sure that the ground is covered before you start making your push to get on the tower, because that toxic mist is going to hurt, and also it's going to slow you down. It's going to take down your ink.
We talked about the leverage flanking points that you can take in the middle of this stage as power, using that heavy splatling to get the splat from above. And now, Deadbeat back on the tower. They want to push it to the second checkpoint and increase their lead over blue-ringed Octolings.
Yeah, you can see power is actually just inking all of the areas in which blue-ringed Octolings can find a way in.
Hexen misses a chance to flank a blue-ringed Octoling. However, Deadbeat going to try and advance it to the second checkpoint. They're almost through it. However, 2 seconds left on that checkpoint. That's critical.
They make
to clear
it. That was
now
a
the tower
huge clear.
won't stop next time. 1:30 left, 4-3 advantage on the field. 3 specials. They're going to the third checkpoint. What do they have to do here, Ashley, to get past?
They've got to defend, and it looks like they're doing a really good job. Maddie Kuma gets stuck inside that ink storm. I mean, it's a toxic mist is so tough to survive, and there's the game.
Deadbeat riding the tower, able to avoid a couple of flanking opportunities from blue ringed octolings. And we talked about the teamwork, making sure you communicate and you have your teammates there to help clear the way for the tower.
That's right. Sometimes if you're not communicating, you might not even know. If you're the designated lane pusher, you might not even know the tower's so close to the end of the game. And so to be able to say, oh gosh, hey guys, we all got to come back. That's tough. Especially when they're really pushing that tower pretty fast.
We saw Deadbeat really get that initial lead, and Eric, there wasn't really a lot of opportunities that match for the blue ringed octolings to kind of get past that first checkpoint, and that's the variable of checkpoints now. You don't just get 4 open lanes of freeway to ride that tower. You've got to stop and slow down, and when you stop and slow down, you expose your team.
Absolutely. That's where you need to really rely on the rest of your team to be doing the splatting so you have time to get past those checkpoints. You saw Wit there with something like 10 or 11 splats. I mean, that was absolutely huge.
Wit with 11 splats and assists to go along with it. That results board will also show you how many specials were used, so that also gives you an idea of how often you were staying on the field, not getting splatted, charging that special meter. And we talk about some of the different abilities that these players are equipping, and a lot of them sometimes using that special charge up, but a lot of them focusing on mobility as well too.
Yeah, I mean, like the mobility, I think, for tower control is more important than the specials. I think, obviously, Toxic Mist is a really strong special in tower control. I mean, it's so powerful. I think we're going to see that a lot in the competitive scene. But yeah, mobility, being able to jump on the, get on the tower, ride the side of the tower, jump off the tower and defend, get back on the tower. I mean, if you are really good at being mobile and jumping and avoiding and dodging, especially chargers like Latias, you're in good shape.
Well, we saw that a lot of Stingrays being deployed, and these players doing a fine job of avoiding them, and you see them coming from surprise angles as well too, so very impressive. And so as we get set for this match, we're going to have splat zones on Muscle Forge Fitness, and we talk about that rock climbing pyramid in the middle of this map. And a lot of times, do you think that this is going to be a map, just like we saw in Inkblot Art Academy here, Eric, where you're going to want to stay at the highest point of this map to have a vantage point, even though the splat zone's there?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, having that elevation on everyone basically allows you to effectively communicate with the rest of your team, call out positions of enemies and everything else.
And as we've continued to talk about Deadbeat and the decision by Power, he's so well known in North America for his ability with the charger. However, I saw him in the elevator this morning. He said, I think I'm going to go with that heavy splatling, and that just goes to show you how adaptable these players can be, Ashley.
Yeah, I mean, he's a long-range player, and the heavy splatling is a long-range weapon, so he's still driving around the same neighborhood. He's not living at the same house, but he's in the same neighborhood.
Let's get you started with action here. Blue-ringed octolings in the green, Deadbeat in the blue, SpongeBob getting some work done, and an early control of the splat zone for the blue-ringed octolings. However, it's going to be re-seized by Deadbeat, and you see the 4-second penalty applied.
Yeah, that penalty can be really painful if you get really close to the end here and then lose the zone. But you can see it's only 4 seconds right now.
Deadbeat with the zone, their loadout, you've got 2 splatter shots, a slosher, and a heavy splatling. Meanwhile, blue-ringed octolings, they're down 4-2 on the field right now. They've got a couple of splatter shots, a charger, and an octo brush as Maddie Kuma trying to get the one-on-one against Hexen, but no, Hexen getting some help from Tim, and there's that communication, Ashley, calling out where you're at and asking for some backup.
Absolutely, and honestly, I love that splashdown. Oh, I love it.
SpongeBob with the splashdown, 40-96, 4 minutes left in this one, 41-96. Now let's get that timer rolling again for Deadbeat as they have built a sizable lead early in this one, 4-3 advantage for the team from North America. Meanwhile, they've got the majority of that splat zone coverage. You can see that on that icon up top, 20-96, and for Deadbeat is kind of what we saw on Inkblot Art Academy, sitting at the top and forcing everyone away from the zone.
Indeed, and once you have that splat zone, as you can see right now, it is hard to take back.
3, 2, and 1, and that will do it in decisive fashion. Nice, tidy work by Deadbeat. Valiant effort by blue-ringed octolings in that map, but Deadbeat really seems to be on the same page now, Ashley, and dialed in.
Yeah, they're dialed in. I mean, that was the thing we talked about. I mean, maybe there was a little bit of tournament jitters. You got to get out, right? So it's nervous. You guys are looking fresh today. you guys are staying fresh out in the audience. That could be it's a little scary playing in front of so many people. Thank you.
Well, we talked about the 16-1 record Deadbeat had in the U.S. Inkling Open. Their only loss in a match was Turf War. They went undefeated through all the other ranked matches, and so now that we've seen them in tower control and splat zones, they've really done a fine job of holding it down, Eric.
Absolutely. One thing I want to point out really quick is that when the game is released, you can actually use the spectator mode that I'm using in private battles yourself. So you can, if people out there, if you want to host your own tournaments, you can actually use this to kind of follow the action with the camera.
And if you practice enough, you might be as good as Eric.
Yeah, Eric's doing a fine job with that camera work, giving a chance to really see where both the
great.
teams are. So right now, you've got Deadbeat with the 2-0 advantage. If they get this victory, it's a sweep of the Blue Ring Doctolings, and they'll take on Dynamew. However, Blue Ring Doctolings, they've played very solidly. Just couldn't really swing the momentum these last two ranked matches. We've got Rainmaker now. If you're the Blue Ring Doctolings, what do you want to focus in on as you get set for this match that'll be played at Inkblot Art Academy?
I mean, I think I would expect Latias to have a charger. I would imagine that is going to be a very key part of their strategy to try to pick off people who try to run up and take the Rainmaker away. I definitely want to see more. I definitely want to see more slosher action from Wit. But if they can neutralize, I think, a slosher, and also I think if they can stay away from Power's heavy splatling, they might be in good shape here.
Let's get set for our third match in this best of 5 between Deadbeat and Blue Ringed Octolings. Octolings inking for their squid lives as they are down 2-0. Meanwhile, Deadbeat tried to get the sweep and move on to the finals against Dynamew. Deadbeat going to be in the magenta. They're going to be with a loadout of 2 splatter shots, a slosher and a heavy splatling. Meanwhile, the Blue Ringed Octolings in the turquoise. You've got a splatter shot, Octobrush, splatter shot pro, and a charger to get things started. Let's take a look at SpongeBev. As SpongeBev trying to go around, get the flank on Hexen. Fine job right there.
Done.
And that's going to be a bursted Rainmaker shield, and off to the races is Blue Ringed Octolings early in this one.
Yeah, and you're going to see Maddie Kuma working that Rainmaker, but also SpongeBob making that lane, getting ahead. You can see right up there, making a lane, trying to make things happen for Maddie Kuma, make it a little bit easier for her to get some splats.
In a lot of these maps in Rainmaker, you are rewarded for going vertical. However, Deadbeat getting the fine splat on the Rainmaker, that's going to reset it back near the middle, though. Not a whole lot of push on the length of the map acquired by Blue Ring Doctolings right there. They have the 72-0 advantage, 4-3 on the field for Deadbeat at this time.
Yeah, I think they've tried twice to get up this map here, and it's not working out too well for them. So I think maybe the next time they pick up the Rainmaker, we're going to see a little bit of a different strategy.
Rainmaker up for grabs, nobody quite ready to grab it yet, and you want to make sure, Ashley, a lot of times we're seeing these teams show a lot of patience as far as not approaching the goal, the result, the most important thing of this map until they make sure that they've got turf covers where they need to go.
Absolutely, and right now you're seeing Hexen trying to make a splashdown over on Latias because that's a key person to keep away from shooting at the Rainmaker.
Wit's going to pick up the Rainmaker and go along the side in some area that has not been explored by Ink quite yet. However, the Blue Ringed Octolings converge on Wit and get the splat by the Stingray, 83-66. Rainmaker in one of those tight little corners, so expect a lot of action right there, Ashley.
Yeah, Latias really taking that long-range Stingray. She's at the spawn point.
3-3 on the map right now as the Blue Ringed Octolings going to purposefully, though, hop into the water. Why would they do that there, Ashley?
You hop in the water, you reset the Rainmaker. That's right back to the middle.
It moves there instantly, and so it's much quicker to just go ahead and sacrifice the squid and get that Rainmaker back in the middle. Right now, we see a lot of the action at the top of the map, but here comes Deadbeat Wit with that Rainmaker. Oh, and great defense by Blue Ringed Octolings, doing a fine job of sort of reading where Deadbeat wanted to go with that Rainmaker.
Absolutely. I think that was the exact opposite of where they tried to go with the Rainmaker, and so I think both teams trying to take the same strategy, but you know, without that slosher, Wit was the one carrying that Rainmaker. Without that slosher, that is tough to move forward.
And Deadbeat going to move into the lead, 55-66 by seizing the Rainmaker right there. SpongeBob going to go ahead and get the splat. And Ashley, sometimes we see these matches that are so back and forth, it's all about getting that critical extra 5 or 10 points to your score to get the advantage when you run out of time.
It is. This is really close, and I think if Blue Ring Octolings can move it just 10 more points, they'll be right there with them. And we have 2 minutes left, so anything can happen.
Once again, you see the patience by Blue Ring Octolings. They're going to go ahead and let that Rainmaker reset and just make sure they don't let anybody get behind them. Latias, with that charger, doing a fine job of not giving up the back end to their team.
Really great job of keeping an eye on all of Deadbeat, making sure no one can get around back and splat her teammates, splat her teammates. That's the last thing you want.
And Wit being patient, trying to make sure they've got an advantage on the field. A couple specials ready to go. It's now 3-3, 3 specials on the field for Deadbeat. Here come a couple of Tenta missiles raining down on the blue ring Doctoling. No splat there. Oh, there's a splat. However, Tim gets it on Matty Kuma. We've got 2-2 on the field. Minute 30 left, 55-66 advantage Deadbeat. They're trying to burst that Rainmaker shield. And you notice there's an ink-proof ramp right there. That's going to slow things down, Ashley.
Yeah, you're going to be popping up from that and having to walk up, which is really tough to do if you have the Rainmaker.
66-55 advantage Deadbeat. 116 left, 2-2 on the field at this point. Matty Kuma trying to keep Deadbeat away from that Rainmaker. Latia's just going to go and try and get it out of there, feeling the pressure from Deadbeat. Deadbeat putting some pressure. Tim with the critical splat. Tim with 2 critical splats right there. And the splashdown. That could be huge to help Deadbeat. Deadbeat going for the slam dunk. However, it's going to get stopped by Blue Ring Octolings. 55 seconds left. And Tim with an incredible individual effort to help push that Rainmaker.
It might have been a little bit of a, maybe a little bit of a mistake for Latias to take the Rainmaker and actually be hesitant and move backwards because she actually brought it closer to the goal.
Rainmaker shield going to get Hexen, and Matty Kuma's going to have to move quickly with that Rainmaker. Oh, getting some communication on the map saying, this way, let's go. I've got an avenue for you. And Blue Ring Octolings trying to go, but no, getting flanked by Tim. Tim coming from behind, getting the splat. 24 seconds left, 66-15. Deadbeat with the advantage. A victory here gives them the sweep, allows them to move on to the finals against Dynamute. A couple specials ready to go for Deadbeat. 13 seconds left. Let's finish this one out here. Deadbeat, all they have to do is play some defense, protect that Rainmaker at all costs. However, SpongeBob has the chance to force this thing into overtime. SpongeBob has to bust the shield. Can they do it in time? Yes, we're headed to overtime, 66-15, but no!
Oh, they at the last second.
Deadbeat.
At the last second.
Able to secure it at the end. Blue Ring Octolings, wonderful effort.
Really,
they had a chance to force it into overtime, but Deadbeat was sitting there ready to take advantage. And Deadbeat, after stubbing their tentacles a couple times in the round robin play, a clean, methodical sweep as they get set to take on Dynamute in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, you know, really, honestly, great level of play in this last game. You saw the top splats and assists from both teams, 14 and 13.
Yeah.
I mean, it was right there.
I actually think that Blue Ring Octolings had more overall splats that match, but they just weren't able to effectively push the Rainmaker.
To convert, yeah.
And you mentioned that, and Deadbeat really coming down to that double splat that Tim had. And it was so critical as they were deep into Blue Ring Octoling territory. They were pushing. We saw Latias grab the Rainmaker, and we look at a couple replays of this match, highly contested. Our first match that wasn't a knockout in this elimination mode. So here's Tim. Latias with the Rainmaker, trying to back up, keep some space from Tim, misses with the shot. Tim gonna get 1 splat on Latias, 2 splats on SpongeBob. And at that point, with this splashdown, that's gonna create so much ink for Deadbeat to push it forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely that last bit of time there where Latias has always, in Rainmaker mode, and also we saw in Tower Control, really doing a great job of crowd control, getting the opponent away from whatever the objective is. And so when Latias has the Rainmaker, who's doing crowd control? You know, it's tough. That's a tough moment to make as anybody with a charger, especially if you're running support and you're like, oh my gosh, it's right there. Should I go get it or should I hold back? And that's a choice you make in the game. It's that split-second decision.
Impressive performances in the first round of elimination by both Dynamute and Deadbeat. Let's take a look at the bracket as we get set for the final round at the 2017 Splatoon World Inkling Invitational. Dynamute, the champions from Japan, conquered over 900 teams. Deadbeat, meanwhile, really starting to find their footing. What will happen? Stick around after the break. We'll get you set for the finals as 2 teams battle it out at the 2017 Splatoon World Inkling Invitational.
Yeah. Are we gonna, that'll be a thing again? Oh boy. I'm excited.
Welcome back to the 2017 Splatoon World Inkling Invitational as we showcase Splatoon 2. We're down to our finals. 2 teams, Deadbeat representing USA and Dynamute representing Japan. What are they battling for? Well, we have got the award right next to us. We'd love to introduce the Splatoon Sterling Squid, over 30 pounds of bragging rights to the victorious team. These 2 teams will face off, and not a best of 3, not a best of 5, but a best of 7 as they get set. So it's going to be the first team to win 4 matches. And let's show you the order of these matches and how we will approach them as these teams get set to square off. And we've already seen both teams very impressive in elimination mode. Dynamute has been flawless so far. So as you look at this, Ashley, and here's how it goes. Splat zones in game 1, tower control game 2, turf war game 3, Rainmaker game 4, and if necessary, we go back to game tower control, turf war, and Rainmaker. So Ashley, both these teams on this stage, what do you think is going through the mind of these players?
Oh, I mean, I think that really right now they are so locked in that nothing's different than just playing a game any other time. I mean, they play at such a high level. I think it really is, it's almost like a muscle memory. You sit down, you're ready to play, you're locked in, you say, okay, I know what I did the last few matches. I know how I can adjust. They've been watching each other play this afternoon, so I think there's definitely some opportunity for some strategy and some counter strategy.
Right. These teams are, as you said, completely in the zone. I mean, I know that when I play Splatoon, you know, I'm not thinking about anything else, and people can be talking to me. I'm like, what? You know, because like I don't hear anything, I don't see anything except the game.
Well, what we were discussing with Dynamute before we started, and we've seen evident at this point as we get started with our first match in the grand finals of the 2017 Splatoon 2 World Inkling Invitational. Dynamute, representing Japan, taking on Deadbeat, representing North America. Deadbeat has found their stride recently. Dynamute dominant since the beginning. Let's get started on Inkblot Art Academy. In orange for Deadbeat, they're going to go with the heavy splatling, 2 splatter shots, and a slosher. Meanwhile, for Dynamute in the turquoise, you've got a splatter shot pro, a slosher, a charger, and a roller. An early action, Dynamute getting out to the middle of the splat zone, but Deadbeat has a chance. It's going back and forth early on, Ashley.
I think we're going to see Dynamon head up to that top area and really kind of establish himself up top, but gets splatted. Wit takes him out.
Critical splat by Wit because you saw Dynamute try to time up the Ink Storm with Dynamon climbing to the top. Atubado getting the splat right now, trying to push back Deadbeat. Right now, you've got Dynamute in the middle of that splat zone with an 83-100 advantage, 3-3 on the field.
Yeah, Atabaro's trying really hard to get some ink on the ground there, try to take that splat zone. I think that big giant chunk of orange is the last thing keeping them from taking it over. And I mean, honestly, they lost control, but can they hold?
Wit and Deadbeat gonna go ahead and seize control as they get a whole bucket of orange ink in the middle of the splat zone. 86, 61, 30-second penalty for Dynamute. Now let's see if Deadbeat could push back Dynamute. 4-3 on the field, special ready to go for power and that heavy splatling whenever he chooses to do so. Here comes some Tenta missiles to try and keep Dynamute at bay. No success there. However, Deadbeat gonna take the early lead in this one.
A lot of orange on the ground.
40 left. 4-4 on the field, but you see 3 specials ready for Dynamute as they get set to make that Ink Storm in the middle of the zone.
Yeah, that was the way for them to sort of push forward because for a while there, I mean, they were doing Deadbeat was doing a really good job keeping Dynamute out from that splat zone.
61-39, and Dynamute has control of the splat zone as they start to get that timer to tick down. That penalty is now down to just 15 seconds. 4-3 advantage on the field for Dynamute as we see Tim trying to go up this ink-proof ramp. It's going to slow him down a little bit, trying to flank on Dynamon. Dynamon going to make it rain, though, by flicking that Dynamo roller and using that horizontal and vertical flick to cause some damage.
I mean, that vertical flick is brutal, and he really just uses it to its maximum effectiveness.
However, Deadbeat with the lead, 39-57. However, no penalty for Dynamute as that timer starts to tick really close to a tie here, 46-39. It's going to be Dynamute that's going to try and take the lead unless Deadbeat can do something, and that's the lead. Oh, just at the last second, Deadbeat able to get it. Deadbeat trying to seize control, 39-38. Deadbeat trails Dynamute, 35-second penalty. Control in the middle right now for Deadbeat. Deadbeat 3-1 on the field for Deadbeat. Here goes Wit going to the top of the tower, trying to keep Dynamute at bay, Ashley.
Yeah, you can see he's splashing that area next to the ink-proof ramp, and he's just trying to keep out Dynamute, saying, hey guys, like you're gonna have to not only get through here, but you have to now paint, you've got to ink that ground.
And Deadbeat goes and takes the lead, but they only get it by 1 point as Dynamute now facing a 40-second penalty, but then Deadbeat's gonna seize control of the splat zone, trying to keep Dynamute at bay. Hexen gonna drop down. Meanwhile, here comes Wit with that splasher. And you've got the Ink Storm.
The Ink Storm happening
That's
here.
trying to cover the area right there. And Splat Zone still up for grabs at this point. 22-38 advantage. Deadbeat still up
wow,
for grabs.
mid-splash.
Impressive.
Wow.
Double splat right there. That is huge as it's now 4-2 on the field. Dynamute gonna seize control of the Splat Zone, sitting on top of that tower. However, they have a stiff 28-second penalty to overcome. Here comes some Tenta missiles and the territory in the middle. That Splat Zone gonna be re-seized by Deadbeat. Frantic match that we have here, Ashley.
Yeah, absolutely. And Otobaro absolutely just going bananas right now. Inking, splatting, getting all over the place. He's all over the shop. It is incredible to watch him play. And you know what? He's not panicking. That's exactly how he's splatting all these people.
Otobaro normally averages 20 splats per match. You can see how an individual effort can turn the tide. 38-22. However, just 4 seconds left in that penalty for Dynamute. Slight lead for Deadbeat. However, Dynamute keeping that timer going down. 22-28. Dynamute trying to re-seize the lead. However, great defense by Deadbeat. They're able to retake the middle of the splat zone, and they're going to cut down into the penalty. 47 seconds left. 40-second penalty for Dynamute. Meanwhile, if you're Deadbeat, you just have to play some defense and keep Dynamute out of the zone. Otobaro going to take advantage of that one-on-one, but here comes a splashdown. Just going to get it by power with the splashdown. 30 seconds left, 22-25. Penalty going down for Deadbeat. And you've got Dynamute trying to
start taking
but the specials by Deadbeat really helping out right now, Ashley.
Yeah, absolutely. They have got to take control. Dynamute's got to take control back if they're thinking they're going to win this.
25-22. Dynamo, though, with a 40-second penalty. Can they retake control of the splat zone? 10 seconds left. This might be headed into overtime. We'll see. It's still up for grabs. First team to seize control. And now Dynamo in control with 34 seconds left. We're going to certainly go to overtime here. Yes. Now Deadbeat can take control of the splat zone. It's going to be over. They'll get the victory. 20 seconds left. Dynamute, they just need to hold on. We see the Tenta missiles. They lost control. Can Deadbeat seize control? And Deadbeat going to do a fine job in overtime, taking control of the splat zone. And we saw the specials. Well-timed use of those for Deadbeat here, Ashley.
So good, so well coordinated. I mean, they are obviously communicating super well, making sure that they're launching everything they need to launch right when it needs to go.
What a match. I mean, that was back and forth all the way down to the end.
I'm exhausted from that. Impressive.
We got more. We got more,
absolutely. So you saw Dynamute get out to the early lead, and they really tried to time that Ink Storm along with Dynamon hopping on top of the tower. But Deadbeat doing a fine job of making sure they never really seize control of that top of that tower, Ashley.
Yeah, I mean, you saw a lot of burst bombs, a lot of sprinklers going up there, just keeping anybody from getting up there and really establishing any kind of advantage for a particular amount of time.
Let's take a look at a couple replays from that absolutely exhilarating match between Deadbeat and Dynamute, where Deadbeat gets the advantage in the very first opening match in our grand finals. Here's Otobaro trying to get that zone covered. Gets the splat on power.
Boom,
midair. Splats in a row, midair on the splashdown. Hexen gonna get splatted by Otobaro. Otobaro gonna get another splat on power. And this was when Dynamute was getting set to make their push. However, Deadbeat didn't give up. Here's Wit using the slosher, just covering territory. Well-timed usage of the Tenta missiles. And then you saw the splat in midair by Tim. So Deadbeat doing everything you need to do right at the end to win this one.
Absolutely, and you notice he also threw a suction bomb up on the top there to get his opponent off of the high ground.
You got to clear the club sometime.
Yeah, I mean,
empty it out.
That splat when he was mid splashdown, I mean, if that thing lands, it inks a big portion of that splat zone.
Yeah.
So that was absolutely incredible.
Very impressive by both teams. And as we get set for our next matchup, it's going to be tower control on Moray Tower. So we're going to see a lot more action as these teams get set to ride the tower. As we mentioned, grand finals, best of 7. Deadbeat representing USA taking on Dynamute from Japan. Dynamute championed over 900 teams in their regional qualifier. Splat Zone's first game, that goes to Deadbeat, so 1-0 advantage for them. Meanwhile, our next game will be tower control. And what have we learned from how the way these two teams play tower control about how important it is to make sure you have a path for the tower moving forward.
Yeah, I think we're definitely going to see a lot of Power is going to probably be that support person, trying to make clear a path, get people out of the way over on Dynamu's side. And then Dynamu, obviously, Dynamon is going to be riding that tower. We all know.
Absolutely right. And Eric, when you've got a player like Dynamon on the opposition that you're facing, that you know that loves to get on the tower, how much do you potentially change your strategy to try to make sure that he can't secure the tower and you keep him out of his comfort zone?
Yeah, I mean, as we said, it's all about cutting off those lanes of attack. So if they can do that, Dynamite can't get to the tower in the first place.
I predict we will be seeing a lot of Toxic Mist. I predict we will be seeing a lot of bombs. A lot of bombs.
In the orange, they're going to go with a blaster, a slosher, a charger, a roller. Meanwhile, Deadbeat in the purple, you've got the heavy splatling, 2 splatter shots, and a blaster. Those blasters, as we know, very popular in tower control mode. Early 99-0 advantage. That's not going to sit very long, but Dynamu hopping on the tower. One-on-one situation here. Tim going to get the advantage over Kakashino. Meanwhile, tower going to be reclaimed by Deadbeat. Deadbeat trying to get some points to their score. 88-100 advantage for Dynamu.
Here they go. Yeah, you can see Deadbeat has Power on top. He's working that heavy splatling. He's going to try to clear a path, paint, get some paint down, help his teammates get in front of that tower.
However, Power getting splatted on the tower at that checkpoint, and that's what we talk about. The checkpoints really change the dynamic of tower control because you can no longer just ride the tower and sort of pivot behind that barrier.
And hide, yeah, and that's a key thing here that I am very excited about because I can't tell you how many times I watched the tower just ride away into the sunset without me, and I was like, wait, please come back.
Tim gonna hop off the tower, get the splat on Ashibato, try to make some room. Let's see if Deadbeat can be ready for the onslaught coming from Dynamu up top. Here comes the splashdown, and the tower is going to get to the first checkpoint, trying to clear it. That's going to be critical as far as helping Deadbeat make subsequent pushes, and that'll be clear. 50-88 advantage Deadbeat as they get set to move forward deeper into Dynamu territory.
They are pushing hard right now. You can see there are teammates jumping onto the tower. It's going to help that get that countdown down a little bit faster.
Power doing a fine job of backing off the tower, avoiding to get splatted. You can go ahead and give up control of the tower for a little bit. It's not going to reset as fast as the Rainmaker. It keeps you alive, keeps you special charged also.
Yeah, he's able to stop, but oh man, that was some really nice back alley healings right there. That was a really nice splatting happening right there by Dynamo.
Yeah, no thank you card is going to be exchanged between both these teams as Dynamo going to start flicking some more ink on that wall, and you notice the vertical flick allows those rollers to climb walls so much better. Right now, 88-19 advantage. Deadbeat at this point. 2 checkpoints still remain for Dynamo, so they're facing quite the up tower battle here at Parade Towers. And so if you're Deadbeat, impressive splat right there by Ashibato with the Pachink. If you're Deadbeat, how defensively minded should you be right now?
I mean, right now, all they have to do is just hold that tower. I mean, just keep it out of their zone, and they win. And so but it's 2.5 minutes, and anything can happen. Dynamo really, really working that roller, but getting caught up in Toxic Mist.
That Toxic Mist going to slow you down, take away your ink. However, Dynamo going to ride that tower. Dynamo at the first checkpoint. They've got a cavalcade of squids at that tower trying to get through that checkpoint. That's going to help them with some more additional pushes, and it is now 53-19. Dynamo trying to make their critical push in this match. Deadbeat trying to keep them at bay. 2 minutes left in this one. 2-2 on the field. Now a 3-2 advantage for Deadbeat.
Yeah, you can see Power's been trying to sort of keep this tower at bay by using that heavy splatling and doing a good job of it, but wow, Tim, just getting up on that tower.
Tim with the splat on Walker Room, that's going to allow Deadbeat to gain control of the tower and just let that reset to the middle as 148. Now the clock becomes the friend of Deadbeat. They want that thing to tick down as fast as possible.
Look at all of this ink. There's ink everywhere. This is amazing. This is the level of player seeing. There is literally battles to be found everywhere on this map.
It is hectic in the middle of this map, and you've got both teams really at different levels right now trying to apply pressure. Nobody can really get that advantage at this point. It's been a bit of a stalemate the last 30 seconds. 125 left in this one. 19-29. Here comes the splashdown as Tim going to go ahead and get the splat, and that's going to help pave the way. Now look at what Tim's doing. Clearing some ink to give a path for the tower and Tim's teammates to make sure that they can support that tower and its push.
Yeah, able to push forward, also able to get out. That's a key thing. Once that tower goes beyond a certain point, you want to be able to get out of there if stuff starts getting a little heated.
1 minute left, 4-1 on the field, Dynamo. So you are all by your lonesome self on that tower right now. 56 seconds left, and if you're Deadbeat, you maybe start thinking about being a little defensive, keeping Dynamute at bay. Meanwhile, here goes Dynamute. They're going to go deep into deadbeat territory, get some orange ink there to try to make one more push as we are under a minute left. 4-3 on the field, but 3 specials for Dynamute.
Yeah, Dynamute absolutely has to be a little bit aggressive here. It's a risk, but it's also something that I think they're going to have to do to be able to beat the clock and get this overtime win.
You see Deadbeat throwing some toxic mist from afar that's going to drain the ink on the tower. Some pressure applied by Power with a critical splat on the tower. That's going to try to reset it at normal. Dynamute going to lose the tower. Here comes a splash down by Atrubaru, though, to get a critical splat. Going to splat on Tim. It is now 4-2 on the field. This could be a moment of truth as that tower is now at the final checkpoint for Dynamute. Can they get through the checkpoint? 19:26. 8 seconds left. Hang in there with us, folks. 19:20. And the lead is going to go to Dynamute as they claim it the last second. 2 seconds left, and Dynamute with the last pivotal push, and you see the emotion from their team. They realize this was our last chance. We don't want to find ourselves in a 2-0 hole in the grand finals, and Dynamute doing a fine job of getting a critical double splat to close out that one.
Yeah, I mean, they really did exactly what we were talking about. I mean, they had to get aggressive at the end there. They had to ride on that tower. They had to move it as quickly as possible, get through that last checkpoint even, and then they were able to pull it out.
As we look at the replays of this one, just another incredible match that goes to the final second, and really Dynamute's ability to plow through that final checkpoint. Here they are right now, and you see the double splat that's going to be coming up right now. It's 3-2 on the field. They get through this checkpoint, and then the pressure being applied by Deadbeat, but Dynamute able to use that slosher to get some ink to go up top, and that's all they needed to do to close out the victory, to make it 1-1 in the grand finals. And the best part is, that means we get more Splatoon.
That's right. It was a really great choice by Atobaru to go up the ramp and actually kind of do a little forward damage and take out Wix. Wick was standing there with that splasher. It would have been so bad for Dynamute, but he was able to get up there and kind of make something happen, get that splat, and help his team to victory.
Yeah, you saw Deadbeat at about the 1 minute mark. They kind of switched their attitude, and they're like, okay, so we're in the lead. Well, I'm just going to kind of play defensively. That may have been a mistake considering, you know, maybe they backed off a little too much and gave Dynamute a little too much room to
you give them an inch, they squid all over.
Yes, well, we talk about in Turf War how the final minute, the final 30 seconds especially, you can't afford to get splatted. Well, that carries over to all these other game modes. And you look at not being able to stay alive and that critical double splat by Dynamute late in the game, that gives them the advantage. And so you can ride that tower deep into Deadbeat territory.
Yeah, we're about to watch some Turf War. And the thing is those fundamentals in Turf War carry over to every single game mode in a very deep way.
Previous matchup between Deadbeat and Dynamute in Turf War, Dynamute found themselves with a 51.9 to 42.9 victory. So we've seen Deadbeat sort of get their footing back again. They struggled a little bit their first 2 matches in Turf War. Can they bounce back and provide some resistance for Dynamute, who was flawless in the round-robin Turf War portion?
I think, you know, maybe Deadbeat's coming in with a little momentum after that.
Yeah,
maybe I think they feel really good about Tower. And I hope that with Turf War, they can say, okay, we have to reset. Let's get some good strategies. Let's counter-attack in ways that are appropriate.
Turf War on Humpback Pump Track. Certainly an exciting map. Wide open area in the middle. We know we have the mound in the middle as both teams get set. Let's go ahead. Deadbeat in the purple, Dynamute in the neon greenish yellow. Deadbeat in the purple, they're going to go with the heavy splatling, 2 splatter slots, and a slosher. Meanwhile, Dynamute going to go with splat dualies, a slosher, a charger, and a roller, as both teams really getting a chance to ink their half of the map. We see Deadbeat kind of going to the perimeter here, Ashley. Meanwhile, Dynamute making a push for the middle mound.
Yeah, I think these teams have different strategies. Obviously, Deadbeat wanting to get that track covered in purple so that they're able to kind of flank their opponents, get in there, and make something happen. Atobaru, I'm really curious to see what he does with these dualies.
Ooh, power and Takashino going to trade splats right there. You saw Power do a fine job of just avoiding that onslaught of slosher behind that wall. However, it just wasn't enough. 4-4 on the field, 2-14 right now. Pretty even match at this point. Deadbeat with a slight advantage of ink coverage on the map. As you can see, they're trying to get a push into Dynamute territory. And if you're Deadbeat, we saw them sometimes time that last push a little too late, it seemed like. We don't know whether that was by choice or accident. I'm sure they're going to look to be much more aggressive earlier on.
Yeah, they're obviously playing a lot more aggressive than they did in their round-robin Turf Force. They are getting into enemy territory. They are rushing down their opponents, but, you know, they got to win those one-on-ones.
Hex is going to get splat by Kakashino once again. Kakashino just waiting around in the ink, going to try and find some prey. Going to back up, get the splat on Win right now, and that's going to start to turn the tide of momentum as we see more yellow ink covered. However, Power with that heavy splat link going to get the splat on Kakashino. 1.5 minutes left, 4-3 advantage Deadbeat on the field, and really anybody's match still at this point here.
Yeah, and I mean, Power, oh, wow, he barely pulled off that heavy splat link before he got splatted himself. Now we're going to see the wonderful and painful Stingray. Oh!
Power going to get splat by Wakaroon, and Power so impressive you could give him a raindrop and he could probably splat somebody. Meanwhile, 1 minute left, 4-3 advantage. Deadbeat looking at the map. Deadbeat doing a fine job of pushing Dynamute back. However, still plenty of time left in this one. You see a special ready to go for Deadbeat. That purple ink covering up more than half of the map right now. And you see Deadbeat doing a fine job of getting the outer BMX track of Humpback Pump Track also.
Absolutely. They are doing their best to cut off any avenue for Dynamute to get behind them, to take them by surprise. They're just not allowing that to happen.
But here comes Dynamute starting to make a push to the middle and through the bottom part of the map as you look at the top-down version here. And Dynamon going to start flicking some ink with that Dynamo roller. However, using some protection from Wit. Wit trying to get the slosher on. You see the splat Julie's in the maneuverability. Dynamon backing up, feeling a little pressure from Deadbeat in that purple ink. 18 seconds left. 4-3 on the field. 4-2. This is the chance for Deadbeat to make a push. They've got a 4-2 advantage and 3 specials ready to go. 10 seconds left. Can they make that final push?
A big moment.
Keep Dynamute at bay. 6 seconds left. 4-2. Here come the specials, we are sure. 3-3 at this point, and this is going to be much closer, I think, because we see a couple splatterings of yellow ink at the tail end.
Yeah. This is going to be a close one, I think. I see
one,
a lot of purple, though.
I see a lot of purple, and yes, the Judd agrees. 55.2 to 38, and so Deadbeat, which struggled initially in Turf War, hands Dynamute their first Turf War loss of the afternoon. And really, we see these players, and Eric, we talked about how they will adapt to the game as they continue to play it more, and that's what we're seeing with Deadbeat.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that they looked like a different team from the initial round robin.
Yeah.
I mean, they were so aggressive, just splatting any chance they got, and were able to control all the turf.
Yeah, there was no hesitation happening in this round of Turf War. They went out there and they said, we have a job to do and we are going to do it. And they did a really nice job. I was watching on the overhead map. They did a really nice job of throwing bombs and getting ink put down behind their opponents so that they had no means of escape. And that's always an excellent strategy when you're having those one-on-ones.
We should also mention in the finals, the team that loses a match will have selection of the next map. So there's some strategy that goes into that. So that Humpback Pump Track selection was made by Deadbeat after they lost tower control. So you wonder what these teams are factoring in as they look at not only the game mode, but how it applies to the map.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously, after practicing, these teams have preferences of which maps they feel the strongest in. Of course, depending on the game mode, maybe you feel better about a certain map in Rainmaker, or maybe you feel better about another map in Tower Control. So I kind of love that they picked Muscle Forge Fitness for this one.
Muscle Forge Fitness for our next round of Rainmaker. Right now, Deadbeat with a 2-1 advantage in this best-of-7 grand finals matchup of the 2017 Splatoon 2 World Inkling Invitational. A victory here, it's not a must-win, but it would go a very far way for Deadbeat as far as giving some distance between them and Dynamute and putting some pressure on Dynamute. So we look at Rainmaker. What are some of the things that you think Deadbeat will try to focus in on this match as they had success last time in Rainmaker?
I think they're going to have to absolutely neutralize Autobaru because he's going to be out there hunting.
He's a hunter, for
He's
sure.
a hunter. He's going to be out there just hunting for anybody who's accidentally been led astray from the flock to pick them off. And I think this is going to be a really great
Let's make it rain on Muscle Forge Fitness. Let's go ahead and get to your teams right now. Deadbeat in the green. They're going to go with the heavy splatling, 2 splatter shots, and a slosher. Meanwhile, Dynamute in the purple. You've got a roller, charger, slosher, and splatter shot pro. Shield initially going to be bursted by Deadbeat. However, that Rainmaker still up for grabs. Nobody claiming that 4-2 advantage, 3-2 advantage. Dynamute on the field as they grab the Rainmaker. They're going to push it to 85 before it gets seized. And right now, we already see both teams being very aggressive, wasting no time trying to get to that Rainmaker.
That's right. You're going to see Power hanging back with that heavy splatling and just doing everything in his power to target the Rainmaker. He did that with Autobaru. Autobaru picked up the Rainmaker. He was like, no, my friend. No, not today.
85-0 advantage right now. Looks like that Rainmaker's going to get reset right now. No, it's going to be grabbed by Dynamute as they push it to a 63-0 lead at this point. 4-3 advantage on the map right now for Deadbeat. Plenty of time left in this one. 4:07 going, and right now, Deadbeat unable to really get a push outside of their half of the map here, Ashley.
Yeah, this is interesting because you can see Hexen got a little bit too far ahead there into enemy territory and ended up getting splatted by the Rainmaker.
However, Tim gonna go to some uncharted territory. No ink over there to take a 46-63 advantage for Deadbeat before Dynamute gets the splat. And now you got a little bit more pressure applied by Deadbeat as there's all sorts of splatting going on. Dynamon with that Dynamo Roller, as we said, trying to burst the shield. No collateral damage there. 63-31 advantage, and we see Dynamon just reset the Rainmaker, move it to the middle, and you like that move there, Ashley.
Good, that was a good choice. Obviously, you want to get it back to the middle as quickly as possible, and walking it there, or even swimming there is not the best idea.
Especially since by the time you reset, get back into action, that shield probably will not have been bursted yet. 3 minutes left in this one, 4-4 on the field, 2 specials for Dynamute, 31-63 advantage for Deadbeat. Rainmaker up for grabs in the middle, both teams just trying to feel each other out, find that way they can get some ink coverage so they can find a great route and an escort to get to the other side of this map.
Yeah, you'll notice a lot of these teams at this high-level play don't just immediately grab the Rainmaker. That's always the thing you always want to do. It's your instinct. You want to just grab it, but no, you got to hold off.
Tim is bringing his lunch pail and hard hat and putting in work. Stops the tent of missiles from going. Gets another splat there, so 2 critical splats for Tim. And now the Rainmaker, Tim, is starting to take over this match, 31-63. However, Wit gonna get stopped by Atubado, 63-31, advantage Deadbeat at this point. Atubado just holding back, trying to maintain some leverage on Deadbeat. Meanwhile, Deadbeat being very aggressive and getting Dynamite pushed on their heels.
I have to say, there is a lot of green on this map, and Deadbeat is doing a really great job of creating lanes, creating problems for Dynamute, and it's obviously going very well for them.
How about Dynamon shooting the Rainmaker behind a wall of coverage and getting the splat as it's now 63-31. Getting to the 2-minute marks. Things are going to start to get a little bit more inky here. Dynamute, they've got the early deficit going on right now, but still plenty of time left. And right now, we see Power trying to find some position, trying to hold that back line, provide some cover and a route for his team. Meanwhile, Dynamute's still kind of stuck in that corner because of where the Rainmaker's at, Ashley.
Yeah, well, Wit and Hexen are doing a really good job of throwing bombs out and keeping anybody from Dynamute from getting to the Rainmaker. So, fortunately, Dynamute's able to pick it up at this point, but there is a lot of green on the ground, and they're going to have to make some serious gains in the last minute and a half of this game.
Dynamon with the Rainmaker, though, moving across the grates at this point, trying to get a couple critical splats, and this is going to start to move their score much quicker. Oh, we've got 31-47, but a critical splat. Great defense by Deadbeat. You see Hexen with the splatter shot, able to prevent Dynamute from advancing anymore, but don't you hold your breath quite yet, because Dynamute grabs it again. They're trying to push it, however, Deadbeat retreating them as we're just to a minute left. 4-1 advantage on the field for Deadbeat as they secure it.
Hexen doing an absolutely fantastic job of hiding underneath this grate over here and taking everybody out as they walk across it because they can't swim, they can't hide, there's nowhere for them to go.
Under a minute left, Tim with the Rainmaker right now, and when you've got the lead, we saw them be a little hesitant in tower control. What do you have to do if you're Tim to try to get some help as we see the splat by Atubado? 40 seconds left and you have the lead.
I mean, you gotta have a teammate with you, and I think that's such a key thing. It'll be interesting to see if Atubado can win this one-on-one with Power. He does.
Critical one-on-one victory for Atubado. Can he get another splat? But no, Wit providing some support right there. 47-31. 27 seconds left. 3-3 on the field. Deadbeat with the victory here proves a 3-1. Dynamute trying to tie things up in this grand finals right now. Wit putting some pressure on Wakaru, but no, Wakaru getting some help right now. Wakaru trying to push this. They need one more push, Dynamute here. They don't have much time left on the clock. Here comes the final push. Expect the match to come down to this right here. Trying to get the push. Getting flanked from behind. Impressive splat by Tim. 3 seconds left. Is that going to do it? And that'll do it. Deadbeat able to recover and flank and get behind the Rainmaker quick enough in that match before Dynamute can make one more final push, Ashley.
One of the things Deadbeat did really well is, again, that fundamental turf war mentality of put down ink. They had so much green on that map at one point. It was like, if we pick up the Rainmaker, that's a free road to a win. So to be able to put down that much ink it's just so helpful, and also keeping your opponents away.
Yeah, that mechanic helps. Like, even if you're not near the action, you're not near the Rainmaker, there's always something you can do to help your team, even if you're on the other side of the map, is making lanes toward the enemy goal.
We talk about the teamwork that's required, but sometimes individual efforts can turn the tide of any match, and Tim in this previous match went on a rampage for a short little while that really helped turn things. At this point, it's 63-31. Deadbeat was trying to get a little bit more momentum, but Tim with the splat on Atubaro, going to avoid the ink coming from Dynamon.
Great bombs.
Another splat by Deadbeat on Dynamon, and then going to drop down and get the splat on Kakashino. That's going to give another advantage, and then 7 seconds left. You see Wakadarun gets splatted from behind by Tim. And Tim not only playing some great offense, but great defense also, Ashley.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're on defense, the best thing for you to do is to have spatial awareness. And I think that is such a key component, especially in these sort of other modes where obviously the main objective is not turf war, where you're going around and you're saying, okay, like, I need to know where the Rainmaker is. I need to know where my opponents are. I need to know where my teammates are so I can go help them. There's so much spatial awareness involved, and you can see both of these teams doing a really good job of it, but I think Deadbeat a little bit better last round.
3-1 advantage for Deadbeat in these grand finals. They win one more match. They are the winners of the 2017 Splatoon 2 World Inkling Invitational. However, Dynamute has a few things to say about that. Dynamute, it's tower control. For our Game 5, they select Moray Towers. They were victorious on it previously. However, we saw in that previous match, Deadbeat essentially had that game won until late in this one.
Very late.
What does Deadbeat learn from their loss last time? As we've said before, we've heard from Penguin that he loves to learn from watching his own mistakes. What do they do differently in this match?
I mean, I think that they have to really make an effort to have, I think Power's going to have to really push on making sure that he is using that heavy, if he's using that heavy splatling, I think that he's going to have to really do a great job of coverage.
Game 5 of the grand finals. Tower control, Moray Towers. Deadbeat in the blue. One more victory, and they will be your champions. Meanwhile, Dynamute inking for their lives. Dynamute going with the blaster, slosher, charger, roller. Meanwhile, Deadbeat going with the heavy splatling, 2 splatter shots, and a blaster as Kakashino early on. Dynamute in the yellow, as we mentioned. Deadbeat in the blue. Kakashino going to ride that tower. Early advantage right now, 90 to 100. Hopping off the tower, going to lose the one-on-one to Tim, though, as Tim gets the impressive splat. The tower's going to go ahead and reset. And as we mentioned, it's a little bit easier to get up the towers and more mobility in Moray Towers.
Yeah, this is a huge thing for anybody who's ever been splatted in Moray Towers by a charger. That's going to be a really handy change in Splatoon 2.
Tim once again helping out his team, hopping on the tower as Deadbeat takes the lead as they approach the very first checkpoint. Here comes the splashdown, going to try and clear out some traffic, but no. Kakashino going to get that splat with the slosher. Meanwhile, Stingray putting some pressure, but Hexen trying to get into Dynamute territory, feels some flank pressure behind him, going to get the splat on Dynamon, and that is huge as Deadbeat going to ride this to the first checkpoint. They've got a 4-3 advantage. They've got to lock it down here at this point. Going to feel some pressure. They get the critical splat on Atubaro.
That was a huge splat.
And Deadbeat doing a fine job of holding off the pushes from Dynamute as they advance the tower.
Absolutely. They'll easily pass this checkpoint. They were able to take out a lot of Dynamute. And now you can see they're coming down one by one. Never a good idea.
One more checkpoint stands between Deadbeat and victory. 3-1 in the best of 7. One more victory would do it. However, a double splat by the splat bomb as Kakashino doing in some work right there. That's going to be some great defense. However, Deadbeat with a huge 90-6 lead. They can do it. They're just flirting with victory right now, but you've got a pair of Dynamute on the tower. Dynamon says, I'm not ready to end this Splatoon World Inkling Invitational yet. I got some more things to say here. 90-6. You see the 4-2 advantage on the field for Deadbeat right now.
Yeah, I mean, you can see, oh man, Tim is working he's working overtime right now, trying to take out everybody. Takes out Dynamon. That was a huge, huge splat.
Deadbeat hopping back on the tower again. They see how close victory can be to them. Meanwhile, Dynamute, they are still fighting for survival in this tournament. We see the toxic mist. That'll slow down some of the momentum for Deadbeat. We see a super jump going to be on the tower right now. Probably going to get keyed in there. Tim able to safely land at this point. Meanwhile, Atubaro being contained by 2 members of Deadbeat at the top. Tim going to retreat right here. Meanwhile, tower being reclaimed by Dynamute. And you see how important this critical push by Deadbeat has been. And they're not putting their foot off the pedal right now.
No way. They're being very aggressive. They want this. They can taste those super sea snails.
Kakashino going with the tent of missiles. That's certainly going to help right there. However, tower's going to get paused for a moment. You've got 2:15 left, a 6-90 lead for Deadbeat. Remember, one more victory, and they are your champions of the 2017 Splatoon 2 World Inkling Invitational. 2 minutes left, tower in the middle, still up for grabs. And is this the point where Deadbeat realizes their folly from the previous match and looks to push it even more?
Yeah, I mean, gosh, you can see Power really putting in the work right now, jumping up and down, getting the great splat right there of Dynamon. He's up there just getting it done.
Tim with the flank on Kakashino going to start riding the tower. It is a 3-3 tie on the field. Couple of specials, 3-2 on the field, 2 specials also for Deadbeat. Can they continue to push that tower? They're hopping off momentarily. Meanwhile, you see Dynamute just being patient, waiting for the tower. We're at 1:30. Still enough time, but you're going to start limiting the amount of pushes you have. If you're Deadbeat, you've got to stay aggressive if you're after.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what happened before. I mean, they have 6. There's only defense to be played, but anything can happen in the last minute of this match.
Dynamon trying to push into Deadbeat territory. Meanwhile, Dynamute going to hop on the tower. Dynamon got that Stingray ready to go, looking to try to get a couple critical splats. This is where Dynamute clutched victory away from the grasp of Deadbeat last time. Can they do it again? They're at the first checkpoint, 1 minute left. It's going to most likely have to go into overtime if Dynamute wants to get that victory. 58 seconds left. They're trying to push it past the point. They survive as Rockaroon. It's a 3-3 equal footing on the field. 3-2 advantage though. Rockaroon trying to get a critical splat on Wit. Wit ducking behind the counter. However, tower lost. They didn't hop on it. 44 seconds. 6-53. One more checkpoint remaining for Dynamute. If they win, they continue to keep this grand finals going on. If Deadbeat is victorious, it's over. 4-2 advantage on the field for Deadbeat. And actually, this is where Deadbeat has to make that final championship push.
They absolutely have to push really hard right now. All of these respawns are going to be coming into the field. Kakashino is a force to be reckoned with a slosher. You do not want to be in his face.
This could be the final 18 seconds of our tournament. 6-41 lead for Deadbeat. You see Deadbeat pushing deep into Dynamute territory. However, that splashdown will be negated. 10 seconds left. Can Dynamute get on the tower to force overtime? Wit's on the tower. 5 more seconds from the Splatoon Sterling Squid. If Deadbeat can hold it.
Dynamute's on the tower.
Dynamute's going to hop on top. We're into overtime. It just needs one more Deadbeat to hop on top. Meanwhile, Dynamute, they can still claim victory and push us into another mode. And they're looking strong. They have one more checkpoint to get to. Deadbeat
Everybody's jumping onto this tower right now.
Everyone's jumping on the tower, as you said. Wit trying to get a couple splats. It's got us in this checkpoint. Triple splat! Sound the air horn! Deadbeat! And they couldn't have done it in more dramatic fashion. Unbelievable performance. 2 teams, the absolute best in the world, but you see Deadbeat able to survive the final push that Dynamute was trying to put on. And you look at Dynamute, just how impressive they were the entire day. You see the skill from all their players and just an absolutely incredible match here, Ashley.
Unbelievable. And I mean, Dynamute really pushing at the end there and doing their absolute best. But you know what? When you've got a cluster of squidlings on that tower, that is really dangerous to be doing in overtime. And I feel like that was a thing that a burst bomb can take care of.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Deadbeat so vital in those last moments. I mean, they all had actually double digits in splats and assists, which you don't see a lot.
Huge, huge. Real team efforts.
Yep. Deadbeat representing North America, your champions of the 2017 Splatoon 2 World Inkling Invitational. That'll do it for us, but before we get going, let's go ahead and toss it to the producer of Splatoon 2, Mr. Nogami, to hand out the Splatoon Sterling Squid to our champions.
はい、では優勝したデッドビートの皆さん、本当におめでとうございます。
I want to give a hearty congratulations to our tournament winners, Dead Beat.
」そして、ダイナメウの皆さん、それから、ライジングムーンの皆さん、そしてブルーリングとオクトリングの皆さん、本当に素晴らしい戦いぶりでした。
And also, let's hear congratulations for the other teams, Dynamew, Blue Ring Octolings, and Rising Moon.
そして会場の皆さん、中継をご覧の皆さん、長時間お付き合いいただいて本当にありがとうございました。
Thank you everyone here in the booth and as well as all the Splatoon fans watching from home around the world for sticking with us for so long.
本当にこんなにこの光景は本当にもう夢のようです。こんなに素晴らしい機会に恵まれたのは本当に世界中のスプラトゥーンファンの応援のおかげと心から感謝を申し上げます。
I'm incredibly pleased with how splendid this atmosphere has become, and I want to say that I think the reason we're blessed with such a good experience with this tournament is thanks to the support from fans around the world, and I want to thank you genuinely from the bottom of my heart.
Splatoon 2! いよいよ来月7月の21日に発売されます。
Splatoon 2 is finally on arrival next month on July 21st.
皆さんの応援にお応えできるよう、我々イカ研究所も力いっぱい盛り上げていきますので、引き続き応援をよろしくお願いします。
You can rest assured that in answering all the support from fans around the world, we will continue our squid research with all the power we have.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, everybody.